is CNN.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
This is CNN's continuing coverage of 9/11. America remembers.
And good morning. Welcome. I'm Paula Zahn.
And I'm Aaron Brown. Welcome to what will be an extraordinary day for the country and a special day of coverage on CNN as we mark this first anniversary of the tragedy, the attack on the 11th of September a year ago. We welcome all our viewers across the country, and we welcome as well all of those of you who join us this morning on CNN International.
And as a nation, we begin this day very differently than we did a year ago. Today, we are on high alert. Who would have imagined that those words would become an official term, high alert, with their own official color, orange? And as we gather to mark this anniversary, the Defense Secretary has ordered live anti-aircraft missiles to be placed near launchers in locations around Washington.
It is hard not to note this reality that fighter jets are patrolling the skies across the country, that embassies and consulates in 9 countries around the world, American embassies, will be closed today, that the government has ordered workers from immigration to power plants to meat inspectors in almost every police department in America to be especially watchful. The Vice President of the United States is in an undisclosed location, yet another security precaution. And officials are urging all of us, all of you, to be alert, but especially to be defiant. And so Americans will gather at national parks and near monuments and in all of those symbols of freedom, those places that we note especially to be American on a day like today, to remember what happened last year and to look beyond at all that has happened since.
And as we had mentioned, since mid-afternoon yesterday, America has indeed been on high alert. The government is responding to what it calls a credible threat. Let's go to Bob Franken, who is standing by at the Pentagon this morning to find out exactly why we're in this state and how we found out we got there. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Paula. And there's sort of an accumulation of reasons. First of all, there's been an ongoing interrogation of people around the world, people who have been captured by the United States since the War on Terror. There's been the analysis of all the so-called chatter, the radio transmissions, telephone transmissions that are intercepted by the United States. And there came a point the night before last that the belief was that there was a credible threat, probably most likely against U.S. facilities overseas, but it was unspecific enough, if you pardon the term, that they decided that they needed to ratchet up the alert here. And of course, they did take it up a notch to where we're now at a high concern about some sort of terrorist activity. You pointed out a moment ago that there are missile batteries around Washington. We're not going to tell you exactly where they are, but we can tell you what they are. They are Avenger armed missile batteries that could be used to repel an attack. This is the first time that we've had this in the United States, where missile batteries, armed missiles, have surrounded Washington since the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 60s. So, of course, that gives us pause. What also gives us pause is what is going on behind us and what has gone on. A year ago, almost exactly a year ago now, the building was aflame. There was a 50-foot fireball, some people say, when American Airlines 77 crashed into the building. 184 victims, 189 died, including the terrorists who were on board. The building, of course, has been completely rebuilt. It was an act of defiance, considered a miracle. But it was also quite miraculous, people said, that the Pentagon so quickly rebounded and almost immediately continued its normal operation, an operation that has continued over the year, and we've seen the result of it, the war on terror. But this is a day to pause and remember. At 9:37, there's going to be a moment of silence at just about the time that the plane hit a year ago. Then there's going to be a tolling of the bells. That's going to be preceded actually by the unfurling of the giant flag that quickly went up on this side of the Pentagon when the rebuilding began almost immediately after the plane had hit. Then we're going to hear speeches from President Bush, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Richard Myers. All of that to mark the day, which is a day to look back as the Pentagon spends most of its time looking forward, planning its various war on terror, and of course now there's a lot of focus on Iraq. So it's going to be a day to remember. Aaron?
Bob, thank you. Franken, who will be part of the team that joins us throughout the day. Paul and I will be here on the roof for the next 12 hours. We recall when we first got up here a year ago, the Twin Towers were in flames behind us, and our colleagues were all new to us that day. They are good and old friends now, and they'll be joining us throughout the day. We check in briefly to help you locate them as they will provide coverage as well. CNN's Bill Hemmer is standing at Ground Zero, a place that had no name a year ago. It was just Lower Manhattan, the Trade Center, and now it is as famous a place as there is in American life. Bill, good morning to you.
Yeah. Aaron, good morning to you as well. This has been an absolute nonstop construction site for 12 months running. To the day today, rarely has the work ever stopped down here, but today it grinds to a halt as we all pause to remember those who paid the ultimate price on this morning a year ago today. Essentially 2 ceremonies today, Aaron, one in the morning for the families of the victims, and then later today, late in the afternoon, when the president arrives here in New York City and makes his stop here at Ground Zero. Now, in the morning, we do anticipate about 300 bagpipers essentially to go down into the pit area of Ground Zero. And after that, a series of moments of silence for about an hour and 45 minutes will be interspersed. At 8:45 a.m., right about that area, when the first plane hit the first tower a year ago today, the first moment of silence will hit. After that time, we will have the governor of New York, George Pataki, read from the Gettysburg Address. The former mayor, Rudy Giuliani, then starts an extremely long list. More than 2,800 names to be read aloud, and the list is just staggering. 198 pages of names to be read. Some say it may take as long as 3 hours to get through the entire list today. In addition to that, I think one of the more poignant moments we'll see today, the family members. They anticipate upwards of about 7,000 possibly coming to participate today. They will have the opportunity to walk down this ramp 7 stories into the pit of Ground Zero, place a rose or place a personal artifact or something of their choice in the site where they lost their loved one a year ago today. It will be a very strong reminder of the loss they have faced for the past 12 months, Aaron.
Bill, thank you. Bill Hemmer, who is at Ground Zero, also working with us this morning, as you would expect, and as you would expect from the Pentagon, CNN's Wolf Blitzer. So, Wolf, good morning to you. Give us a quick preview, please.
Good morning, Aaron. There are going to be about 12,000 people who will gather here around this site, which has been rebuilt in less than a year. The crash, the fiery crash of American Airlines Flight 77, almost exactly 3.5 hours from now, it will be memorialized with this ceremony. It will be the first of 2 ceremonies here at the Pentagon. Earlier, the first ceremony with the President, the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. In the afternoon, they will have a second 2-hour ceremony that will honor the construction workers who did an unbelievable job in rebuilding this side of the Pentagon near the helipad, a building that I used to know quite well when I worked here as CNN's Pentagon correspondent before and during and after the Gulf War. It's a building that lost on the ground 125 employees, workers who were inside this building when that American Airlines plane crashed. There were 64 people on board Flight 77, 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots, as well as those 5 hijackers who commandeered the plane just taken off from Dulles Airport, not very far away from the Pentagon, and slammed into this side of the building, causing that devastation. We'll be here all day watching what's going on, recalling those historic moments. Aaron and Paula.
Well, thank you very much. I think it was the moment that we heard that the plane had hit the Pentagon that we began to feel the magnitude of what had happened, what was happening a year ago. And then we began to hear the reports of yet another plane, a 4th plane that was missing somewhere over Pennsylvania. It ended up in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, one of those places that became an accidental piece of history, of American history. Carol Lynn is there for us this morning and will be there throughout the day. Carol, good morning to you.
Good morning, Aaron. Yes, this is the crash site behind me of Flight 93, and today there will be a somber and a dignified ceremony at 9:30 a.m. Eastern at this location to honor the deaths and the heroic actions of 40 passengers and crew members on that flight, believed to have fought off the hijackers on a day that America felt defenseless. Now, today's ceremony, again, somber and dignified, that is specifically what the family requested. Some 20,000 to 30,000 people will be attending today, but more than 500 family members will be here as well, and they took a direct part in planning this ceremony. The message from them, no politics. Therefore, you will be hearing a very personal message from Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge, who will be the keynote speaker, and a very personal message from Sandy Dahl, the wife of Captain Jason Dahl of Flight 93, who was here just a few weeks ago and was inspired by her experience, so much so that she wrote her remarks on the plane going back, as well as hearing from the sister of one of the victims as well, culminating the day at 12:30 when the President of the United States will be meeting with the families. Aaron?
Carol, thank you very much. Governor Ridge, Tom Ridge, was the governor of the state of Pennsylvania on September 11, 2001, now, of course, the director of Homeland Security. It is yet another one of those markers, I guess, of how much has changed. The day, today, it seems to me, is a day in part, of course, to remember those who perished a year ago, but it also, I think, needs to be a day where we, I use the word carefully, celebrate the incredible strength and resolve of Americans to get up, to walk uncertain steps and uncertain roads, but to move forward, as we always have moved forward as a country. As you look at the skyline, this changed skyline of New York, at this scene that is so familiar to now everyone, not just in America, but everyone around the world. We look at Manhattan, a different place, but not a weaker place a year later.
Well, there clearly is a sense of defiance here that is almost palpable. You talk to anybody who has been awakened this morning by the sound of bagpipes. You have a group of 5 squads of bagpipers leaving 5 different bureaus representing the different forces that converged on ground zero when this terrible tragedy struck, and they will tell you, in spite of the fact that we are living in this orange alert, they will go to work. They're going to try to prove to the rest of the world that life goes on here. It may not be normal, it may be painful, we may be surrounded by sadness, but at our very core, we are very strong people. It's also interesting to note when we talk about this orange alert we're dealing with right now that in one of the papers an administration official was quoted to saying they may be planning an anniversary party. So the weight of that hangs over all of us as well. Our reports from New York continue with Michael Oku, who will join us from the New York City firehouse. From a memorial wall at St. Paul's Chapel near Ground Zero, Gary Tuckman. And in Washington, Judy Woodruff. Let's first start off with Michael Oku this morning. Michael, good morning. Hey, Michael's not available yet. Let's see if Gary Tuckman can join us now. Gary, good morning.
Paula, good morning to you. Paula, good morning. When we stood here exactly a year ago, the first thing I thought of was this is just totally incomprehensible. Behind us, we saw the searchers frantically looking for victims. The smoke was billowing, the fire was burning. Now it's obviously a different scene. It's much quieter. The cleanup is done, but there's still immense sadness here. We're right across the street from the St. Paul's Chapel, built in 1766, the oldest continuously used building in New York City, a church that had almost no damage despite the fact that it was across the street from the World Trade Center. Now it has become the memorial of this tragedy. You look at the fence surrounding the chapel, you see posters, you see signs, flowers, hats, and candles. People all over the world come here to bring these symbols of mourning for the 2,801 people who died here. And already this morning, even before the sun has come up, thousands of people have been out here. Paula, back to you.
Get out of there.
So Gary, tell me a little bit more about what is expected later today. How many folks do you think are going to wind by here?
Paula, we expect a very crowded and frantic day here today. Frankly, because this is New York City, many of the people who have been out here so far this morning have been people who have been up all night. But over the last 30 minutes, people have been showing up on the sidewalk. You can see right here, this is very interesting. You see the people with the bobby hats. They're wearing bobby hats because they are bobbies. They've come here from the United Kingdom on their own time, on their own money, to pay support to the British citizens who died here during the World Trade Center disaster, and also support to the New York City police officers who also died here.
All right, thank you, Gary. We're going to coming back to you throughout the day. Right now, we're going to check in with Michael Oku, who joins us from a firehouse, perhaps a place he spent far too much time at last year, and a place of great sorrow. Michael, what's going on there now?
Well, I can tell you, Paula, that it is very quiet here at Engine 3, Ladder 12. Just moments ago, they were woken up because they were asked to escort one of the bagpipe and drum crews that had made their way from the various boroughs down to Ground Zero, and they just passed just to the left of us on 7th Avenue. And it was a very touching sight because they were followed by literally hundreds of New Yorkers. If you woke up very early this morning, you could see, because often we were stuck in traffic behind them, hundreds of New Yorkers who had clearly woken up in the middle of the night to accompany these people. Now, we know that at this particular firehouse, which lost 5 people on that day, that they have no scheduled events this morning. Essentially, they want to leave the firefighters with the opportunity to go to their various places of worship, and also perhaps to go down to Ground Zero. But you know that various people in the neighborhood can come here, as they have been all year, to pause and reflect on the great loss here. I'm going to ask you to pan over here. You can see just over here there are all sorts of flowers that have been placed here in memory of those who lost their lives, and an inscription on a stone that says, "No farewell words were spoken, no time to say goodbye. You were gone before we knew it, and only God knows why." An extraordinarily touching place to be. I can also tell you that this black bunting just above the gates of the firehouse, it's black bunting that has essentially been put on all the firehouses throughout New York City, and in many ways has come to essentially symbolize the pall that's descended across this city, will be removed at some point today. We're told that about 11 o'clock this morning they will be having a ceremony, and a flag which is at half-staff, as has been at half-staff the entire year, will be removed. A new flag will be put and hoisted. And Paula, I can tell you this much, that I've spoken to many firefighters who say since September 11th of last year, they have been looking oddly forward to September 12th, because they are hoping that when they wake up tomorrow morning, it will in fact be the next day. Paula?
Michael, thanks so much. It's so sad, Aaron, to think about how many of those firefighters weren't even supposed to be on duty that day, those that were drawn to the place because they knew help was needed. I can't even remember how many interviews I've done where people said they were off for a 48-hour shift, and they went down there to pitch in, and they lost their lives.
I was driving up 8th Avenue here in New York yesterday on the way to the hotel, and there is the statue of the fallen firefighter, the firefighter kneeling over and weeping. And people were gathered around it. People were coming, as they have in many ways throughout the last year, and placing flowers there and stopping. And I stopped and sat with them for a bit. And so many tears a year later were still being shed. It was for all those people who think New Yorkers are much too hard and much too abrasive, you needed to be here the last year.
Also, you talk to any family member who says they hear the word closure. They said, "What are you talking about? There is no closure."
There's never closure.
I wake up every minute of the day and I think about it. Let's go to Washington now, where Judy Woodruff is standing by to give us an update on all of the ceremonies that will be unfolding there today. Good morning, Judy.
Good morning, Paula. Yes, some tears are going to be shed here in Washington as well today because of what happened at the Pentagon, and because this city mourns along with the rest of the nation. It's still dark here in the nation's capital, except for the lights on many government buildings. You can see the Capitol behind me, the flags around it. Security higher, even higher today than it has been because of yesterday's heightened terror alert. This is a city even more anxious than it was at this time yesterday because of new information about possible terror attacks around the world. Vice President Dick Cheney, we won't see him today. He's going to be at an undisclosed location, as he has been so often of the last few months. He won't be with President Bush. He'll be visible at events here at the Pentagon in Pennsylvania and, of course, in New York City. But, you know, terror alert or not, this is a city that is, I think it's fair to say, 1 year after 9/11, it's a city more sober, more realistic about America's place in the world than we were a year ago today. So we are all waiting, I think, with a feeling of foreboding and, you know, some of the same feelings you're experiencing there in New York. Paula?
Tell us a little bit more, Judy, about the reality of confronting the news that the city is now surrounded by a battery of anti-aircraft missiles and the significance of that.
Well, you know, Paula, yesterday we were reporting during Inside Politics yesterday. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon Eastern. And the word came that Jamie McIntyre, our Pentagon reporter, was able to had just confirmed that they were going to be arming these missile batteries. And I said, Jamie, when was the last time this happened? And he said, I don't remember, you know, that it's ever happened. He said maybe during World War II.
Judy, thank you. Judy Woodruff.
And we received an email recently here at CNN, a mother whose young daughter remembered that morning of September 11th as the last normal morning of her life. It's almost become a cliche to talk about those last idyllic moments before the attacks, when it started. It is what we would call a slow news day. This is the first of some pieces we'll show you throughout the day that help recall the confusion and revelation of that morning. A look as it happened.
The morning of September 11th was a particularly fabulous day. There was this brilliant sunshine, and it was also the first day of school in my neighborhood, so people were happy. They were taking their kids to school.
Well, it's primary election day in some cities and states. In New York City,
it was election day in New York, actually primary day, and so we had people out getting the candidates voting.
I guess you know the procedure.
I do. No prediction other than it's going to be a great day, and I'm going to enjoy it, and I'd suggest all of you enjoy it.
That may have been the last shot.
But Air Jordan is one step closer to taking the court again. It is the talk of the nation.
On this day, Michael Jordan had let it be known that he was going to return to the NBA, and we were discussing fairly extensive coverage.
It was the most routine day. There was virtually no news that day.
Hey, this is New York City you're talking about. Do people actually walk down the streets like that woman in the black and white top?
I mean, the biggest thing we were talking about was Fashion Week and fashions for pregnant women.
My husband tells me to put more clothes on.
Another day at CNN. This was like no other day.
You probably remember exactly where you were that time of the morning. I was getting kids off at school. I had no idea until about 9:15 what had happened.
Well, none of us had much idea of what was going to happen, what kind of a day was going to unfold. As I walked up here at 9:30, I remember every step of that day coming up here, and I looked out behind me, as I have now several times this morning, and I felt this wave of nausea at what I was seeing. We've all looked at this so many times. We saw this shot a minute ago. If you guys, if it's possible to show the wide shot of Washington for just a second. Washington this morning looked to me especially beautiful. It is the mood of the day, but it is also what has gone on. The monument, the Washington Monument, looking particularly strong. The Capitol behind it, the White House in front of it, just out of your range of view, your Capitol has changed, but it is no less beautiful than it was a year ago, and perhaps in some ways even more so. We almost initially, when we started to figure out what happened a year ago, we began to realize that it would not be long before Americans went to war. And the war would take place in a country few of us knew much about, certainly Afghanistan, but it was the place where Al-Qaeda had found its home, where the Taliban had opened its arms to this band of terrorists and murderers. It is a place where American men and women were then sent to fight. Christiane Amanpour is in Bagram this morning. It is morning, well, probably later in the day than morning. Christiane, it is very nice to see you this morning. Good morning to you.
Aaron, this was the heart of darkness under the Taliban that spawned those terrorist attacks on the United States. Now, because of the United States, 1 year later, Afghanistan is free, but the war here continues. There are more than 7,000 U.S. military men and women here who continue the fight against the remnants of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Here, in about a few hours from now, there will be a memorial service at the flagpole just behind me. The general in command of the forces here will make a small address. There will be a message from President Bush read out. There will be taps played. The flag will be raised to the top of the flagpole and then brought down. Earlier in Kabul at the U.S. Embassy, a small piece of the World Trade Center building that was buried here at the embassy several months ago. Today, a plaque to it was unveiled, and the inscription thereon said, "Here lie the remains of the World Trade Center and those who perished. We serve the cause that they cannot." That in Kabul today. Here we've been talking to military men and women whose morale is extremely high. They continue the fight against Al-Qaeda. An operation called Champion Strike has just wound down, and officials here confirmed to us that what they call a senior Al-Qaeda financier has been captured. We talked to men and women here today who say that they believe that this is the right cause and the just mission. A senior officer told me today that of all the missions the United States has conducted over the last 20 years, perhaps this one, if it's done successfully, will bear the most fruit for the United States and the rest of the world. A real sense of mission, a sense of purpose, a sense of history here, as people know that there's a lot of work to be done to make sure that Afghanistan never again becomes a breeding ground for the kind of fanaticism that showed itself last year in America. Aaron?
Well, and the reality, Christiane, isn't it, that Afghanistan, while a very different place today, is still far from an orderly place. There is a central government in place, but that central government, the government of President Karzai, has limited power, particularly in the countryside.
Well, what's happening is, and Karzai will be in the United States today to take part in American memorial services, there is a central government. It is quite heavily supported, certainly in the Kabul area and in the north of Afghanistan, but there are pockets of resistance to his rule. There are warlords who are regaining power, and for instance, just east of here, a warlord by the name of Padshah Khan has been erecting barricades, for instance, over the last several months. General McNeill, the commander of the U.S. forces here, has told him finally that he has to take those down because it not only interferes with American military operations but also threatens the transitional government. So there's a real sense that more security needs to be applied to this country, more peacekeepers need to be brought here, and certainly people are saying that unless finally the money promised for reconstruction is delivered and the people here have a chance at a better life, then this hotbed for poverty, chaos and anarchy won't ever be solved, Aaron.
Christiane, thanks. A year ago, none of us knew the name, I dare say, Bagram, and we remember so well that first battle as the Americans tried to take control of that important air base, and they did, and the rest.
And I think it's important to remind everybody that we are on that second, or in that second highest state of alert today. Military and civilian authorities ordered by the administration to get prepared for an orange alert. And it makes you wonder just what impact that's going to have on the American public today, particularly those who haven't even wanted to get into an airplane since this time last year. As you remember, on this day a year ago, 2 United and 2 American airline planes were hijacked and taken on suicide missions. Today, despite the best efforts of government and the airlines, many Americans still, as you might imagine, have a fear of flying. Let's go to CNN's Jeff Flock, who's standing by at O'Hare Airport this morning. Doesn't look like there are many consumers there this morning, Jeff, yet I know the morning is early. Good morning.
Well, good morning to you, Paul. As you know, we spend a lot of time out at O'Hare. I can tell you that it's a little less crowded today. Perhaps you see the security checkpoint off behind me there. Not a whole lot of activity at it this morning. Of course, it is early. According to United and American, they both canceled flights today because of lack of demand. I want to take a look at the boards. United saying less than 10% of its flights have been canceled, though. Perhaps you see this one, the Newark, the 845 to Newark is one of them that have been canceled. As to people individually, well, some people don't care. They seem to think today is maybe about the safest place they could be. What do you think, sir?
I have no concerns at all. In my opinion, it's always been safe to fly.
Business traveler, and you didn't think of changing your plan?
Not at all. It's business, strictly business today.
Someone else making a trip because they have to. You didn't choose to fly today.
No, it's a family emergency, so.
Why would you not have flown if you didn't have to?
Well, I had to go to work, so I would rather be at work, but.
Although you pointed out to me, you work where?
I work in the Sears Tower, so I figured I'm just as safe in the air as I am in the Sears Tower.
What will you think when you get aboard an aircraft today?
I'll be feeling all right. I think everything's pretty safe right now.
Okay, well, 2 votes of confidence. Appreciate it, folks. We'll let you go off. I think both of you headed off to Boston. Paula, we are told, thank you very much, we are told by United that its pilots will be making an announcement on each of its flights today, making some reference to this day and the marking of this day. There will also be a moment of silence here at the airport, here at O'Hare, at what is local time 7:46 to mark this day here at O'Hare as well. That is the latest from the world's busiest. Paula, back to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Usually the world's busiest. Boy, nary a customer there, I guess, which isn't all that surprising. When you look at air travel and how has it fallen, 7% domestically over the last year.
It's 5:30 in the morning there.
Yeah, but there are still people that get on 6 o'clock planes to make it to L.A. for very early meetings.
There was a wonderful piece of the New York Times yesterday about some business men and women who, as an act of defiance, had decided to travel today. It was a small way to make a larger statement, I guess, which is something that's gone on quite a bit in the country in lots of different ways. Over the course of this day, we'll take a look at some of the heroes of 9/11, how many heroes there were that day. If we sat here for months, we couldn't chronicle them all. In many cases, these will be people you have not heard of over the course of the last year. Our first is a firefighter, one of many who raced to the scene, and one of the fortunate who made it out alive. An extremely rare breed within the brotherhood of the New York City Fire Department for one simple reason. This firefighter is a woman, Maureen Schulman, one of New York's bravest. Here's CNN's Maria Hinojosa.
What a mistake they made when they told Maureen Schulman that she couldn't do something just because she was a girl. Come on, she grew up a tomboy with 5 brothers, the first girl on the Little League team. Her father, an uncle, and 2 brothers were all firefighters. She wanted to become one. She fought for the right, and 20 years ago was among the first women. Her fellow firefighters taunted her.
I have a little bumper sticker on my lacquer, and it says Irish temper and German stubbornness. And my thing the whole 20 years is they're not going to win. They're not going to win. I'm going to win, because nobody's as stubborn and pig-headed as I am.
Stubborn, too, about not wanting to be seen as someone special, just because she's one of only 25 female firefighters in a force of over 11,000. Stubborn about not wanting to be interviewed. After September 11th, that changed.
This is very uncomfortable for me. The only reason I'm doing it is because women, pretty much as far as the media is concerned, were totally not recognized at Ground Zero as doing anything.
Last year on September 11th, Maureen raced down to the World Trade Center as part of her Harlem Ladder Company. She had never witnessed anything like this.
People started jumping. All I kept saying, my God, how horrible could it be up there that they're doing this? And the only way I could come to terms with it, at least they got to choose how they were going to die.
Just like she could have died.
There was a ring of fire on the roof. The whole top floor was on fire. And what I think happened was, from the puffing and jumping, was the pancaking of the floors as they were collapsing. You're mesmerized and you can't believe what you're seeing. I think by the 3rd time someone yelled, "Run," I came out of my trance.
Just by seconds, she survived the first tower collapsing and ran to her rig with another firefighter where she thought she was safe, when suddenly...
I said to him, that's exactly what the other tower looked like before it came down. So he ran and dove under a rig across the street, and I went to the back step of the rig and got in the fetal position, hoping behind the hose bed, so the hose bed would protect me. And the 2nd tower came down. It was just, it was horrible.
Twice she'd escaped death. Twice she went back, like the hundreds of firefighters that day, men and women.
Stand up, take the face off.
1 year later, she's training new recruits to show that same kind of courage, proving yet again that women can be among the bravest.
Hopefully, if they see me here, that when they go out in the field and they see another woman, it won't be devastating for them or shocking.
Never wanting to be called a hero, but seen as one, especially by the women in her life, like one of her daughters.
I definitely think she's a hero, and she would never say that, ever. And it's just, she tries her hardest. She worked through a lot of adversity to get to where she is, and you know, she really worked hard.
And still does, in memory of all those lost, the men and women of Ground Zero that Maureen will never forget. Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
I guess what has really struck me...
Well, they are heroes all, aren't they?
They don't see themselves that way. It's striking when you talk to them.
And in fact, one of the things, talk about the law of unintended consequences, one of the things that has been bothering firefighters in the city has been that they have been too lionized in their view. They have been made too much a hero, and they don't feel that. They are, in most cases, I think, the most regular of people doing the most heroic of work. And people have been coming down for a year and making them feel special beyond description. And I think that they are weary in an odd way of having to be more than they feel they are. As you look at this stunning picture of the island of Manhattan from the harbor as the sun comes up on September 11th, 2002. What a morning.
Today, the people of Jamaica are proud to stand with the people of America. In this, the 40th year of our nation's independence, we salute your defense of freedom. And we pray for the day when people everywhere come together. One love, one heart.
Let's get together and feel alright.
On September 11th, terrorists tried to change America forever. Well, they succeeded.
To the sound that's going to become quite familiar to us all today, bagpipe and drum units representing all 5 uniformed services that were represented at Ground Zero. A year ago, these gentlemen are on the Staten Island Ferry as they head towards Ground Zero this morning.
This is a sound that those of us, particularly in New York, have heard an awful lot over the last year. At every firefighter funeral, the bagpipers would play. There was a time when there were so many funerals happening so many days that there weren't enough bagpipers to go around. But it is an instrument that has particular power in moments like this as you look across from Staten Island back towards the southern tip of lower Manhattan, the harbor. You can see the Statue of Liberty there just briefly in the background, and she too looks especially good to us today. Welcome back. Here in the United States, to all of you just joining us, and of course to our viewers around the country as well. This is CNN's special continuing coverage of September 11th, 2002, a year later.
You know, it's interesting to remember how many people were awakened by the sound of these bagpipe corps in their neighborhoods, because you have actually 5 groups of them that are coming from 5 different boroughs that will later converge at ground zero. Right now we're going to go to the Pentagon. Wolf Blitzer standing by to walk us through what can be expected there later today, particularly as we all live under the specter of a heightened state of alert. Good morning, Wolf.
Good morning, Paula. This is going to be an emotional day for millions of people around the country, indeed around the world, but especially here at the Pentagon. I'm joined now by a special guest, Stephen Push. Stephen Push, his wife, Lisa Raines, was killed aboard American Airlines Flight 77 as it crashed into the Pentagon exactly 1 year ago. First of all, Stephen, once again, our condolences to you, but briefly tell us, how are you coping today?
I'm just trying to keep busy. I'm working with families of September 11th. This is a work day for me, and I'm just trying to keep myself distracted from my grief.
You were married for 21 years.
Yes, we were.
To Lisa, and obviously that day will always be etched in your mind. You never get over that. But when you say a working day, what does that mean? Today's a working day for you?
Well, I'll be doing a series of interviews with television and newspaper and radio reporters from around the world. In fact, I'll be this afternoon I'll be doing a live interview for Abu Dhabi TV, which will be broadcast throughout the Arab world.
And what are you trying to do? What's your goal right now, a year later?
My goal is to see that other families don't have to go through what we're going through, to do whatever I can to change public policies so that we are more secure and less likely to suffer from terrorist attacks in the future.
So how do you do that as a single individual, even though you've put together a lot of the victims' families as part of this group that you're involved with?
Yeah, we have support from thousands of family members of the victims, and what we're trying to do, the most important priority right now is to get the federal government to form an independent commission to do a thorough study of everything that went wrong that led up to the September 11th attacks, so that we can correct the problems in intelligence, border control, and aviation security to try to prevent this from happening again.
And you don't think the federal government's looking back and trying to do that?
No, unfortunately, the Bush administration has been resistant to the idea of doing an independent investigation. But we do have support in Congress. We got an amendment passed in the House last month. And now we're working with the Senate, and we're hoping the Senate will pass something soon.
And the federal government's September 11th victim compensation fund, they've begun handing out checks, sometimes very, very large checks. That's obviously something that you welcome.
Yes, the checks have been as predicted in the about $1.3 million on average, although it varies widely from family to family. And even though we have some problems with the regulations that were instituted for the fund, it seems that the special master is being fair in how he's applying those regulations.
Kenneth Feinberg, the special master. Stephen Push, once again, our deepest condolences to you and to your entire family on this very, very sad, emotional day. You're moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. And we'll be here all day, Paula and Aaron, in about 3 hours or so. They'll be having the first of two ceremonies here at the Pentagon. The president will be delivering a major address, as aides say, here at the Pentagon. He'll be delivering one, of course, later this evening in New York City as well. We'll hear from the Secretary of Defense. We'll hear from the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. We'll also hear from the people who were most directly involved when American Airlines Flight 77 smashed into this wall right behind me. It has been dramatically rebuilt, the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars over the past nearly 1 year. Paula, Aaron?
And broke every deadline, I guess, in the rebuilding process. Before we let you go, Wolf, just a quick thought on how people there are responding to this new alert that was issued yesterday, Orange.
Well, these are here at the Pentagon, military personnel, civilians, as well as active duty. There'll be about 12,000 of them here. At any one time at the Pentagon, about 24,000 people work in this huge, huge building on these acres of land just outside Washington, D.C. And there are Avenger surface-to-air missile batteries that are now loaded. They're armed. They're ready to deal with all of this with a potential terror threat. So people are alert. People are nervous. This is a jittery nation on this first anniversary of 9/11. Paula?
Well, we'll see you a little bit later on. Thanks so much, Aaron.
It's just stunning when you think that there are armed missile batteries surrounding Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, in full view. It's one of the perhaps most remarkable changes in the last year. It wasn't long after the attack, perhaps weeks, when we started to understand a bit about how the terrorists pulled off the plot. The terrorist money trail, as you see the Statue of Liberty. and the Bagpipers who now coming from Staten Island across the harbor. Lower Manhattan. It is hard, isn't it, to look at that scene of Lower Manhattan, that shot that we just pulled back from, and not see or wish to see those two buildings that stood there still 365 days ago right now. They were still there. It was a peaceful morning still. The worst had not yet begun.
I was out there the other night with hundreds of 9/11 families out of the Statue of Liberty, and there was such a great sensitivity to the fact these families really would not want to look at the skyline the way it is today. They actually pulled out the boats from a different direction, and yet there were still those family members, just a few of them, who did want to look back and see that pierced skyline.
Just if we can, as you look at Manhattan now, looking back south towards where the Trade Center once was, if we can just come back for a second to the harbor shot. This is a scene that for 200 plus years, this is the first scene that immigrants coming to the United States would see. As they come past Ellis Island, as they come past the Statue of Liberty, they would see the southern tip of the island of Manhattan, and that was America to them. That is where they were coming to make their lives. Our grandparents, many of our grandparents saw the country there for the first time, and it looks, despite it all, despite all that has happened in the last year, it looks to us, even in the absence of those two giant towers, beautiful and important as a place there is anywhere in the country, that southern tip where America, for so many millions of people, where America began.
And yet that beauty of the picture belies the tremendous problems that lie ahead. This tragedy costing the city some $100 billion. There's a great deal of effort to try to get people to return to work downtown, and even as big as those challenges are, there is this spirit of defiance that we see on a daily basis here. We're going to reclaim our city. We're going to get it back. We are strong.
At some point, we all in the first days would hear this, and we'd hear this, and it was one of those things that was easy to say. And then a week later, you started to see it, in fact, happening. You started to see the workers down there taking out the debris, and slowly but surely, these huge swaths of Lower Manhattan that extend well beyond, honestly, the 16 acres of Ground Zero, all those shops in Chinatown and all of those other businesses that make up an important part of the city of New York, started to be reborn again. We don't ever, in the course of this day, want to see this simply as New York's story or as Washington's story. This is an American story and an American tragedy. And this is an American city, and perhaps one of the things the country has learned about all of us in the last year is that New Yorkers, as crazy as we sometimes can be, and that we are not unlike everyone else. We are not unlike the people in Des Moines and Dubuque and Menominee and all of those other places that are also American cities.
I was out and about yesterday around Ground Zero talking to many of folks who've come from all around the country who are not at all concerned about this heightened state of alert. They said, we're happy to be here. One actually recalled what Mayor Bloomberg had instructed all of us to do back in the summer, which was stick it to this terrace, resume your life as normal. And that's exactly what they were trying to show by coming here at this very complicated time of our city's history. As you remember, it began innocently enough, a beautiful sunny day over most of the East Coast, including both New York and the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And that's exactly where we find Judy Woodruff this morning with this personal look of how her day unfolded. Good morning again, Judy.
Good morning again, Paula. That's right. We all have a
very personal memory of where we were when we first heard about the events of 9/11. For me, it was a Tuesday that started out like any other. I was scheduled to interview 2 members of Congress on Capitol Hill later that morning. But no sooner did I turn on the car radio than I realized that interview would never take place. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers. The reporter's adrenaline in me started rushing. My cell phone rang at the very moment I started to dial. As we spoke, my researcher, Deirdre Walsh, blurted, "The second tower's been hit."
We've got an explosion inside.
Racing now through crosstown traffic to reach CNN's bureau just a few blocks from the Capitol, I listened intently to one report after another, trying to absorb the magnitude of what had happened in New York.
CNN has learned that at least one of the planes involved in this hit on the World Trade Center was an American Airlines 767, a Boeing aircraft.
By 9:30, my heart pounding, I ran down the hall of our 11th floor offices, glancing at the faces of colleagues, all determined as I was to focus on the job at hand and not give in to the temptation to ask, what the hell is going on?
Get to speed on Bush Pool Path 1. They got more tape coming, more tape coming.
At 9:40 came the report from CNN Pentagon producer Chris Plant.
There was a huge plume of smoke which continues to rise from the west side of the Pentagon.
It was at that moment I began to wonder just what else they had in store for us.
There's nothing imminent, but this is just not the place to be.
My thoughts were reinforced by reports that the White House and the Pentagon were being evacuated and of a fire on Washington's historic mall. The last turned out to be wrong, but like so much else we heard that day, we couldn't be sure.
The city is crippled with no phones.
In our Washington newsroom, the daily routine had long since been shattered. Everyone's most basic news instincts kicked in as they tried to figure out just what was going on and to sort fact from speculation.
This is from WJAC in Johnstown. They're saying it's 767.
As one reporter after another called in with word of missing passenger planes, of all aviation being shut down, of jet fighters patrolling above the Capitol, I felt personally vulnerable for the first time. What if terrorists struck the Capitol building itself, just 6 blocks or so from where we were? What would we do? In the control room, the first pictures of the Pentagon were coming in, and technicians scrambled to get correspondent Jamie McIntyre on the air.
Jamie McIntyre, are you available?
I am, I'm here.
Through it all, reporters kept reporting, audio technicians kept checking audio, and producers kept monitoring the information coming in. There was no time to react other than a few expletives as we watched live pictures from Manhattan of the first tower collapsing behind my colleague, Aaron Brown.
There has just been a huge explosion. We can see a billowing smoke rising.
I think it was then that I sucked in a big gulp of air. Sitting on the Washington set a short time later, I recall saying shortly after the second tower disappeared in a cloud, "May God rest their souls." In all of my 30 years of reporting, nothing had ever come close to this sense of uncertainty about the fate of our country and about our capital city. But here we are 1 year later. That's a live picture of the White House this morning as this city is under a heightened state of alert because of new information about security threats around the world and perhaps in the United States. President Bush preparing to make his appearances at the Pentagon, flying then to Pennsylvania and on to New York City, the Vice President at an undisclosed location. We've come a long way in this year, but in many ways we are still gripped with the kind of anxiety that began to fall over us 1 year ago. Paula, Aaron. I guess, Judy, I'm reminded by what Jeff Greenfield said about this time last year. It's the day our luck ran out. This is the new reality that we have to confront.
Judy, if you're still with us, I think you probably are. As you sat down to write the piece, this reflections piece, could you again, because I went through this the other day, could you again feel the same thing sort of rising up in you, the same shortness of breath, the same anxiety, the same, I got to get to work? all of those feelings are so close to the surface still.
Well, it was a blur, Aaron. As I mentioned, I first heard it on the radio, and we're all, as journalists, we're trained to be ready whenever something happens, but none of us had ever, I guess short of covering Vietnam, which I didn't do, or, we can't even think of anything to compare this with. World War II, we certainly weren't around for that. There was really nothing to prepare us for this. I happened to be there the day of the assassination attempt on President Reagan, and as horrific an event as that was, this was something that touched us as a nation. And as I said, I remember racing through crosstown traffic, getting up to the 11th floor, finding everybody running around. We're all forever changed by it.
I remember saying, Judy, thank you. I remember saying not long ago that the hardest sentence I've ever uttered in my life said that day that the United States of America is under attack. There is nothing in any of our lives as reporters and as citizens that prepares us to say those words. It is a very hard sentence to speak still.
I know you've often talked about how surrealistic it was for you to stand here and report what was going on behind you 50 blocks away. When you see those shots this morning, what are you replaying in your head?
I have
you want me to get out, or
never actually looked at the tape of the day until about 2 weeks ago. I saw it as part of a screening doing, and I get the same sense of revulsion that I had then. They are hard to watch, and we are going to be very careful in how we show those pictures throughout the course of the day. We need to take a short break. CNN's continuing coverage of the one-year anniversary of an attack on the United States of America continues in just a moment.
For safety.
Geef mij de genade.
Gib mir die Kraft, mich mit dem Bösen auseinanderzusetzen.
Thanks so much, Bill.
Thank you, Bill, very much. We're coming up on 7 o'clock Eastern Time. This is CNN's coverage as America remembers the tragedy of a year ago.
This is CNN's continuing coverage of 9/11. America Remembers. Here again are Paula Zahn and Aaron Brown.
A day of terror and a year of recovery. Good morning. Welcome to our continuing coverage as America Remembers September 11th.
And both parts of that, the tragedy and the remembrance is important, but so is the recovery. We ought not forget the recovery part of this day. We welcome all of you across the country, and we welcome you across the world as well as our coverage continues on CNN International this morning too. Down at Ground Zero, where the Twin Towers still stood a year ago. This clock in front of me, I tell you honestly, I watch it tick with this weirdest sense of foreboding as we come up on 8:46. Ground Zero, 16 acres where once 50,000 people would come to work. It was a symbol of America's strength and America's capitalism. We this morning get ready for two important ceremonies, one for the families of those who died in the Twin Towers, 2,800 plus deaths. And then later, the President of the United States will come to Ground Zero, as he did on the Friday after the attack, on that kind of dreary Friday morning when he had the bullhorn in his hand, you'll recall, and he said, "The people who did this will hear from us soon."
And we see this steady stream of people that Bill Hemmer just talked about as folks line up to pay their tribute to those who lost their lives here.
And we will also Well, much of what is ahead, particularly in the next couple of hours, will deal with the events in New York City. We'll be in Washington, D.C. We'll be in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, a city none of us really knew much about a year ago, but we would come to know quite well for the enormous generosity of spirit of the people of Shanksville. We'll talk, we hope, with former Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who was so strong and so certain in those days, and we will talk too this morning with the current mayor, Mike Bloomberg, who has the difficult task of putting a large part of New York City economically back together. As you look at the scene from ground zero of people gathering, we'll also go to Afghanistan. American troops will, of course, mark this day. It is possible that not since the days of World War II have American soldiers, men and women, felt so strongly, so certainly about the task ahead for them. And we honor them and their work as well this morning.
On this day of remembrance, though, Americans are being cautioned to be on high alert for more terror, citing credible threats. The U.S. government stepped up the country's alert level from yellow to orange. Let's go to National Security Correspondent David Enzer, who joins us now live from Washington to explain what all that means. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Paula. Well, there are basically three different sources of intelligence that led to the president's decision to put the nation on high alert. First and foremost, new information coming from a senior Al-Qaeda operative, we are told, who is in foreign hands, has been in those hands for a couple of months now, but has only in the last couple of days started to talk. Now, the New York Times is calling this man Omar al-Farouk. We haven't been able to confirm his name. They are saying he's a Kuwaiti. In any case, he is the head of Southeastern Asia operations for Al-Qaeda, and he is telling a story to his interrogators of plans to attack a number of American facilities in that part of the world, embassies, military installations, possibly with suicide attacks. In any case, quite specific information which has been corroborated with other sources, which has been the primary reason that the president has made this move. There's also intelligence information leading to the suspicion that there might be suicide attacks or bombing attacks in the Middle East region, some sources on that. And then there's a general sense, Paula, intelligence coming from all sorts of different sources, that low-level Al-Qaeda operatives would like to mark this day with some sort of an attack, perhaps something not very organized, perhaps nothing major, but perhaps more than one of them. That also has led to the sense that it was necessary to put the country on high alert.
It certainly begs the question, though, how reliable these reports are, and if there's any fear that these guys are saying this just to put Americans in a state of panic or paranoia.
Well, that's right. And in the case of the one senior Al-Qaeda operative who I first mentioned, who's the new source of information, officials say they're quite confident that what he has told them is correct. They've corroborated his information about attacks to American facilities in Southeast Asia with other intelligence information. They're convinced he is telling them the truth. On the Middle East matter, less sure. And on the possibility of attacks in the United States, they have no specific evidence that any such attack is contemplated. They just hear a lot of chatter, a lot of discussion about the possibility of attacks anywhere in the world that might mark this day. So abundance of caution on the part of the U.S. government going on high alert. Paula.
David, we're going to leave it there. Thanks so much. We got to go straight to the Pentagon. We've got some breaking news out of Washington right now. Bob Franken, what do you have? Good morning again.
Good morning again, Paula. This is information that has been gleaned by the Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr, who's inside the building, as a matter of fact. The work goes on. There is in the military an alert level that starts with Alpha, that's the lowest one, up to Delta. And the news is that all Central Command forces in the United States, they're based at Tampa, but more importantly in the region, which includes Afghanistan and the Middle East, all of the facilities are now on Force Protection Delta. That is the very highest alert status. That includes all Central Command units in more than 20 countries and their headquarters in Tampa, Florida. Now, the military bases in the United States, most of them have gone up from Force Protection Alpha to Force Protection Bravo. So that is a step up comparable to what's going on in the civilian sector. There are also right now around the United States 10 combat air patrol sites. That means that there are 10 locations where planes are in the air, combat planes, 24 hours a day, day, 7 days a week, always patrolling the skies. In addition to which, there are 15 locations which have what they call strip alerts, which means that the pilots could scramble and they could be in the air in just a few minutes. And of course, we've already seen the video. It's quite chilling video, actually. It shows the various portable Avenger missile sites, which are now armed and set up around Washington. We do not have the exact number. There are some operational details that, of course, the Pentagon would not want to give out, but this is the first time that armed missiles have guarded the nation's capital since the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 1960s. Of course, all of this is on the day that the remembrances are going to be held here at the Pentagon. So on the one hand, there's going to be the pause for the reflection on the tragedy that hit the United States and this building just a year ago. But on the other hand, there is the forward move, the war on terror, and the very aggressive efforts to provide security for the United States, particularly on this day. Paula?
So, Bob, help us better understand what that means when you bump it up to Force Protection Delta in the Middle East and in Afghanistan. Exactly what happens?
That means that the people are at their weapons. There is nothing like being ready, being by your phone. It means that people are ready for attack. That is not that an attack is imminent, of course, but to be prepared if something happens with an expectation that it very well might.
Chilling to think about it, Bob Franken. Thanks for the update. Just hearing that you've got anti-missiles, anti-aircraft missiles ready to go is one thing. This is another warning altogether.
And, you know, on the one hand, it's not surprising. I mean, you give the moment that we're in and all of that, you would expect that everyone would be on the highest state of alert. On the other hand, one of the things I think we all want to do here is have a sense that we're moving forward, that we're not trapped somehow by this terrible thing that happened to us, and yet everywhere we turn, we are confronted by that other reality, that this is a dangerous time and this is a dangerous world. It used to be the word chatter was about the most benign word in the English language, the kind of thing my daughter did. She chattered. Now you hear it and you wonder what it means. Wolf Blitzer is at the Pentagon, which has been rather quickly put back together when you consider the terrible hit that it took a year ago now, but almost put together, is not completely put together. There are still scars, both physical and emotional there. Wolf, it is good to see you again this morning.
Though, Aaron, people have returned to their desks. People who worked 1 year ago in this building right behind me, some of them have now gone back to their jobs. A very difficult ordeal for all of them. They will be here, their colleagues will be here, their family members, friends, relatives of those who were killed when American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon. About 2.5 hours from now, the ceremony will begin at 9:37 a.m. Eastern. There will be a moment of silence here at the Pentagon. Some 12,000 guests have been invited to attend, in addition to the President, the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. A minute later, at 9:38 a.m. Eastern, a huge American flag will be draped along the side of the wall here that had been destroyed. All of us remember vividly that picture of the flag that was draped 1 year ago, shortly after the Pentagon was attacked. The ceremony is expected to last for about 1 hour. Later in the afternoon at around 1 o'clock Eastern Time, there will be a separate 2-hour ceremony, a ceremony that will honor the construction workers who worked around the clock 7 days a week to get this building back in shape at a cost of, some estimate, $800 million. A very, very difficult ordeal, but one that people were directly involved in, say they were passionately committed to getting the job done, to prove to the terrorists that the work of the United States government, especially the U.S. military, which is headquartered here at the Pentagon, will continue. The President will deliver what his aides say will be a major address here, setting the tone for this 1-year anniversary. Tomorrow, as you know, he will be in New York at the United Nations General Assembly, a very different kind of speech. He'll be making the case potentially for a U.S. war with Iraq. We'll be following all of this as well. Aaron, back to you.
Well, thank you. I remember hearing Secretary Rumsfeld saying, and the Secretary was on the other side, the opposite side of this giant building that is the Pentagon, the opposite side from where the plane hit, and he could feel the impact of that plane when it hit. I know that many of you have been with us for the last hour and 10, 15 minutes or so. Others of you, particularly in the Midwest and in the mountain states and across the West, are just waking up. We're trying to get everybody on the same page as we go as to how this day is going to play out. So our apologies for being repetitive for those of you who are in the East, but for the rest of you, I think it's helpful here. Let's go to Carol Lynn. Carol is in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Carol, why don't you give us a quick rundown of what you expect to play out there this morning?
Good morning, Aaron. Yes, I'm going to give you a quick visual rundown. Actually, behind me, you can see where the ceremony is going to be taking place. It is early. The ceremony itself will be taking place at 9:30 in the morning, but already some of the 20 to 30,000 people who will be attending this ceremony are beginning to arrive. Also, we want to switch you to a location that overlooks the ceremony site. This is the memorial wall you're about to see that overlooks the site itself. It's a very touching site. Indeed, if we can take that picture, it's filled with mementos of people who have come here to leave something personal, a message to the families who will be coming today, and some of the families themselves leaving messages as well. Some 500 family members will be attending to hear personal messages from Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge, who was then governor of Pennsylvania when Flight 93 crashed at this site. Also personal messages from Sandy Dahl, Captain Jason Dahl's wife, who was inspired to speak at today's ceremony by her visit several weeks ago, and an especially poignant moment with the 11-year-old stepsister of one of the victims on Flight 93, who will be asking for a moment of silence. And then one of the highlights of the day at 10:06, which we expect was the impact time of Flight 93 here, there will be a special tolling of a bell on the site, which will be timed out with bells tolling at the Pentagon and at Ground Zero, marking in honor of all the victims who died. 40 tolls here for the 40 passengers and crew members who died at the site behind me. Aaron?
Carol, thank you. One of the great mysteries still of 9/11 is what exactly happened on that plane. Jerry Longman of the New York Times has written actually an extraordinary book trying to put the pieces together of how the passengers took control, how they used a food cart, we now believe, to break down the door of the cabin, to take control or at least to wrestle control from the hijackers and to save that plane from whatever it was that was to be its specific and deadly destination. They gave their lives, and they are American heroes. The news of the day seems to be a continuing tension and a continuing growing of the state of alert. Judy Woodruff is in Washington doing some reporting on that for us. So, Judy, good morning to you again.
Good morning again, Aaron. That's right. This city is waking up. It's a little after 7 o'clock in the east. Flags flying at half-staff. You can see the flag near the United States Capitol behind me. Most people who work for the federal government will be at work today. They've been given loose instructions that if they choose to stay away, that is understandable. Most of them, we expect, will be at their desks and at their posts. Security is higher today because of this orange alert status that we now find ourselves in as a result of the new intelligence that David Ensor was reporting on just a few moments ago. But you know, this is a city that has been moving in this direction. It's a city that's been moving toward greater security in the past few years. So what we have today is simply ramped up a little bit, but not something people in Washington are completely unfamiliar with. We're all bracing at the same time, though, for a day of looking back. Aaron, Paula.
Judy, thank you. Judy Woodruff in Washington, part of a team of CNN anchors and correspondents who will be spending all of this day reporting the events of this extraordinary day.
And you were talking a little bit earlier this morning, for those folks who actually were with us at 6 o'clock, about being down at, we hope so, at Ground Zero, as I was earlier this week. And it was really a very strange calm that descended over the place yesterday. And as you see tourists come by to pay allegiance to those that lost their lives, it reminds you of how little things have changed in some ways from this time last year. We're going to go back to Bill Hemmer, who's standing by down there to bring us up to date on what's happening at this hour. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, Paula. Good morning once again. 343 is the number of firefighters who paid the ultimate price a year ago today. In an instant, more than 600 children had lost their father. It was a devastating price to pay, and for the past year there's been a lot of attention and a lot of focus paid on the fire department officials who essentially climbed the stairs into that fire to try and save the lives of so many. The current commissioner, Nicholas Capetta, is our guest this morning right here down at Ground Zero. And sir, we say good morning to you on a day where we all stop to remember. The mayor was quoted yesterday as saying, "It is important to stop today and to pause and to remember. But toward the end of the day, it's also very important to look forward and see how as a country, as a people, and as a city, we get better." How does the fire department get better after such a devastating loss?
Well, we're getting better. We've hired over 1,200 new firefighters. We replaced all the lost equipment. We've developed new technologies, new strategies, new partnerships. The partnership with the police department is stronger than it's ever been before. But ultimately, my main concern is about people. It's about our firefighters, our EMS people. They've been through a terrible time. It's still a department very much in mourning. We had 2 memorial services this week. But they're coming back from it. We've lost a lot of experienced people, and we hate to see that happen. On the other hand, we've made a lot of promotions that have almost kept pace. And so we're going to be okay. We're going to be stronger than ever.
You mentioned people. Give me a personal note here. Was there a time this week, maybe it was Monday on September 9th, maybe it was Tuesday on September 10th, maybe it's today, where you stopped and thought, you know what, the scab's coming off the wound yet again?
Well, I think that, there are a lot of raw feelings surfacing again. Every day this past year, 9/11 presents itself in conversations and recollections, but now that it's actually here, it's stronger than ever. It's a very emotional time, but still it is a time, as the mayor said, to move on, to rebuild, and that's actually happening.
Yeah, do you talk in your conversations with firefighters? How are they approaching this day? Do they want to work? Do they want to stay home? Do you have a sense of that?
I think they're looking forward to September 12th.
Wow.
They want this behind them. Almost everyone I talk to wants this behind them. And that goes for the families, too, of those who were lost at the World Trade Center. I know some people in my own office who lost loved ones who simply have gotten out of town for today. So as some have said, we each are going to mark this day in our own way. I think what we're doing today, a memorial service, I'm going to be visiting firehouses this afternoon, the mayor and I, and we'll do a memorial service tonight. We'll be in church. I'm comfortable with all of that.
Let's talk about what changes within the department itself. The McKinsey report came out about a month ago, very critical on many aspects of how communication is carried out, not only with the fire department, but also how the fire department communicates with the police department. What assurance can you offer not only the people of New York City, but also the people that you employ to make sure that things are improved?
Well, those are the people that I really try to speak to directly. I give them an assurance that we're doing everything we possibly can to give them the proper tools, the best communication system, and the best training and support that we can possibly put together. We've done a lot about communications, new radios, they're all being field tested now in Staten Island. The most important thing that's going on in communications, though, because it's not about radios, it's about a communication system, is that we are exploring with the police department using their vast infrastructure, receivers, transmitters that they have based all over the city, over 300 base stations. We don't have any of that. We go point to point with a portable radio. I think that's going to make a big difference.
Commissioner, thank you for stopping by. Best of luck
Thanks
today
for
in
having
your
me.
visits throughout the day. Nicholas Capetta.
Thank
Let's get back to Paula and Aaron once again.
Thanks so much, Phil. A year ago, Rudy Giuliani was the mayor of New York, not America, but the events of September 11th thrust him into the kind of leadership role no one ever could have imagined. In the days and weeks that followed, the focus was on him and he certainly shined in the spotlight.
Well, that shot of the mayor walking down the street that first morning is one of the most unforgettable images. At this morning's Ground Zero ceremony, Mr. Giuliani will begin the reading of the names of those who died in the tragedy at the Trade Center. 196 readers will follow the former mayor, who joins us now. It's always a pleasure to talk to the former mayor of New York City, Rudolph Giuliani. Mr. Mayor, good morning to you. At the risk of asking the most ordinary of questions, your first relevant thought when you woke up this morning?
That the day is here. I'm thankful that it's here because I want to get it over with and get through this day of what is going to be enormously painful memories for me, personal memories. The people I was informed of that died that I knew, the large numbers that I started to realize that we had lost. And then it's going to be one of those really contradictory days where I have this tremendous feeling of pride in the bravery of the response of the uniformed people and the others who saved more people in a short period of time than ever before in American history. So it's both. I mean, it's going to be the saddest day, and it's going to be a day of pride and a day of, in a very solemn way, celebration about their bravery.
Mr. Mayor, along the way, you have talked about the overwhelming sense of anger you've had on every return visit to Ground Zero. In some cases, you went there 12 times a day. As you individually read the names of folks who lost their lives down there, what is going to be going through your mind?
Well, there's no question that part of the emotion today had already happened when I came down here early this morning. Just sort of passed by the periphery of it. We have to commit ourselves to ending global terrorism. This shouldn't happen. I mean, and we have to make sure that we eliminate the possibility of people killing innocent people for some insane cause, or for some cause that has to become insane once the method you use is the slaughter of innocent people. And maybe we have to learn this. We can't accommodate terrorism. When someone uses the slaughter of innocent people to advance a so-called political cause, at that point, the political cause becomes immoral and unjust. And they should be eliminated from any serious discussion, any serious debate. And I think if we stood for that, then this terrorism that really began plaguing us in the 70s, maybe we'd see a real end to it if we could get all of these countries to come together. I brought a lot of world leaders down to Ground Zero, and I would often make the point to them, and many of them would make it spontaneously on their own. This could happen to us. Well, it could happen to them. In some cases it has. And we should use this day to unite in the cause of ending global terrorism, however that has to be done.
Mr. Mayor, we should have said when we introduced you, our condolences to you on the passing of your mother the other day, which only makes this day that much more difficult. Certainly the country's view of New York has been changed by what happened a year ago. I wonder if you think the city of New York has been changed, or if it is simply that better self that has always been in New York that people have seen.
It is exactly that. It's a city that's become stronger because cities are like people, if you think about it, right? A person withstands the worst attack they could possibly imagine, maybe even worse than they could ever imagine. They wake up the next morning, they're fighting back. You become stronger when you do that. And I think it's also brought out something that's always been there that's maybe a little bit hidden by the fact that we're so crowded and we have to move so fast. Tremendously big-hearted people that represent the entire country and the entire world. I mean, we have representatives from every place in the country, every place in the world here. And there's a generosity of spirit that comes out when we're really tested. And then maybe that's hidden when times are good and everybody's taking everything for granted. So I think you're right. I think it has brought out a generosity and spirit that's there. Sometimes it's a little hidden.
We thank you for trying to bring attention to that generosity of spirit here this morning. Mr. Mayor, final question for you. The reality, though, is that New York has some challenging problems that lie ahead. The cost of these terrorist attacks coming to some $100 billion. What is your chief concern as the city tries to rebuild its downtown infrastructure?
My chief concern is the concern I've always had, that the city maintain its optimistic spirit and an understanding of the tremendous strengths that it has as the most diverse city in the world. And
And my chief concern is not about whether the city can recover. The city is already in large measure, recovered, and it's stronger than it was before. It's a place that has taken on even more legendary status, which actually can be of tremendous use to the city. My big concern is, I'm sure, the same as the concern of the president and the governors and the mayors, and that is, any further attacks. That's really the thing that we have to be concerned about. If what we have to deal with is the aftermath of this attack, there'll be a lot of mourning and a lot of personal loss, much of which I feel myself for the people that I knew that are gone. But we have the strength to get beyond this, and we are, in large measure, we've grown from this tremendously as a people. Maybe we don't even understand it yet.
Mr. Mayor, it's always good to see you. It's especially good and important to see you today.
Thank you.
Thank you for all of your work of a year ago, and God bless. Thank you, sir.
And thank you for the kind words about my mom. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. The former mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani. People, I guess, tend to forget that a year ago, before this all happened, the mayor was somewhat limping towards the end of his term. He was fighting prostate cancer. There was personal family issues that were going on. And in an instant, everything changed for the country, for the city, and very much for the mayor, who did what he always did, whether people liked it or not, and sometimes they didn't. He took charge, and he seemed to work 24 hours a day until the very moment he handed over the office of mayor of New York to Michael Bloomberg.
As I listened to the mayor this morning, I was reminded of what he did in the early hours of this tragedy, where he seemed to be the only voice of sanity that we heard.
It was that great sense of calm, wasn't it, that he had?
It was, and he was brutally honest,
yeah.
Which is also something that I guess we needed to be at that point. But our hearts do go out to the mayor. He has the very difficult task of commemorating those who lost their lives down at Ground Zero, and he, along with some other dignitaries, will be reading a list that will take several hours to get through of each individual name of people lost down there on that dreadful day.
As we take a look at Ground Zero, the shards of the sides of the pit still not yet put together. They're putting some railroad tracks in, subway tracks in. It won't be long before the subways and the trains are moving again. It'll be a lot longer before it's rebuilt.
A lot longer before anybody will arrive at a conclusion about what should be done down there. The former mayor saying it should be nothing more than a memorial. That debate will continue for many months to come. No one would want to generalize how any of you reacted after the first plane hit last year. Many New Yorkers at first hoped, perhaps against hope, this was all some terrible accident.
There are certain days that will always etch in your memory.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
The day Kennedy was shot, that was certainly the most momentous day until 9/11.
These are incredible pictures that we're watching this morning.
On September 11th, I was in the middle of literally trying to get away from it all.
I was at home. I was in my kitchen.
And for a change, I had turned off the radio, turned off the television.
The plane lined itself up.
We're listening in stunned silence.
I was driving down the West Side Highway. As you can see, the smoke billowing out of the Trade Center.
I was still getting ready for work.
I was on my way to the Pentagon. I was just pulling into the Pentagon parking lot.
It was a scene of utter destruction.
I had just walked into my apartment after having dropped my 3 kids off at school. Our luck ran out.
That is about as frightening a scene as you will ever see.
It'll be etched forever. This day changed all of us.
This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
My office faces south towards where the Trade Center used to be.
This is Sean Murtaugh, Vice President of Finance for CNN.
And started with a meeting with the head of our properties group. 2 of us stood up, probably caught the last 5-6 seconds of flight of the first plane flying straight into the to the North Tower.
Sean, you're talking about a large passenger commercial
Large
jet.
passenger commercial jet.
I thought it could have been an accident. I thought the plane was much smaller. Our shot was from a good distance off. It was when we confirmed that it was in fact a 767 that I realized what we were in for.
We are only now beginning to put together the pieces.
There's a ton of smoke coming out right now.
It is a remarkable scene.
Looks like 6, 7 floors were taken out.
I remember that moment in the newsroom when we were looking at the hole caused by the first plane. And people were saying, wow, that's weird. What was that, an accident, a small plane? And somebody said, no, 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 that's no accident.
Kind of memories all of us would like to wipe out of our minds, but unfortunately, searing images will stay with us the rest of our lives. America Remembers is going to continue in just a moment right here on CNN.
On September 11th, terrorists tried to change America forever. Well, they succeeded.
Today, the people of Jamaica are proud to stand with the people of America. In this, the 40th year of our nation's independence, we salute your defense of freedom. And we pray for the day when people everywhere come together. One love, one heart.
Let's get together and feel alright.
Coming up on 7:35 Eastern Daylight Time. Welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage of America Remembers Ground Zero in New York. In a little more than an hour, the ceremonies will begin there, and then at the Pentagon, and then in Shanksville. And then we move forward to today. 3,044 people died in the terror attacks. Each of them an individual, not one large number, but each an individual. It's hard to honor them all, but we try today by running their names and their ages and a little bit about them, their occupations, how they died along the bottom of your screen all day long on what we call the ticker and the crawl and all those other things. To give you an idea of what it means to get all these names in, it will take us 8 hours of our coverage to show you each and every one, and we shall.
And this, of course, unfolds at a time when the war on terror still blazes on. Christiane Amanpour joins us from a U.S. air base in Bagram, Afghanistan, where some other commemorations will be held in honor of Americans who have lost their lives over there during the course of this war. Christiane, good morning.
Good morning, Paula. Of course, Afghanistan, as it's now been coined, was Terror University for those who struck America a year ago. Afghanistan 1 year later is now free. United States-led forces chased the Taliban and are still pursuing remnants of Al-Qaeda and Taliban who are in pockets around this country. There are more than 7,000 U.S. military personnel here, and in about an hour from now, there will be a commemoration service here. General Dan McNeill, the commander of U.S. forces, will address them, and he joins me here right now. So thank you for joining us. I don't want to steal your thunder, but what is your message today to your men and women on this day?
Well, we certainly will remember the solemnity of the occasion, and we appreciate the fact that many ceremonials will go on not only in the United States but around the world, and we will keep that in mind. We'll also be mindful of the families and the friends who suffered the losses, not only on the 11th of September, but those who suffered losses since the 11th of September. We will continue to have the utmost respect for those few who did so much for so many in the days, weeks, months following the 11th of September. But first and foremost, we'll keep our mind on job one for us, and that is to close with and destroy, kill or capture what remains of the terrorist organizations here or those that support terrorist organizations.
And that continues. The war isn't over. The objectives have not been fulfilled. Your people are currently in Operation Champion Strike, as you've called it. What has been achieved under that operation?
Well, what you say is true, and I do not dispute it, but I'm one of those types that looks at my glass as half full, and the truth is we're winning. It's not one, but we're winning. As long as we have the support of people around the world who seek freedom, who seek justice, and who want to live in peace, we'll win this thing. It'll take some time, but we will win it. What has been accomplished is extraordinary. If I just focus myself or just confine my comments to the theater for which I'm responsible, can you imagine that we would have in an interview with people on the street in February found 1 out of 10 who would give us any chance of being where we are today? A process that the Afghans ran themselves called the Loya Jirga. You could argue it's a plebiscite, certainly representative, but plebiscite nonetheless, from which they have installed a government of their choice. It may not be the strongest government anywhere in the world today, but it is functioning. Al-Qaeda, while still a menace, is greatly reduced from what it was before. Many of their leaders are captured. Many more are killed. The ones that are left are on the run today. We're going to make sure they stay on the run in Afghanistan. And the people, or at least the anecdotal evidence we get out in the hinterlands of Afghanistan, people by and large see that they have a future. They see that they're getting great help from the coalition on marching down the road to their ultimate destiny. So I think a lot's been accomplished.
General, a lot has been accomplished. Tell us your assessment of the situation with Al-Qaeda right now. We're hearing that they have, in small groups, started to infiltrate back from the Pakistani tribal areas. We've seen ourselves some disturbance in this country. Your own forces continue to come up against them. Give me an honest assessment of how much of a threat they are right now, and are they regrouping here?
We predicted in June that what we would see in the fall months, on the basis of history, on the basis of the information we had, that we would see them. We'd see them in smaller groups, perhaps more frequently. We would not likely see a massing as we saw back earlier this year in the operation called Anaconda. Still dangerous, perhaps trying to recruit and increase their numbers. So we're taking the steps, we're doing the actions to stay just a little bit in front of all that, and we'll continue to do so.
Now, you just talked about the transitional government, the legitimate government of Afghanistan for this transitional period. As you know, there are challenges to the authority of that government not far from Kabul. A warlord, Padshah Khan Zadran, has got checkpoints up. Why haven't you ordered him to take them down?
That's the job of the Afghan government to tell him to do that. Now, I do concede that I did meet for the first time with Padshah Khan Zadran recently, and I did take him a message as the coalition commander that we had problems with his checkpoints, we had problems with some of his crew-served weapons, and that he must take them down. He must not use his crew-served weapons to train on our aircraft or soldiers, or else we would take the actions we needed to take to ensure that we have freedom of maneuver in this country to do our job.
Now, you say it's not your job, and I understand it's the job of other people, but nonetheless it also hinders your job, your military operations, these threats to your presence and to the central government. And the United States policy here depends to a large extent on the survival of this U.S., pro-U.S. government here. Do you think there needs to be more international security around this country to try to pacify the remnants of challenges here?
I don't know if pacify is the term I would use, but you're perhaps asking about the debate that seems to rage in the media today on an extension, or an expansion, I should say, of the International Security and Assistance Force. I simply repeat what has been said by the leaders of the U.S. government, and I think other leaders of the members of the coalition, that we're not opposed to such an expansion. We simply ask 3 questions. Who's going to lead it? Who's going to provide the soldiers? And who's going to write the checks? I will also point out that if we made a decision today to expand ISAF, in my view, it would take some time before you saw the results of such an action. In other words, it will not produce instant gratification. Over time, yes, I believe it could produce some useful things, but it will not be, if we decide today, it will not occur tomorrow. It will take time.
But as you say, over time it will be successful. And one last question, what is the risk to this entire operation, this entire investment that the United States and other forces have made of not bringing more security to this country?
Well, I think that what's here now in terms of the coalition is doing a fairly good job. I think that you'd have to argue that some of the regional leaders who are acting more responsibly today than they did 4 months ago, with the remnants of the forces they've had, are providing a certain degree of security well away from Kabul. As I see it, the biggest risk is not one that has a military basis, but it is the international community failing to follow through on the generous donations of $4.5 billion U.S. and seeing these turned into projects that the common Afghan man, as Mr. Karzai calls them, can see some results of the efforts here.
General McNeill, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Back to you in New York.
Thanks so much, Christiane, and we're going to set our focus now on what's going on at Ground Zero and what's going to unfold there a little bit later on today.
Thank you. A year ago today was a primary day, primary election day here in New York. And on that day, Mike Bloomberg, who was running as a Republican, wasn't given much of a chance in this overwhelmingly Democratic city. As you look at, well, you know what you're looking at. You know you're looking at Ground Zero. We needn't tell you that anymore. That election was canceled. The events unfolded as they unfolded, and Michael Bloomberg became the mayor of New York. As you see, the president from Washington, the president's first stop today, without getting into all the detail of his day, will be the Pentagon and the speech there, and he will, through the course of the day, travel to all of those other places that we note today. He's off to church now with the First Lady. He will go to the Pentagon later for a major speech. He will come here to New York. He will go to Shanksville as well. And tomorrow morning, he'll address the General Assembly of the United Nations, where we expect tough talk and straight talk about the situation in Iraq. President Bush's day. As we said, Mayor Bloomberg, Michael Bloomberg, became mayor in an odd sort of way that the election took place, and the mayor joins us now. Mayor, it's nice to see you. We'll get to the difficult questions of money and the situation. Just tell me what your first relevant thought was this morning when you got out of bed.
Well, I thought about the 4 people that I knew personally that died. In the end, I think grieving is something that's internal, and you want to personalize things. There's nothing I can do to bring those 4 back, but I do remember all 4 of them, and my thoughts are with their families today, and maybe a little bit with my own family. You sort of hug your kids one extra time when something like this comes into your mind.
The city is confronting a number of serious and complicated economic issues that have arisen out of September 11th a year ago. Tell me where the city's finances are. Can the city, without significantly more help than was first imagined, can the city get through this without more federal money?
Well, we would obviously like as much help as we can get from the federal government and from the state government. But in the end, the federal government and the state government here have both been very generous so far. I think we have to make sure that we spend their monies wisely and give them a good accounting and say thank you if we're ever going to get any more. To some extent, though, we're going to be dependent on our own devices. We're going to have to find ways to do more with less. We're going to have to find ways to enhance our revenues. It's a balancing act, but New York is still the world's greatest city as far as I'm concerned. There's a reason why people come here, live here, raise their families here, and those things have not gone away. If anything, maybe they're strengthened by the terrible tragedy of a year ago.
When we talk about the economic issues that face the city, what is it specifically we're talking about? Where is the help needed? Where does the money need to be spent? What needs to be done?
Well, we have to provide the world's best schools. We certainly don't have them, but that's our objective. We have to make the streets totally safe. We are the safest large city in America, but any crime rate is too high. We have a lot of great housing, but we certainly don't have enough. We have lots of jobs, but not enough for everybody that wants to have a good-paying, satisfying job. So we have to focus on those things, and that means getting tax revenues in and providing services where the public feels that they're getting what they want, and we're doing it as efficiently as we can. At the moment, we're facing a $5 billion budget gap for next year, but we had a $5 billion budget gap for this year, and we, I think, have worked our ways through it. and planning for the future. We're taking the appropriate steps now to face those fiscal issues. Today's a day, however, for remembrance of the 2,800 souls we lost, and a chance to explain to the world why those lives were taken, what it was about our society and our freedoms that some other people found so threatening they had to do this dastardly act. And we've got to make sure that we tell the terrorists, look at us, you have not won, you will not win by terrorism. We will come out of this stronger than ever before.
Mayor Bloomberg, it is always good to talk with you. Mayor Mike Bloomberg, the mayor of New York. Behind him, ground zero, and one of the issues the mayor will face is what will go on those 16 acres. It is not the easiest of issues. It is a complicated question. As you see, some of these are police officers, EMT workers. We see a soldier or two making their way down to ground zero for the ceremonies there. Many carrying pictures, posters of loved ones. A year ago, when we would see those posters around the city, they were unavoidable around the city, there was this enormous sense of sorrow in each and every face that we saw on those days. We've lived with all of this for a year. We have come to accept the great loss that we suffered, and we have come to understand that through that loss, we hopefully have come to stronger and better, and we are moving ahead.
When you think back to the family members waving pictures of their loved ones, it's also important to remember that besides the sadness that you saw on their faces, there was also great hope. And despite the fact that I guess rationally people knew that no one else would be found there alive, those families never gave up hope. And we're going to meet some more of those folks today who even weeks after 9/11 were praying and hoping that someone somehow had just missed identifying their loved ones. We're going to move on to another one of our 9/11 heroes now. It's impossible to catalog all the ways people from all walks of life tried to make an unbearable situation bearable. As you know, Americans donated money, food, clothes, blood, you name it. Rescue workers gave up their time, their sweat. And our next hero's contribution came in those few minutes on September 11th itself. And what a contribution it was, offering some kind words, a calm voice for people trapped in a nightmare. The story of a 911 operator from Maria Hinojosa.
There was always something special, something soothing about Yvette Montaigne Washington's voice. She always envisioned she might one day use her voice to make a living.
I was going to be a singer. I was going to be a great wife, a wonderful mother.
She did become a wife and mother, but she ended up using her warm voice not to sing, but as a 911 operator.
Police operator 1597, where's the emergency? I read you loud and clear. Okay, any instructions regarding this alarm?
September 11th has always been a very special day for these operators. It's the one day the calendar, 911, celebrates the work they do.
I was scheduled to receive an award along with others for attendance and service.
But at 8:46 that morning last year, the celebration was suddenly interrupted.
We began to take calls, and we were told that a plane had hit the World Trade Center. And so in my head, I said to myself, they're filming a movie, and somebody failed to communicate with us to tell us what was going on.
What was going on was that the calls became more frightening. The tension was building.
Some of the calls were people who were trying to be calm, and then you had those calls where people were anxious and afraid and frightened.
Unlike other high crisis moments at the 911 headquarters, this one didn't slow down.
Now, you're getting calls for people that are telling you, I'm going to jump. I'm not going to stay here because you're not going to come for me in time. I don't want to die without trying to fight for my life. You're trying to pray with people because you don't want them to hear the fear in your voice.
20 years on the job, answering one emergency after another. But this There was nothing like this terror.
Before the building fell, you could hear screaming, a lot of screaming. You could hear glass breaking. And then you could hear like wind. And then you heard like calm. And then I think the reality hit that people weren't going to make it.
The anguished people on the other end of the line just needed love, compassion, and assurance.
They needed that common voice. They needed someone to reassure them that everything was going to be all right, even though maybe deep inside they felt that they weren't.
And all Yvette could do for 16 hours nonstop that day was to offer the only thing that she had, her voice.
That's okay. That's all right. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
Voice of compassion.
Yeah, it was a story about a voice, but did you see that face and the warmth and the love, the lovingness of that face? Goodness.
Some of those images we'll never forget. America Remembers continues in just a moment. We leave you with a picture of the Prime Minister of Great Britain and his wife Cherie as they leave a memorial service in London, as he remembers the some 67 Great Britain residents who lost their lives on September 11th, the single largest loss of British life to a terrorist attack. We'll return in a moment.
Every day, a bell rings. A city awakes. A workday begins. A market opens. And the world gets down to business, all because every day a bell rings. Let freedom ring.
We approach 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 1 year later, a year after our lives changed. The president in Washington has gone to a church service today. We saw him just a few minutes ago, perhaps 5 minutes ago, making his way into the church. It's a busy day for the president, who will be on the road in Shanksville in New York, at the Pentagon. He'll overnight here and then speak to the UN General Assembly tomorrow. In this morning's New York Times, the president has written a piece about the year and the challenges that face the country. One of our White House correspondents, who has been working the president's beat for now a while, Kelly Wallace, joins us from the White House. Kelly, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Aaron. Well, President Bush said yesterday that today was going to be a hard day for many Americans. He said it would be a day of prayer, a day of tears, and a day of national resolve. And just as you said, he is really beginning a day-long tribute to the more than 3,000 people killed last year. He and the First Lady left the White House shortly before 8 a.m., making just a block-long drive across the White House to St. John's Episcopal Church. That is where they are now, attending a service of prayer and remembrance, again, starting the day remembering all those people killed last year. The first couple will then come back here to the White House for a moment of silence at 8:46 a.m. Eastern, the exact moment when the first hijacked plane crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Then, as you said, Aaron, he heads to the Pentagon, to Pennsylvania, to New York City. He gave us a bit of a preview of what he is likely to say to the nation tonight when he speaks from New York's Ellis Island. He said he's going to talk about what was lost last year, what the country has discovered about itself over the past year, and what lies ahead. In that opinion piece, the president writes, quote, "The terrible illumination of these events has also brought new clarity to America's role in the world. In great tragedy, we have also seen great opportunities. We must have the wisdom and courage to seize these opportunities." He goes on to say America's greatest opportunity is to create a balance of world power that favors human freedom. The president talking about the importance of the United States working with its allies to seek peace around the world. Obviously, a reassuring message to some skeptical U.S. allies who worry the president could go it alone when it comes to dealing with Iraq. No message of Iraq today, Aaron. The message will be remembering the victims and rallying the nation for the war on terror. Aaron, back to you.
Kelly, thank you. I think it's interesting when the president talks about how we have all changed, how the country has all changed in many ways. I think the one thing that many of us would like to really know is how the president himself thinks he has changed, not in the kinds of soundbite answers that people like the president are really obligated to give. They can't really show their absolute selves. But you'd like to read the diaries, you'd like to read his mind to know how that one day, which changed the country and changed the presidency, also changed him.
You know, it's interesting if you're reading the accounts of his chief of staff talking about what it was like to spend time with the president September 11th, 12th, and 13th. They talk about his humor all but disappearing.
Yeah.
They say his temper, which I guess is well known to some of those who work around him, all but disappeared. And then they saw within a week this very sharp sense of defiant tone return to his vocabulary.
We were talking the other night on the program with Joe Albaugh, who's not just the director of FEMA, but also a longtime friend of the president. And I said, give me one word. Give me one word. He said, I have never seen the man with such resolve and focus as he had in those days. We understand the political nature of those answers, but we also expect that they are true.
We're going to move along now to Reagan National Airport to get a sense of how many out there of you will even head out to travel today. Patty, I'm going to check in with you now. Patty Davis joins us. We talked with a number of travelers yesterday who said they were going to fly today simply out of defiance. What are you finding there this morning?
Well, two passengers that I talked to today say that this is probably the safest day to fly, and indeed, airport security across the country is heightened, being that the alerts, the terror alert system has been increased from yellow to orange. Now, federal air marshals are out in force. They are all called up to go on the job. They're on domestic and international flights. Also, airports are in close contact with law enforcement, both state and local, and TSA personnel that will be passenger screeners on heightened alert status as well. They are looking ever more closely at passengers and at their baggage. Airports around the country, though, Paula, are pretty empty today. In fact, many airlines cut flights, and that is because fewer passengers booked this week and today. Now, overall, according to OAG Worldwide, airlines cut domestic flights today 13% compared to last Wednesday. And next week, just as a comparison, those flights bounce back again. Now, just to look at some of those particular airports, Washington, Reagan, we've seen an 18% drop in flights today over last Wednesday. Chicago O'Hare, 16% fewer scheduled flights. Newark, 32% fewer flights scheduled by airlines. Boston Logan, 25% fewer flights as opposed to last Wednesday. Now, observances for September 11th set at many airports across the country. This airport, for instance, is having chapel services. Many airports across the country taking a moment of silence at 8:46 to remember what happened last September 11th. Now, here at Washington's Reagan National Airport, airport employees are wearing red, white, and blue ribbons. I've seen lots of airport employees, airline employees hugging. There were a group of American Airlines employees, in fact, gathered, lots of hugs taking place as they were preparing to go over to the Pentagon for ceremonies. But that's pretty much what's going on here. Airports, airlines, the passengers remembering last September 11th. Paula.
Thanks so much, Patty Davis. And we are just about 45 minutes away in New York from some very poignant ceremonies getting underway at Ground Zero. We will be taking you there. We will be heading to the Pentagon today. We'll be heading to Bagram Air Base to find out how their commemorations will unfold. But right now, we're going to take a very short pause, and our coverage, America Remembers, continues right after that.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
This is CNN's continuing coverage of 9/11. America Remembers. Here again are Aaron Brown and Paula Zahn.
And good morning again. As you had a quick look at Ground Zero, we welcome our viewers across the country who are joining us as you wake up on this Wednesday morning in September. We welcome as well our viewers around the world who have joined us today on CNN International. We begin now what is going to be, I think, in all honesty, a very difficult 3 or 4 hours as we approach the moment the planes hit, as we begin the ceremonies at the Pentagon at Ground Zero. These are tough hours ahead as the nation remembers. And we remember this all on a day when we are as a country on high alert because, as they say, of all the chatter of the possibility, only that, the possibility that something will happen.
One administration official saying this morning they could be planning a one-year anniversary party. No one knows what to expect. Our military forces on an upgraded alert to a protective Delta force, they call it, meaning that our soldiers will be armed and ready if there is an attack at various bases overseas. But our focus in this hour will be on Ground Zero. 1 year ago it was at 8:46. American Airlines Flight 11 crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center at that exact time today. There will be a moment of silence, not just here in New York, also at the White House, also in London, at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, and many other places as well.
It's hard to imagine what that moment's going to feel like, isn't it? I mean, if you try and imagine what the precise one-year moment is, this is London, Prince Charles, and one son.
William? I see William. I just see Harry.
Harry.
No, I see Harry now,
Yeah.
actually.
Making their way in. There was that extraordinary moment. I don't know if you'll remember this, and I don't precisely remember how many days it was after when in London there was this gathering where they sang, was it either the national anthem or God Bless America, I forget now, but it was the most lovely sharing of a tragedy that you could imagine. In any case, Prince Charles and family making their way into what appears to be a church service this morning in London, where it is well into the afternoon on the 11th of September 2002. When you think back to the it's a good word, cascade of events of that morning. It's a little hard, I guess, to be optimistic thinking as we're being torn away. There was the thought, that first thought of the plane that hit the building, and I'll tell you what I thought, was that it's a horrible accident that's happened. That optimism, if you can call it that, dissolved very quickly as the second plane hit, as the buildings collapsed. And then, of course, the notion that New York was not the only target in this. We are not going to show these pictures often today, but we are going to show them now, and I want to warn you that they are coming. Some of the images of the planes hitting the towers are going to be in this next piece. If that is an image that's still a year later, if you have trouble dealing with it as I do, this would be a good time, honestly, to turn away. With that in mind, here in this hour is Has It Happened?
Just watching the smoke pour out of here. The papers are still falling from the sky.
When I got outside, I saw everybody was like looking up toward the sky, and I started running downtown toward the building, and everyone just looked right up, and another plane came and just barreled into the other tower. I looked up, and the first thing I thought was, my God, that plane is flying so low. In a big city with these tall buildings, what's it doing so low?
Well, it is a grotesque sight to look at.
2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
And we realized that this wasn't some mistake, some accident. It wasn't even some tragedy. It was an enormous act of evil.
This is my generation's Kennedy assassination. This is the day where you say, where were you when?
There was a huge plume of smoke which continues to rise from the west side of the Pentagon.
We have structural collapse next to the heliport.
There was a voice in the hallway full of running people yelling, "Get out, get out, get out. We've been hit."
I walked right up to the scene, and I could see all around me were pieces of the airplane. Most of them small enough to put in your pocket. Although I did see some bigger pieces, such as the big piece of fuselage and also the crumpled cockpit windshield.
It's a corridor where a lot of Army offices are located.
Wow.
And some people were...
Jamie, I need you to stop for a second.
Suddenly Aaron interrupts me and says, "Wait a minute, Jamie, something's happening here."
And then the first tower came down.
There has just been a huge explosion, a cascade of sparks and fire, and now it looks almost like a mushroom cloud explosion.
There was this huge plume of smoke that came up, and so you really couldn't see how much of the building had come down.
And I cannot see behind that smoke, obviously, as you can either, but just look at that.
I was thinking, this can't be.
The Capitol building itself was evacuated. It was a little bit chaotic.
The Senate and the House were both in session that morning, and people started pouring out. And I turned to a guard, and I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "There's a plane, and it's headed this way." And at that point, we started running.
Stay away from the Capitol, James!
And I remember thinking to myself, how far away do I have to be from the Capitol to not die?
Senior White House staffers who were evacuated, all they can tell us is that they were told that there was a credible threat on the White House as well.
It was very clear. All of a sudden, there were Secret Service guys, uniformed, ringing the building.
Women's stage, this is what you want, go!
And then you started seeing everybody come out. Then they came back saying, "Run."
And there's, you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord.
I remember saying, "Oh my God," and went silent for a bit and let people watch it. I've been a reporter most of my life. I'd never seen anything like this, certainly not in my country.
I think all of us still get chills when we see the video of that day 1 year ago today. I'm Carol Lynn reporting live today from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. There was no video of Flight 93, which crashed in the field behind me. It was the saving act of 40 passengers and the crew members of Flight 93 that may have saved hundreds, if not thousands, of lives somewhere in the nation's capital as those passengers took over and did what the nation's defense systems could not do at that very moment, and that was to overcome the hijackers that day. The ceremony here will be taking place at about 9:30 Eastern to honor those lives, but joining me, the mother of Mark Bingham, one of the heroes of Flight 93. Thanks so much for joining us, Alice Hoagland.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
You know, it's still very hard to watch those pictures, and I'm
Yes.
just wondering, when you see the replay of that day.
It's very moving. It just brings it all back, seeing it here, to see the images of Flight 175 hitting the South Tower and the North Tower in flames, the Pentagon in flames, and to sit here on the field knowing that 1 year ago exactly, Mark and the other beautiful people on Flight 93 met their deaths. Such an ugly thing to happen in such a beautiful place.
Mark, an extraordinary young man who made a life as a career as a public relations executive,
Yes.
and spent that summer running with the bulls in Pamplona and living life large. What's it like for you to be back here? I know you've been here before, silent moments with the other families.
It's very moving. It has been a beautiful experience. The people of Somerset County and Shanksville have been beautiful to us, and the local charitable organizations, Pennsylvania September 11th and Nova, Susan Hankinson deserves a lot of credit for putting together
of the memorial.
such a lovely event that she has helped us to experience. Last night at Seven Springs, a local resort, Susan put together a beautiful, beautiful program. The Johnstown Symphony Orchestra was there, and the Marine Color Guard, and they played Adagio for strings, and they showed the faces of our 40 loved ones, family members, and you could the feeling was just palpable. It was a lovely experience.
People described it as uplifting, which is great
Yes.
to hear 1 year later.
It was.
Alice, I want to read back one of my favorite quotes that you had told several months ago about the recovery process, when you doubted even for yourself that you could really move forward or how you were going to move forward. And you said, "I know I have to find contentment in my life. You can't prevent the birds of sorrow from building a nest in your head."
Well,
how are you doing that now?
Well, it's a slow go. In some ways, I hope never to find release. I hope to dedicate my life to the issues that have come up as a result of September 11th.
Yeah, you said you wanted to use your anger, to remember your anger about what happened here, to help others.
Yes, and I hope all of America does that. I hope that we don't slide into complacency. I'm very grateful for this important marker anniversary, because it's a time for us to reflect not only on the heroism of our loved ones, the sacrifice of the people who died that day, but also on the fact that terrorism is an ever-present threat.
Well, you were a flight attendant, or you were a flight attendant for United Airlines.
I am a flight attendant.
And still so when Mark crashed.
Yes.
And you have been very active on the issue of making sure that flight attendants get proper training on board. How's that going?
That's correct. Well, 5th of September, the Association of Flight Attendants marched in force on Capitol Hill lobbying for the Senate bill, the Arming Pilots and Cabin Defensive Security Training for Flight Attendants bill. And I'm happy to say that our efforts paid off. The Senate bill passed something like 87-6, and it was a beautiful day for us. We support the bill because it provides for a uniform standard for training for flight attendants. We need cabin defense security training.
We'll never forget the story of Sandy Bradshaw, one of the flight attendants on board Flight 93, who boiled water in preparation to attack the hijackers.
Yes, and Cece Lyles and the other flight attendants, Lorraine Bay and
You'll
Wanda
be
Anita
them
Green.
all today at the ceremony
Deborah
at 9:30
Welsh.
Eastern.
Yes.
Alice Hoagland, thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Just one of many stories, Paula, of so many of the survivor families who have taken their own lives now and have dedicated them to new causes. I'm Carol Lynn reporting live in Shanksville. Back to you, Paula.
Thanks so much, Carol. And for those of you just joining us, we wanted to quickly bring you up to date on some of the things that might have happened while you were asleep. For the first time since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, armed missile launchers will protect the nation's capital as their level of alert has now reached the level orange, the second highest level. The decision made yesterday by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld to arm those portable Stinger missile launchers. At the same time, we know that every federal air marshal will be working today. We know that the Coast Guard will be bolstering its patrol. And we also know here today, as the president comes to New York City, that the level of alert, which is high, has existed here in this city for many, many months. This is nothing new to those of us who live here.
But I suspect that as in your city, wherever your city happens to be, extra attention is being paid to the water systems, to transportation systems, as this threat elevation moved up a notch yesterday. Everybody, all the local police agencies in all parts of the country, seaports, immigration checkpoints at the borders, everything tightened down just one more notch. In some cases because it is simply the anniversary of something horrible and who knows, and because of all of this chatter that is going on. And that's not just true here in the United States, it is also true at American military installations overseas, and particularly true in Afghanistan.
And that's exactly where we're going right now. Christiane Amanpour is standing by in Bagram to give us a better sense of what's going to happen there as commemorations are just about ready to get underway. Christiane, good morning.
Good morning, Paula, and that's exactly right. In about 10 minutes from now, remembrance ceremony here will be held for those who were killed in that attack in New York and Washington and Pennsylvania 1 year ago today. You know, there are 7,000 or more U.S. men and women in the military who are continuing this war on terror. It is not quite over yet, although they do have Al-Qaeda and the Taliban in disarray and on the run. These have been capable of mounting small attacks. There was one in Kabul last week, and it killed and wounded scores of people. There was, of course, that assassination attempt as well on the life of the president that failed, the President Hamid Karzai. Now here they will be remembering the victims of Al-Qaeda and Taliban. Behind me, they are already gathered in formation. The general in command of all U.S. forces here will address the men and women here, and there will be a message from President Bush read out. There will be taps. There will be a moment of silence at the exact moment that the first plane went into those World Trade Center towers a year ago. And then this ceremony will be over. In Kabul earlier today, the U.S. Embassy held a small ceremony, a solemn ceremony, in which they unveiled a plaque. It was a plaque that covers a piece of the World Trade Center building that had been buried there many months ago. And on that plaque, a very simple inscription: "Here lie the remains of the World Trade Center and those who perished. We serve the cause that they cannot." So all over Afghanistan, wherever U.S. forces are and coalition forces, remembrances today, and a determination and a knowledge that at least here in Afghanistan, this war against terrorism continues with an operation underway right now called Champion Strike. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Christiane, and we're going to do the best job we can to let you know what's going on around the world. We have the challenge of taking you to ground zero, sharing some of those ceremonies with you. Right now in London, a ceremony's going on in St. Paul's Cathedral. This ceremony is about ready to get underway in Bagram, and we're going to try to dip in and out of these events to give you the best sense we can of the kind of spirit of generosity that's being shown around the world as we honor the lives of so many lost a year ago today.
This is not fact, but observation. I was looking down on 8th Avenue here in New York. It seems unusually quiet in the city, as if everyone's focus is on Ground Zero, just to the south of us here. 20 minutes or so from now, the ceremony begins, a little less. People gathering. This has become an American place. As we see the president, and I suspect this is the president and the First Lady leaving church service they were at in Washington, as the president will make his way to the Pentagon, his first formal stop on the day. And just back at Ground Zero, if you can, for a second, people gathering. This is a place, as we've said before, I guess, where something important in American history happened. And we hope that Americans from all over the country will come and stop by and pay tribute. But there's something oddly New York about today, at least in my mind, as we look down that ramp. That ramp a few months ago, they brought a casket up symbolizing the end of the recovery effort. The Bagpipers, who have had far too much work to do in the last year, far too much work to do. They made their way over from Staten Island across the harbor, and you can still see these obscene shots of where the Trade Center was torn apart and how it collapsed. And for all the work that was done and all of the tons and tons of steel that were taken away, they're still in the corners of Ground Zero, these unmistakable signs that war was declared and that there were victims.
And while you will see thousands of family members today, there will be those who cannot go here. There are family members who just find it simply too painful to go to this place, particularly as the future of this 16 acres is so fiercely debated about what should eventually stand here. A memorial, in addition to perhaps some buildings, that remains very much in the craw of those so deeply affected by what happened here on September 11th.
We are struck here by the people holding pictures as if they are saying to us, do not forget. I assure you, and I believe this, that none of us forgets, individually or collectively, the 2,800 people who died that day. Bill Hemmer has the duty of covering the comings and goings and the sorrow, and we hope the celebration too of Ground Zero today. Bill?
Yeah, Aaron, listen, it is literally impossible to sit here about 10 stories above the street level and not be moved by some of the images and the sounds we're hearing on the street level behind us. When the Bagpipers came down about 30 minutes ago, literally everyone stopped to hear those melodious sounds that really tug at the heart of so many people here in Lower Manhattan. A few images I want to point out. I want to go across Ground Zero to the east side here. There's an amazing image, Aaron and Paula, that we're picking up on now. There are at least hundreds, and I would dare say well over 1,000 construction workers with hard hats on top of their head, no doubt men who toiled for days and weeks and months cleaning up this operation down here at Ground Zero. They have gathered. If you watch the fence that runs along the east side of Ground Zero, there are upwards of 1,000 police officers who have lined in single file where they have taken up their position to watch the ceremonies. Further up the street, there are hundreds and hundreds of others who have gathered as well. Below us on the street here, what's known as the West Side Highway in Lower Manhattan, we're already seeing the family members who have come to gather, many of them carrying pictures, many of them carrying that single rose that we talked about earlier today, still others with a sunflower or two in their hands. They have come here today holding hands full of tears, and that is quite obvious as to why those emotions ring true. If you see that flag right there, Aaron, that is essentially our building where we are located. It's the Merrill Lynch building. That flag is enormous, 90 feet high, 150 feet wide. It was hung up a few days ago, and it literally towers over the scene in Lower Manhattan. And in about 20 minutes or less than that, we will start to see the families who have arrived here by the thousands make their way down that long ramp into the pit of Ground Zero. Aaron?
Bill, thank you. We see the president, going back in the White House, the staff. We go back to Ground Zero, members of the fire department, black tape across their badges, for the 343 of New York's bravest who lost their lives that day. And surely they were never more brave. They are brave always, but never more brave than they were racing into those buildings, trying desperately, making their way up the towers, these towers that were burning, desperately trying to get people out, running in when every human instinct we can imagine was to say, get out. And so we look at their pictures as their family members hold them, and we honor them and their courage, their extraordinary courage. We honor them every day, and especially so a year later.
And Bill made reference to some of the construction workers who have lined up around the perimeter area of Ground Zero, and those are the same men and some women who joined the rescuers in those early hours, who had the painstaking job of taking small shovels and picking through the debris, one handful at a time, because there was so much concern that the structure that remained overhead would collapse on them. And I think that is an image that most of us who went down to Ground Zero in those early hours will never forget, the horror of bucket by bucket of debris being collected.
Well, one of the things I hope people have not forgotten what Ground Zero looked like in those first days. We look at it now and see it differently, but in those first days, now it looks familiar and oddly sterile. 365 days ago, it looked obscene and horrible. And I hope we have not forgotten that as well.
The other thing we need to pay attention to this morning is this new state of alert that we find ourselves in. Let's turn to Wolf Blitzer, who's standing by at the Pentagon, to tell us a little bit more about the second state of high alert that was declared yesterday, as well as a new alert that was upgraded for some of our overseas military facilities. Good morning again, Wolf.
Good morning, Paula. Just about an hour from now, a little bit more from an hour from now, the ceremonies here at the Pentagon will begin, but you're absolutely right. Orange, that's a high level of alert, a terror alert announced yesterday by federal authorities here in Washington. Only red is the highest state of alert, which would mean that some sort of terror strike was imminent. The military is going forward, increasing its diligence as well. The Central Command, which is responsible for much of the Middle East, including Afghanistan, having gone to threat level Delta. Delta, the highest level alert for the military. Let's bring in an expert on this, the retired Supreme Allied Commander, the retired NATO Commander, General Wesley Clark, who's joining me here at the Pentagon. First of all, before we talk about what this ceremony will mean for the men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces, Delta, when you were the NATO Commander, the Supreme Allied Commander of U.S. forces in Europe, did you ever go up to Delta?
We never went to Delta. Delta is what you go to. It's the highest possible state of readiness before you're actually engaged in operations. So you're ready. And I think based on the information that we believe they've received, and certainly the whole state of affairs in the area, it's warranted.
So when General Tommy Franks, the commander of the Central Command, says, let's go to Delta, that potentially could mean some sort of threat was almost imminent.
It could mean that he either has specific intelligence of a specific threat, or he needs to, as a precautionary measure, bring the troops to such a level of readiness that they could respond instantly to a threat if it appears.
And as we're seeing the Bagpipers at Ground Zero begin to march in, let's pause and just listen, General, for a moment as they begin this procession. The Bagpipers moving at Ground Zero as the clock continues to tick. General Clark, when the men and women who are here, mostly military personnel, they remember what happened to this building almost exactly 1 year ago. What will they be thinking? Because you were, as a young captain, you once worked in the exact spot where American Airlines Flight 77 impacted on the Pentagon.
I think it hits people in a very personal way, Wolf. Not only the fact that they could have been there, it could have been them who are being memorialized today, but it's the respect they have for those who died, their families, the sense of brotherhood that they feel, their determination to show resolve and finish this job. And I think in the hearts of every man and woman in uniform is the desire to be there on the front line in Afghanistan or wherever it may be, serving at the point of the spear. And this is the most they can do right now, and they're doing it.
As we continue to see these Bagpipers move in on Ground Zero, General Clark, the fact that in Washington, in this area right now, there is a high level of alert, and there are Stinger missiles, shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles, and Avenger anti-aircraft systems deployed the first time since the Cuban Missile Crisis. What does that say to the men and women of the military?
Well, it says that this is a very significant period. It's a threat that's possibly directed against this building, and there's a determination on the part of the United States to be prepared.
And we're looking at pictures, General, you'll identify with this, the troops at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. They're beginning their own memorial service, commemorative events as they protect U.S. forces in the region. Let's listen in briefly.
With valor and skill, together with our coalition partners, they have achieved success. Americans have also fought back against terror by choosing to overcome evil with good. By loving their neighbors as they would like to be loved, countless citizens have answered the call to help others. They have contributed to the relief efforts, improved homeland security in their communities, and volunteered their time to aid those in need. The spirit of service continues to grow as thousands have joined the newly established USA Freedom Corps, committing themselves to changing America one heart at a time through the momentum of millions of acts of decency and kindness. Those whom we lost last September 11 will forever hold a cherished place in our hearts and in the history of our nation. As we mark the first anniversary of that tragic day, we remember their sacrifice, and we commit ourselves to honoring their memory by pursuing peace and justice in the world and security at home. By a joint resolution approved December 18, 2001, the Congress has authorized and requested the President to designate September 11 of each year as Patriot Day. Now, therefore, I, George
The point
W.
of the
Bush,
spear, U.S. Troops at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, half a world away from here at the Pentagon. They're beginning to remember vividly, pointedly, what occurred only 1 year ago, and that resulted October 7th in the beginning of the U.S. airstrikes in Afghanistan. General Clark, we'll be back to you periodically. Thanks for joining us. About an hour from now, the official ceremonies, a moment of silence, will begin here at the Pentagon. We'll be, of course, back for that. In the meantime, back to Aaron and Paula in New York.
Thanks, Wolf.
Thank you very much, Wolf. If we can quickly go down to Ground Zero here. So much is happening now in so many different places. But as you see the Bagpipers walking in, we earlier explained that the ticker or the crawl this morning and throughout the day has the names of the 3,000 people, 3,000 plus people who died. I said at the time when I first explained it, it had 3,044 names on it. That was off by 19. There are 19 names we will not note today for obvious reasons, but 3,025 people. It will take 8 hours to roll through each and every individual name. We stress this to you all. These are individuals with families, and they are having a tough day today, as are we all. The White House, the President is back at the White House. He had gone to a church service a short time ago, made his way back. He'll be going to the Pentagon.
He's expected to make some kind of short appearance here. And as Aaron mentioned a little bit earlier on this morning, we will be traveling with the president as he makes his way to the Pentagon and Shanksville and comes to Ground Zero later today.
Judy Woodruff is in Washington, part of our team of correspondents and anchors covering the events. Judy?
Aaron, you just showed the picture of the White House, and as you said, the president is there preparing to head over to the Pentagon, but there will be a ceremony at the White House to remember the first plane as it hit the first building of the World Trade Center at 8:46. Yes, the loss of life was much greater in New York City than it was here in Washington, but it's very clear to me that the people of this city feel very close to the people of New York in their loss. And we watched what happened there as if it was in our own backyard, if you will. These two cities just 300 miles apart, but it was as if, you know, a piece of our hearts had been ripped out as well. So I think the emotion is every bit as deep felt here in the nation's capital as it is, you know, there in the city that you are in. This is a president for whom this tragedy has really shaped his term in office. The war on terror has truly shaped the Bush presidency. Before 9/11, in the year 2001, George Bush was a president still finding his way. He was barely above 50% in the public opinion polls. Today, a year later, his popularity or favorable rating soared at one point. 90%, it's now settled down in the mid-60s, high 60s. But the point is that people see someone who has found a voice and who has really seen a mission given to his presidency. It's been a searing year, and yet a year that has given him a purpose. So this is a man much more determined, and I heard you, Aaron, a little bit later say when you were talking to Joe Albaugh, the president's good friend, the one word he could think of was resolve in describing this president. I think that's absolutely right. And tonight when the president addresses the nation from here in Washington, and tomorrow when he addresses the United Nations, you're going to hear that resolve again as he connects what happened on September 11th last year with today's effort not only to avenge what happened by the Al-Qaeda terror group, but also to go after other countries that may pose a threat to the United States. First and foremost, Iraq. And in doing so, we know the president faces considerable resistance, not just from Democrats, but from Republicans, from America's allies. But this is what the president has set his sights on, and that is what we're going to be hearing about and thinking about even today as America takes a pause to remember September 11th.
Judy, I guess I'm reminded of what the president said early on when he talked about the country's resolve. There's no sense of resolve, and he said, these acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
The Bagpipers, the bands are making their way onto Ground Zero. It's coming up on 20 minutes to 9 here in New York. I always hesitate to speak for anyone but myself here, but I imagine many of you too are starting to get that feeling in the pit of your stomach that we are coming up on a moment where our lives, our personal lives, our national life, our political life, our economic life, the way we view our children, our families, our churches and synagogues, where it all changed. And it's 6 minutes away. It's hard to imagine that so much change could be wrought in such a single moment. But we all know that that's what happened. And in 6 minutes, that moment will be upon us again a year later. Ground Zero will be the place where it begins, because it is the place where it did begin at 8:46 on a sunny September morning, what we used to call in the Midwest Indian summer. An Indian summer morning. It is a moment that is remembered around the world. Desmond Tutu of South Africa.
September the 11th, 2001, that unforgettable day forever etched into the consciousness and memory of all of us when an outrage of unspeakable horror and evil happened, an outrage that was universally, roundly condemned, and rightly so, and stands condemned as evil forever. On that day, the hearts of the world reached out in deep sympathy and condolence to you all who had lost loved ones, to all who were injured in New York, here in Washington and in Pennsylvania, to you all in this nation so traumatized. As one coming from outside the United States, may I speak on behalf of the rest of the world that our hearts still go out in compassion and sympathy as you still wrestle with the consequences of those traumatic events of that day, that awful day we are today commemorating.
So many times over the last year, we have heard from those abroad their condolences and their concern for Americans. America has a particularly interesting place in the world, and sometimes our friends find us a bit difficult to deal with. But in this year and in these moments, I think the United States and the citizens, all of us, have drawn great warmth and friendship from people in places that are obvious in Great Britain and places that aren't so obvious as well. Across Africa, the world was stunned by what happened. Not just those of us here, but around the world, people were stunned.
And as these bagpipers converge on ground zero, a trek that started in some cases at 5 o'clock this morning as they came from 5 different boroughs that is, and now, of course, united at ground zero. At the beginning of this procession, they were marching just 2 by 2, and then they kept on picking up people along the route. Unfortunately, the sound they will create is a sound we've become far too accustomed to.
Watching very closely here the clock before we move away, as these ceremonies here are about to begin.
Again today, we are a nation that mourns. Again today, we take into our hearts and minds those who perished on this site 1 year ago, and also those who came to toil in the rubble to bring order out of chaos, and those who throughout these 12 months have struggled to help us make sense of our despair. Now we join with our fellow Americans in a minute of silence, led by President George W. Bush from the South Lawn of the White House in Washington. "139 years ago, President Abraham Lincoln looked out at his wounded nation as he stood on a once beautiful field that had become its saddest and largest burial ground. Then it was Gettysburg. Today it is the World Trade Center, where we gather on native soil to share our common grief." Governor George E. Pataki.
Thank you, Mayor Bloomberg. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that the nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far beyond our poor powers to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is, rather, for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
They were our neighbors, our husbands, our children, our sisters, our brothers, and our wives. They were our countrymen and our friends. They were us. Mayor Rudolph W. Giuliani.
Jr. Edelmiro Abad. Maria Rose Abad. Andrew Anthony Abadi. Vincent Abadi. Lawrence Christopher Abel. Alona Abraham. William F. Abrahamson. Richard Anthony Acedo. Jesus Acevedo Rescond. Heinrich Bernard Ackerman. Paul Aquaviva. Donald Leroy Adams. Patrick Adams. Shannon Lewis Adams. Stephen George Adams. Ignatius Odo Adanga. Christy A. Adamo. Terrence E. Adderley, Jr. Sophia Boruwad Addo. Lee Allen Adler. Daniel Thomas Afflito. Emmanuel Akwazi Afuakwa. Alak Agarwal. Mokul Kumar Agarwala. Joseph Agnello. David Scott Agnes. Brian G. Ahern. Jeremiah Joseph Ahern. Joanne Maria Alayados. Shabir Ahmed. Terrence Andre Aiken. Godwin Ajawala. Gertrude M. Alagero. Andrew Alameno. Margaret Ann Alario. Gary M. Albero. John Leslie Albert. Peter Alderman. Jacqueline Delane Aldridge. David D. Alger. Sarah Ali Escarcega. Ernest Alicacos.
Edward L. Allegretto.
Eric Allen.
Joseph Ryan Allen.
Richard Dennis Allen.
Richard Leonard Allen.
Christopher E. Allingham.
Anna Allison.
Janet M. Alonzo.
Arturo Alva Marino.
Anthony Alvarado.
Antonio Javier Alvarez.
Victoria Alvarez Burrito.
Telmo E. Alver.
Cesar Almoranto Alviar.
Tariq Amanula.
Angelo Amaranto.
James M. Amato.
Joseph Amatuccio.
Christopher Charles Amoroso.
Kazuhiro Anai.
Calixto Anaya Jr.
Joseph Anchundia.
Kermit Charles Anderson.
Yvette Constance Anderson.
John Andrea Kehoe.
Michael Rourke Andrews.
Jean Ann Andrucki.
Siunia Ang.
Joseph Angelini Jr.
Joseph Angelini Sr.
David Lawrence Angel.
Laura Angeletta.
Doreen J. Angrisani.
Peter Paul Apollo.
Sima A. Oyama.
Frank Thomas Acalino.
Faustina Apasal Jr.
David Arce.
Patrick Michael Aranios.
Louis Arena.
Michael George Arsinski.
Adam P. Arias.
Barbara Jean Arestigi.
Jack Charles Aron.
Michael Armstrong.
Richard Avery Aronoff.
Joshua Aron.
Yafet Jesse Artie.
Myra Joe Aronson.
Carl Asaro.
Patrick Asante.
Michael Edward Asher.
Michael Asiak.
Thomas J. Ashton.
Janice Marie Ashley.
Will O. Sittenberg.
Greg Arthur Atlas.
Gerard T. Atwood.
James Otafred.
Lois Frank Adversano Jr.
Ezra Aviles.
Sandy Ayala.
Arlene T. Babakitis.
Eustace P. Bacchus.
John J. Badagliaca.
Jane Ellen Bassler.
Robert J. Firewalter.
Andrew J. Bailey.
Brett T. Bailey.
Garnett Edward Bailey.
Tatiana Bakalinskaya.
Michael S. Back.
Sharon M. Balkan.
Michael Andrew Bain.
Catherine Bantis.
Gerard Baptist.
Walter Barron.
Gerard A. Barbara.
Paul Vincent Barbaro.
James William Barbella.
Ivan Kirillos F. Barbosa.
Victor Daniel Barbosa.
Christine Barbudo.
Colleen Ann Barkow.
Davo Michael Barkway.
Matthew Barnes.
Sheila Patricia Barnes.
Evan J. Barron.
Renee Barrett Arjun.
Natalie Barrios La Cruz.
Arthur Thaddeus Berry.
Diane G. Berry.
Maurice Vincent Berry.
Scott D. Bart.
Carlton W. Bartles.
Guy Bartfi.
Ina B. Basina.
Alicia Basmajian.
Kenneth William Basnicki.
Stephen Bates.
Paul James Batiglia.
Walter David Bauer Jr.
Marlene Capito Bautista.
Mark Lawrence Bavis.
Jasper Baxter.
Michelle Beal.
Paul
sad
Frederick
work is this to
Jane S. Beatty.
read all these names A 2.5-year-old baby died that day.
Carl John Benizia.
Child barely old enough to talk. An 85-year-old man. They came from 25 different countries.
Michael Ernest Beekman.
In just a moment, and you might have been able to hear the first of the bells, they will ring a bell to mark the time when the second tower was hit and when all of us knew this was no accident. This was war.
Denise Lenore Benedetto.
Maria Bangachea.
Brian Craig Bennett.
Eric L. Bennett.
Oliver Duncan Bennett.
Margaret L. Benson.
Dominic J. Berardi.
James Patrick Berger.
Stephen Howard Berger. Alvin Bergson.
Daniel Bergstein.
Graham Andrew Berkeley.
Michael J. Berkeley.
Donna M. Bernards.
David W. Bernard.
William Bernstein.
David M. Berry.
David S. Berry.
Joseph J. Berry.
William Reed Bethke.
Timothy Betterly. Carolyn Biong. Edward Frank Baye. Paul Bayer. Anil Talhiram Baneve. Bella J. Bokan. Shimi D. Vijayalaisen. Peter Alexander Billfield. William G. Bigart. Brian Belcher. Carl Vincent Binney. Gary Eugene Bird. Joshua David Birnbaum. George John Bishop. Jeffrey Donald Bittner. Albert Baliwa Blackman Jr. Christopher Joseph Blackwell. Susan Leigh Blair. Harry Blanding Jr. Janice Lee Blaney. Craig Michael Blass. Rita Blau. Richard Middleton Blood Jr. Michael Andrew Bucardi. John P. Baki. Michael Leopoldo Buccino. Susan M. Buccino. Bruce D. Bowen.
As each name
My name is Mary.
is being read, the family members are coming down the ramp and gathering in that circle. And that's what you were seeing there.
They are being given flowers and also the opportunity to place memorabilia inside that circle of honor.
I don't remember the last time I told him that I loved him. I would give anything to go back to the morning of September 11th and tell him how much I appreciate everything he's done for me. But I think he knows that now. In my eyes, he's died a hero. And how much more could you ask for? There's a quote that pretty much speaks for itself. You never lose anything. Not really. Things, people, they go away sooner or later. You can't hold them any more than you can hold the moonlight. But if they've touched you, if they're inside of you, then they're still yours. Frank, as I look back on these days, I realize how much I'll truly miss you and how much I truly love you. You were the best father I could ever ask for. I miss you, and I hope you didn't hurt too much. Love, Marianne.
Oh, Marianne, how we all wish we could go back to that day. We all wish that. A year ago in this moment, there was so much hysteria here. And in this moment, and it won't be all day, there is so much sorrow.
Andrew Bogdan.
In this moment.
Lawrence Francis Boisseau.
Vincent M. Bolin Jr.
Tori Belorchi.
Alan Bondarenko.
Andre Bonhier Jr.
Colin Arthur Bonet.
Frank Bonamo.
Yvonne Lucia Bonanno.
Genevieve Bonsignore.
Sean Booker.
Kelly Ann Booms.
Sherry Ann Bordeaux.
Christine Bordenabe.
Martin Borziski.
Richard Edward Bosco.
Claus Bolte.
Carol Marie Bouchard.
John Bolton.
Francisco Eligio Bordier.
Thomas Harold Bowden Jr.
Kimberly S. Bowers.
Veronique Nicole Bowers.
Sean Edward Bowman Jr.
Larry Bowman.
Kevin L. Bowser.
Gary R. Box.
Gennady Boyarsky.
Pamela Boyce.
Michael Boyle.
Alfred Braca.
Kevin Bracken.
David Brian Brady.
Alexander Bruginski.
Nicholas W. Brandemardi.
Daniel Raymond Brandhorst.
David Reed Gamboa Brandhurst.
Michelle Renee Bratton.
Patricia Brout.
Lydia E. Bravo.
Ronald Michael Breitweiser.
Edward A. Brennan III.
Francis Henry Brennan.
Michael E. Brennan.
Peter Brennan.
Thomas M. Brennan.
Daniel J. Brathel.
Gary Lee Bright.
Jonathan Briley.
Mark A. Brisman.
Paul Gary Bristow.
Mark Francis Broderick.
Henry Charles Broghammer.
Keith A. Broomfield.
Janice Shalewis Brown.
Lloyd Stanford Brown.
Patrick J. Brown.
Bettina Brown.
Mark Bruce.
Ronald George Bruherty.
Andrew Brune.
Vincent Brunton.
Ronald Paul Buca.
Brandon J. Buchanan.
Gregory Joseph Buck.
Dennis Buckley.
Nancy Claire Buesch.
Patrick Joseph Booz.
John Edwards Bulaga Jr.
Stephen Boonin. William Francis Burke Jr. Matthew J. Burke.
Thomas Daniel Burke.
Donald J. Burns.
Kathleen Ann Burns.
Keith James Burns.
John Patrick Burnside.
Irina Buslow.
Milton G. Bustillo.
Thomas M. Butler.
Patrick Byrne.
Timothy D. Byrne. Jesus Neptali Cabezas. Lillian Caceres. Brian Joseph Cachia. Stephen Dennis Gafiero Jr. Richard M. Cagiano. Cecile Morella Cacuicla. John Brett Cahill. Michael John Cahill. Scott Walter Cahill. Thomas Joseph Cahill. George Kane. Salvatore B. Calabro. Joseph Calendrijo. Philip B. Calgano. Edward Calderon. Kenneth Marcus Caldwell. Dominic Enrico Calia. Felix Calixte. Frank Callahan. Leanne Callahan. Luigi Calvi. Rocco Hamas. Michael F. Camarada. David Otay Campbell. Jeffrey Thomas Campbell. Jill Marie Campbell. Robert Arthur Campbell.
Patricia Campbell.
Sean Thomas Canavan.
John A. Candela.
Vincent Cangelosi.
Stephen J. Cangelosi.
Lisa Bella Canova.
Brian Canarazzo.
Michael Canty.
Louis Anthony Calvarici.
Jonathan Neff Capello.
James Christopher Capers.
Richard Michael Caproni.
Jose Manuel Cardona.
Dennis M. Carey.
Steve Carey.
Edward Carlino.
Michael Scott Carlo.
David G. Carlone.
Rosemary C. Carlson.
Mark Stephen Carney.
Joyce Ann Carpenetto.
Ivan Luis Carpio Batista.
Jeremy M. Carrington.
Michael Carroll.
Peter Carroll.
James Joseph Carson Jr.
Christopher Mikel Costigan.
Marcia Cecil Carter.
James Marceau Cartier.
Vivian Casaldic.
John Francis Casaza.
Paul R. Cascio.
Margarita Casillas.
Thomas Anthony Casoria.
William Otto Caspar.
Alejandro Castaño.
Herman Castillo Garcia.
Arcelia Castillo.
Leonard M. Castellano.
Jose Ramon Castro.
Richard G. Cattarelli.
Christopher Sean Caton.
Robert John Caulfield.
Mary Teresa Caulfield.
Judson Cavalier.
Michael Joseph Coley.
Jason David Kane.
Juan Amando Sebilio.
Jason Michael Cefalu.
Thomas Joseph Selleck.
Anna Mercedes Centennial.
Joni Sesta.
Jeffrey Mark Chernoff.
Swarna Shelasny.
William Chalkoff.
Lou.
Charles Lawrence Chan.
Mandy Chang.
Mark Lawrence Charette.
Gregorio Manuel Chavez.
Delrose E. Chatham.
Pedro Franklin Checo.
Douglas McNeill Cherry.
Stephen Patrick Cherry.
Vernon Paul Cherry.
Nestor Julio Chevalier.
Swade Chevalier.
Alexander H. Chang.
Dorothy J. Kikar Piaro.
Luis Alfonso Chinbo.
Robert Chin.
Wing Y. Ching.
Nicholas Paul Chafalo.
John Chipura.
Peter A. Carcarillo.
Catherine Charles.
Kiyun B. Cho.
Abul K. Chowdhury.
Mohammed Salahuddin Chaudhuri.
Kirsten L. Christophe.
Pamela Chu.
Stephen Chucknick.
Y. Chung.
Christopher Chiafardini.
Alex F. Ciccone.
Francis Ann Chilente.
Elaine Chilo.
Nestor Andre Cintron III.
Edna Cintron.
Robert Dominic Siri.
Juan Pablo Cisneros Alvarez.
Benjamin Keith Clark.
Eugene Clark.
Gregory Allen Clark.
Manny Leroy Clark.
Thomas R. Clark.
Christopher Robert Clark.
Donna Marie Clark.
Michael J. Clark.
Surya Rachel Emma Clark.
Kevin Francis Cleary.
James D. Clear.
Jeffrey W. Cloud.
Susan Marie Klein.
Stephen Coakley.
Jeffrey Allen Cole.
Patricia A. Cody.
Daniel Michael Coffey.
Jason M. Coffey.
Florence G. Cohen.
Kevin Sanford Cohen.
Anthony Joseph Caladonato.
Mark Joseph Caleo.
Stephen J. Coleo.
Christopher M. Colasanti.
Kevin Nathaniel Colbert.
Michael P. Colbert.
Keith E. Coleman.
Scott Thomas Coleman.
Tarrell Coleman.
Liam Joseph Colhoun.
Robert D. Collin.
Robert J. Cole.
Gene Collin.
John Michael Collins.
Michael L. Collins.
Thomas J. Collins.
Joseph Collison.
Jeffrey Dwayne Coleman.
Patricia Malia Kolodner.
Linda M. Colon.
Saul E. Colon.
Ronald Edward Comer.
Sandra Jolene Conati Brace.
Jaime Concepcion.
Albert Condé.
Denise Connolly.
Susan P. Conlon.
Margaret Mary Connor.
Cynthia Marie Lease Connolly.
John E. Connolly Jr.
James Lee Connor.
Jonathan M. Connors.
Kevin Patrick Connors.
Kevin F. Conroy.
Jose Manuel Contreras Fernandez.
Brenda E. Conway.
Dennis Michael Cook.
Helen D. Cook.
Jeffrey W. Combs.
John A. Cooper.
Joseph John Capo, Jr.
Gerard J. Coppola.
Joseph Albert Corbett.
John J. Corcoran III.
Alejandro Cordero.
Robert Cordice.
Ruben D. Correa.
Danny A. Correa Gutierrez.
James J. Corrigan.
Carlos Cortez.
Kevin Cosgrove.
Dolores Marie Costa.
Dina Alexandra Costanza.
Charles Gregory Costello Jr.
Michael S. Costello.
Conrad K. Catoy.
Martin J. Coughlin.
John Gerard Coughlin.
Timothy J. Coughlin.
James E. Cove.
Andre Cox.
Frederick John Cox.
James Raymond Coyle.
Michelle Coyle Iula.
Anne Marie Kramer.
Christopher S. Kramer.
Denise Elizabeth Krant.
James Leslie Crawford Jr.
Robert James Crawford.
Tara Kathleen Creamer.
Joanne Mary Cregan.
Lucy Crafazzi.
John A. Krishy.
Daniel Hal Chrisman.
Dennis Cross.
Kevin Raymond Crotty.
Thomas G. Crotty.
John Crow.
Wells Ramey Crowther.
Robert L. Crookshank.
John Robert Cruz.
Grace U. Chua.
Kenneth John Cubas.
Francisco Cruz Cubero.
Thelma Cuccinello.
Richard J. Cudina.
Neil James Cudmore.
Thomas Patrick Cullen III.
Joyce Cummings.
Brian Thomas Cummins.
Michael Cunningham.
Robert Curatola.
Lawrence Damian Couturier.
Paul Dario Curioli.
Patrick Curavan.
Andrew Peter Charles Curry Green.
Beverly Curry.
Michael S. Curtin.
Gavin Cushney.
John Delaria.
Vincent Gerard Damadeo.
Jack D'Ambrosi.
Mary D. Antonio.
Edward A. Diatri.
Michael D. Dioria.
Michael Jude Despacito.
Manuel John Damota.
Caleb Aaron Black.
Carlos S. Da Costa.
Joao Alberto da Fonseca.
Brian Paul Dale.
Thomas A. Damaskinos.
Janine Marie DiMano Jones.
Patrick W. Danahy.
Nana Danso.
Vincent Dons.
Dwight Donald Darcy.
Elizabeth Ann Darling.
Annette Andrea Dataram.
Lawrence Davidson.
Michael Allen Davidson.
Scott Matthew Davidson.
Titus Davidson.
New-Yorka Davila.
Clinton Davis.
Wayne Terriel Davis.
Anthony Richard Dawson.
Calvin Dawson.
Edward James Day.
Dorothy Alma Diarejo.
J. Sorrell M. de Chavez.
Jennifer De Jesus.
Monica E. de Jesus.
Neridia De Jesus.
Emerita de la Peña.
Azucente Maria de la Torre.
Jose Nicolas de Peña.
David Paul de Rubio.
Jamal Lagaze de Santis.
Christian Louis de Simone.
Melanie Louise de Vere.
William Thomas Dean.
Robert J. DeAngelis Jr.
Thomas Patrick DeAngelis.
Tara E. DeBeck.
Anna Maria DeBin.
James V. de Blasi.
Paul DeCola.
Simon Marash de Dufkash.
Jason DeFazio.
David A. DeFeo.
Manuel Davaya Jr.
Donald Arthur de la Peña.
Vito Joseph DeLeon.
Danielle Ann DeLee.
God bless them all.
Joseph A. de la Pietra.
Andrea Della Bella.
Palmena Delegante.
Colleen Ann DeLaury.
Francis Albert de Martine.
Anthony Demas.
Martin N. Di Mayo.
Francis Deming.
Carol K. Dimetz.
Kevin Dennis.
Thomas F. Dines.
Jean De Palma.
Robert John Durrani.
Michael DeRienzo.
Edward Desimoni III.
Andrew Desperito.
Sandy N. Dewell.
Jerry DeVito.
Robert P.
You can't
Yvette
help
Jr.
but feel the
Dennis
profound sense of loss here.
Gerald
We're just a little
Devat.
over into the 35 minutes of reading of the names of those who lost their lives here, and we're just to the letter D.
We're on the D's. It would take a stronger heart than I have, I'll tell you that, to not feel it breaking a little bit.
Nancy Diaz.
This will go on until all 2,800 names are read, till all 2,800 families can come down that ramp to that circle, to a place that is justifiably called the Circle of Honor. As it is going on, so too now begins the commemoration in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon. These are happening concurrently And we will hopefully gently and gracefully, perhaps even elegantly, move from one to the other. There's a moment coming up towards the top of the hour. We'll come back to New York for that, as we note the moment the tower first collapsed. But at the Pentagon, as you can see, the ceremony there is beginning as well. Wolf Blitzer is at the Pentagon. Wolf, give us a sense of who is there and who is coming.
Well, about 13,000 people have been invited to attend this very moving ceremony. It's about to begin. The U.S. Army Band has been playing for about a half an hour or so. The President of the United States will be here delivering what the White House says will be an important address to the nation, indeed to the world. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers, as well as the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, both of them will be speaking as well. In addition, you might see some children up on the stage, about 100 children. They are representing Washington, D.C. area schools. Schools that were once the schools of some of the children aboard American Airlines Flight 77. That plane, of course, exactly 1 year ago, crashed here at the Pentagon, and that, of course, resulted in the death of 189 people killed, 125 of them on the ground, people who were working inside the Pentagon, 64 aboard Flight 77. That was 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots, in addition, of course, the 5 hijackers who commandeered that plane. The U.S. Senate is here, members of the House of Representatives. Earlier, we saw the Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle chatting with the Senate Republican Leader, the Minority Leader Trent Lott, Condoleezza Rice. We saw her walking in, top officials from the Pentagon and elsewhere here in Washington. There will be an invocation, music selection. Moment of silence will occur exactly at 9:37 a.m. Moment of silence when American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon. At 9:38, a minute later, a huge American flag, 20 feet by 38 feet, will be unfurled and will go over the wall here at the Pentagon, the outside wall that had been destroyed, remarkably rebuilt over these past 12 months. People are now back at their desks where they had worked before the September 11th attacks. First speaker will be the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, then the Defense Secretary, and then the President of the United States. In addition, they'll be doing the Pledge of Allegiance and other matters.
Washington, in many ways, has become what it was prior to. There is plenty of partisanship in Washington, but on this day, as we join again the reading of the names in New York, it is much more a united city, and perhaps that will extend past the day, but it certainly exists today.
And I know we don't know exactly what the president is going to say when he makes his remarks, but he may have given us some idea in the editorial he wrote that appeared in the New York Times this morning, when he said the September 11th attacks moved Americans to grief and horror and moved our nation to war. They revealed the cruelty of our enemies, clarified grave threats to our country, and demonstrated the character and decency of our people.
The President and the First Lady now have arrived outside the Pentagon. We saw the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Myers, Secretary Rumsfeld to the left of your screen. How familiar a face has he become in the last year?
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for our invocation, delivered by Major General Gun Boots.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we ask you to bless us as we gather today in this sacred place. While the reality of our pain and loss has become all too apparent, we ask you now to bless the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice a year ago. Bless those who suffered injury and are still recovering. Bless all of those who aided in the rescue and recovery. Bless all the affected families and friends who struggle with the loss and pain. Our tribute to all of them, O Lord, is our steadfast resolve. We are amazed and grateful for the immense accomplishment of reconstruction.
The rebuilding of the Pentagon is more than the restoration of stone and steel. It represents the spirit of America. Lord, it represents our nation standing together, restored and renewed by your life-giving love and hope. Today, Lord, we rise as a people to meet the challenges of a new day. Fortify our inner courage as we hold the moral high ground. Deepen our resolve to stand against evil no matter the cost. And grant us, Lord, wisdom to continue building on the foundation of equality, justice, and liberty. Now, Lord, we offer this sacred ground to you and ask your blessing upon it. We will not let those who died fade from our memories. We will not be swayed from our faithful service in the cause of freedom. With your blessing, Lord, we consecrate this building, all who serve here, all the men and women of our armed forces who serve around the world. Guide us as we press on in the cause of justice and peace for our country and for the world. God bless America. Amen.
Please be seated.
The invocation at the Pentagon. As we said, these events now are going on concurrently in New York, where it is windy.
To say the least.
It is windy. I expect you can hear that. And they read the names, each and every name.
D.
And the family members come down.
Andrew Fisher.
And the tears are shed.
Each family member having spent a great deal of time thinking about what to leave in their loved one's honor, and many of them, besides leaving flowers, have left personal mementos at Ground Zero.
As you listen to these names, or at least as I have, you get this great portrait of what, not just New York, but what the country is, from the Latin names and the Northern and Eastern European names and the Asian names. This is the country that we are. It's certainly the city that we are in, New York City. This is our country these days.
You also get a sense of just how much healing remains to be done. You talk to many of these family members down there about what it means to be at Ground Zero today, and they will tell you there's no such thing as closure. They live with the enduring memory of their loved ones on a minute-by-minute basis. Very difficult for them to erase the pain of what they've endured over the last year.
Well, a year is an important human and psychological marker. We've gone through the season of our grief, but that's very different from ending our grief. And no one who lost a father or a husband sees that empty seat at the table forgets. This is Trinity Church here in New York. Across the city today, there are many services, large and small, to mark the moment and the day. Trinity Church here in New York. At the Trade Center, the reading of the names goes on. At the Pentagon, the ceremony is just getting underway.
We also should remind you of the ceremonies that have been held in London today, and in Afghanistan, and many other places around the world.
And I hope and I suspect that in many homes and in offices this morning, all around the country, people have stopped. They've looked at each other a little bit differently. They've watched this with a greater sense of understanding and purpose. This is an American experience, not a New York or a Washington experience. Tom Ridge, the Homeland Security Director, in Shanksville. He was governor of the state of Pennsylvania a year ago. He was once talked about as a possible vice presidential candidate. He is now the president's advisor. I guess technically it's the term for Homeland Security, a job that didn't exist and perhaps many thought was not necessary a year ago. We know better.
We return to the Pentagon now, where a moment of silence is about to be marked, marking the exact time the Pentagon was struck a year ago.
President Bush, escorted by Secretary Rumsfeld, will move to the side stage for the unfurling of the American flag and our national anthem. Please stand.
And the home.
recess for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by children representing the following schools: Bertie Backus Middle School, Ketchum Elementary School, Leckie Elementary School, University Park Elementary School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dr. Kissinger, some of the children leading the pledge there know this tragedy too well. They lost classmates and the parents of classmates in the events of the 11th. The ceremony at the Pentagon, the reading of the names goes on in New York as well. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, has already made his way to New York. The president will be here in New York later today, but John has an idea of what the president's going to say in a few minutes at the Pentagon. John?
Aaron, good morning to you from here at Ground Zero. The president's remarks, we were told, will run about 12 to 15 minutes, that the White House views this and the president personally views this as a moment to look back and reflect on the lives lost, the families whose lives were changed forever. The president will use the symbol of that building behind him, now repaired a year later, to say the nation has come a long way in its healing, but has a long way more to go. Do not look for the president, beyond a tribute to the troops involved in the ongoing war against terrorism, do not look for the president to be looking forward today or discussing the ongoing campaign. That will come tomorrow in a speech to the United Nations. This, we are told, a chance for the president to reflect on his own thoughts on the pain the country suffered and to reflect his resolve, without being specific, to carry the fight against terrorism forward. We will hear from the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld at this ceremony as well. And then, as you noted, the president goes on to Shanksville, Pennsylvania. He has never been to the crash site of Flight 93. No remarks from the president there. And a brief address, we are told, to look for about 8 to 10 minutes from the president tonight when he addresses the nation from here in New York.
And John, how will the speech tonight differ from the speech this morning?
Not much different, we are told. The president very much wants to make this about the families and the pain they suffered a year ago, the lives lost. He will, in the speech tonight, talk a little bit more about his forward-looking resolve to continue the fight against terrorism. Look, though, for much more on that front from the president tomorrow at the United Nations, when he will discuss not only the ongoing war in Afghanistan and the fight against Al-Qaeda, but his position that the world should be considering expanding this to a potential second front in Iraq. That will come tomorrow. The White House says this is not the moment for policy speeches. This is not the moment for the president to be lobbying any other world leaders. This is a chance to look back and reflect. There's one quick for you. The president, remember, it took him 10 hours to get back to Washington last September 11th. And aides recall on Marine One, on the flight in from Andrews Air Force Base, approaching the 7 o'clock hour in the evening at that point, the president looking out the window and getting his first-hand look at the devastation, the smoke still rising from the Pentagon. The president motioned to the handful of aides on the helicopter, told them to look down. He said, ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the face of war in the 21st century. So at the Pentagon today, a powerful reminder of the president's very hectic day 1 year ago today.
And John, the president delivers these addresses under the specter of this increased state of alert we find ourselves in. And I know the Defense Secretary yesterday said there was very little consideration given to canceling today's events. Walk us through what the administration was up against as they decided to go ahead with all of this today.
Paula, the president was very determined, we are told, that these events should go forward, that the nation should take this moment to pause and reflect. He was also determined, though, when he received a briefing the other night from the CIA Director George Tenet, the president called that the tipping point, if you will, on all the intelligence data that has come his way in recent weeks. And he decided, although all the specific information is about possible threats to U.S. installations overseas, that was the case on September 10th and the early morning hours of September 11th a year ago. Because of that information, the president did want to raise the threat threat assessment here. You have live missiles in those batteries around the Pentagon and other key installations in Washington today, so a high state of alert. But I spoke to several senior administration officials this morning who say they still are nervous, they still have their fingers crossed, but they have seen nothing in the overnight intelligence reports to make them think there is any specific threat against any of these commemoration ceremonies or any targets in the United States for that matter.
Thanks, John. You said it would be the president's intent to focus in on the families in both of not only the remarks he makes today, but what he will later say in Shanksville, later tonight in New York. And that's exactly, I think we're eventually going to take our audience back to that very painful reading of the names of those that lost their lives at Ground Zero a year ago.
This has been going on not quite an hour now, not quite an hour. And we have reached the middle of the alphabet as we work our way through 2,800 lives lost. We're on the H's.
I guess the one picture that most of you will find very moving today down at Ground Zero is the Circle of Honor, which you'll eventually see here, which is at the lowest level of the site, and family members are actually given access to a ramp. They walk down. And they're handed a flower, and they're given the opportunity to leave a flower in their loved one's honor, as well as personal mementos. And it's stunning to me is here we are a year later, people still filling the perimeter fences with commemorations.
I was thinking the same thing. For people who've lived here, but for many of you, because you've been brought here so many times, there were those painful days when they were the missing posters that dotted the city. You could hardly go anywhere in New York and not see them. We're long past that moment, but we are not at all past the moment where there are throughout the city, at firehouses and in storefronts, pictures, memories, thoughts, poems, songs, everything imaginable to remind us, all of us, in the country, what went on, what happened. That is the circle that Paula referred to a moment ago, and oh my, how it's grown as these family members come down.
For some of the families, it's their first trip down to Ground Zero. I was talking with two families a couple days ago who said they simply didn't have the strength to venture there before today. And for some reason, they're making the trek today, and they hope they will find some comfort, some sense of strength.
There was a couple of months, 2 or 3, on a Sunday afternoon, a chilly, kind of breezy Sunday here, a memorial service at Ground Zero for the family members. And while all of the dignitaries that you would expect to show up at an event like that were there, they said none of the words you expected. There were simple readings of poems and musical interludes. It was the most wonderful and solemn event you could imagine, at least until this moment, which has been equally so. If we can just bring the sound up for a second and listen some more.
Timothy Higgins.
Higley II.
Todd Russell Hill.
Clara Victoria Hines.
Neil O. Hines.
Mark D. Hindi.
Katsuyuki Hirai.
Heather Malia Ho.
Tara Yvette Hobbs.
Thomas Anderson Hobbs.
James J. Hoban.
Robert Wayne Hobson.
Patrick A. Hoey.
Ronald George Horner.
Marcia Hoffman.
John A. Hoffer.
Frederick Joseph Hoffman.
Stephen G. Hoffman.
Judith Florence Hoffmiller.
Michelle Hoffman.
Jonathan R. Holman.
Thomas Warren Holwick Jr.
John Holland.
Cora Hidalgo Holland.
Elizabeth Holmes.
Joseph F. Holland.
Herbert Wilson.
I wanted to share with you
Homer.
now something that Christy Farrar wrote. She lost her husband, who was the head of the Port Authority, on September 11th, and she writes this morning, "We who have wept for a year need America to heal with us. We changed when deep darkness pierced that summer day, when buildings became battlefields, then tombs. We changed when our unsuspecting loved ones were anointed as dead heroes, when the bravery of hundreds in uniform and the courage of those passengers on Flight 93 that day put others first." And then she goes on to say, "Never forget. Seek justice, but turn away from the vengeance that breeds more hatred. America's good energy is in the firehouses, factories, and schools. It thrives in small shops and corporate boardrooms. Draw on the contagious vitality this nation inspires and allow that to lift your heart. It is time."
Christie's husband was in the towers that day. I believe this is right, the executive director of the Port Authority, which owns the land and until recently ran the buildings. And she's now the mayor's representative of the families. While this goes on here in New York, this painful part of the day, in Washington, at the Pentagon, the ceremony is moving ahead. Wolf Blitzer is there for us, not surprisingly. Wolf.
Thomas Edward Hines.
A hero for today by U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Steve Kramer of the U.S. Army Band, setting the stage for the Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, who will speak right now.
President Bush, Mrs. Bush, members of Congress and the Cabinet, distinguished foreign guests, family members, General Myers, and the Pentagon family, welcome. We're here today to honor those who died in this place and to rededicate ourselves to the cause for which they gave their lives, the cause of human liberty. In a sense, we meet on a battlefield. If it does not appear so today, that is because of the singular devotion of the men and women who work day and night to fulfill a solemn vow that not one stone of this building would be out of place on this anniversary. We thank you for your dedication and your accomplishment. But 1 year ago, this was a battle zone, a scene of billowing smoke, towering flames, broken rock, and twisted metal. It says much about our nation and the fierceness and resilience of the American people that were we not here now in this solemn ceremony, a visitor passing would see no hint of the terrible events that took place here but 1 year ago today. But we must not forget what happened here. Dedicated men and women came here on a clear September morning to serve their country, and then, in an instant, were taken from us. We gather today to remember them, but we're here for another purpose as well, to mark that first anniversary of a day that will be remembered by history and commemorated by successive generations, so long as we remain free people. For a battle was joined on that day, a battle still unfolding between a nation of free people and forces that seek to plunge that nation, and indeed the free world, into the darkness of tyranny and terror. We assemble today to ask what has been accomplished in the name of those who died and on behalf of those who live. 1 month after the attacks, our Commander-in-Chief came here to the Pentagon to speak to us, to console us, and to encourage us for the struggle still ahead. Of the terrorists, Mr. President, you said they dwell in dark corners. With patience, the terrorists will be pursued. They will be isolated, surrounded, until there's no place to run, to hide, or to rest. Well, to the men and women of the armed forces, this you are doing. In Afghanistan, you have rescued a country and liberated a people. You've rooted the terrorists out of the caves and the shadows. You are performing heroically. Know that the American people value what you do for our country. In this past year, some of your comrades have given their lives in the defense of freedom, and we remember each of them today. And to their families, we offer our sympathy and thank you for the love of country that you instilled in each of those extraordinary human beings. And we remember in our prayers each of the Allied soldiers who have fallen on the field of battle. From the first moments of this struggle, America knew she was not alone. Support came from every corner of the world. Mr. President, the coalition you have assembled is truly remarkable. Some 90 nations, literally half of the world, have joined in this effort, the greatest military coalition ever assembled in human history. Many coalition partners are here today, and we say to you, thank you for standing with us. And please extend our gratitude to your fellow citizens. Tell them how much we value their friendship and their steadfastness. In the past year, we've been awakened to our vulnerabilities, made conscious of the dangers we face in this new century. That awakening came at a terrible price, but the terrorists aspire to even greater destruction. Unless they are stopped, the light of history will fade from this day, turning its gaze instead to subsequent days, when not thousands, but tens of thousands of lives could be lost. The road ahead is long, but while we have not yet achieved victory, we know in one important sense that the terrorists who attacked us have already been defeated. They were defeated before the first shot was fired in Afghanistan. They were defeated because they failed utterly to achieve their objectives. The terrorists wanted September 11th to be a day when innocents died. Instead, it was a day when heroes were born. The terrorists wanted September 11th to be a day when hatred reigned. Instead, it was a
We hate to break away from this, but we take you very quickly back to New York. In just about 20 seconds or so, you're going to hear the reading of the names stop of the victims and the bells ring to mark the exact time the South Tower began to collapse in that horrific cascade of concrete and smoke.
Leo Russell Keene III. Joseph John Keller. Peter R. Kellerman.
Joseph P. Collette.
Frederick H. Kelly, Jr.
My name is Brittany Clark. My father, Keith, was a chef on the 96th floor of the World Trade Center. This poem makes me feel like my daddy is speaking to me. I give you this one thought to keep. I am with you still, I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glints on the snow. I am the sunlight on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn rain. When you awaken in morning's hush, I am the swift, uplifting rush of quiet birds in circled flight. I am the soft stars that shine at night. Do not think of me as gone. I am with you still in each new dawn.
Cindy's father died when the South Tower collapsed. It was in that moment, for me, I suspect for many of you, when the magnitude of this tragedy became so apparent that these buildings were coming down, and these names you are listening to, that these numbers would be in the thousands.
Maurice P. Kelly.
Thomas
And of course, what we didn't know at the time, that the North Tower, too, would ultimately go.
Timothy Colin Kelly.
Well, I'll say this, that when that first tower came down,
Thomas J.
standing up here, I think there was a sense that it was only a matter of time.
Ralph Kershaw.
It's, as we listen to this, these 2,800 names,
Douglas D.
there is in some way
Ruth Ellen Kettler.
a sense we have of how much worse it might have been, how blessed we are
Rajesh
that
Pandanwal.
we are talking about 2,800 and not tens of thousands. And believe me, that could have happened, very easily could have happened. 50,000 people were in those buildings. So in our grief, we also understand that we were somewhat fortunate on that awful day.
Amy R. King.
It is true, had those planes hit anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour later, the toll would have been much bigger.
Bradshaw.
In any case, it is
Wanda A. Green. C.C. Lyles. Deborah Ann Jacobs Welsh. Christian Adams. Todd Beamer. Alan Bevin. Mark Bingham.
Shanksville, and the bell will ring for each of the 40 passengers who died, the heroes of Flight 93.
Marion Britton.
And who knows what they saved us from? We may never know exactly.
Thomas E. Burnett Jr.
But we do know that they gave their lives in a historic struggle,
William
and we thank them.
Georgine Rose Corrigan. Patricia Cushing. Joseph DeLuca. Patrick Joe Driscoll. Edward Porter Felt. Jane C. Folger. Colleen L. Fraser. Andrew Garcia. Jeremy Glick. Lauren Grancolis. Donald F. Green. Linda Gronlund.
Our own Carolyn is standing by as we honor the two pilots. Actually, the president is just about ready to get underway. Let's go back to the Pentagon.
One year ago, men and women and children were killed here because they were Americans. And because this place is a symbol to the world of our country's might and resolve. Today we remember each life. We rededicate this proud symbol and we renew our commitment to win the war that began here. The terrorists chose this target hoping to demoralize our country. They failed. Within minutes, brave men and women were rescuing their comrades. Within hours, in this building, the planning began for a military response. Within weeks, commands went forth from this place that would clear terrorist camps and caves and liberate a nation, and within 1 year, this great building has been made whole once again. Many civilian and military personnel have now returned to offices they occupied before the attack. The Pentagon is a working building, not a memorial. Yet the memories of a great tragedy linger here. And for all who knew loss here, life is not the same. The 184 whose lives were taken in this place, veterans and recruits, soldiers and civilians, husbands and wives, parents and children, left behind family and friends whose loss cannot be weighed. The murder of innocents cannot be explained, only endured. And though they died in tragedy, they did not die in vain. Their loss has moved a nation to action in a cause to defend other innocent lives across the world. This war is waged on many fronts. We've captured more than 2,000 terrorists. A larger number of killers have met their end in combat. We've seized millions in terrorist assets. We're reorganizing the federal government to protect the homeland. Yet there's a great deal left to do. And the greatest tasks and the greatest dangers will fall to the armed forces of the United States. I came to the presidency with respect for all who wear America's uniform. Every day, every day, as your commander-in-chief, my respect and that of our nation has deepened. I have great confidence in every man and woman who wears the uniform of the United States of America. I am proud of all who have fought on my orders, and this nation honors all who died in our cause. Wherever our military is sent in the world, you bring hope and justice and promise of a better day. You are worthy of the traditions you represent, the uniform you wear, the ideals you serve. America is counting on you, and our confidence is well placed. What happened to our nation on a September day set in motion the first great struggle of a new century. The enemies who struck us are determined, and they're resourceful. They will not be stopped by a sense of decency or a hint of conscience, but they will be stopped. A greater force is amassed against them. They're opposed by freedom-loving people in many lands. They're opposed by our allies who have fought bravely by our side. And as long as terrorists and dictators plot against our lives and our liberty, they will be opposed by the United States Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Air Force, and Marines. We fight as Americans have always fought, not just for ourselves, but for the security of our friends and for peace in the world. We fight for the dignity of life against fanatics who feel no shame in murder. We fight to protect the innocent so that the lawless and the merciless will not inherit the earth. At every turn of this war, we will always remember how it began and who fell first. The thousands who went to work, boarded a plane, or reported to their post. Today, the nation pays our respects to them. Here and in Pennsylvania and in New York, we honor each name and each life. We ask God to bring comfort to every home where they are loved and missed. And on this day, and on every day, may He watch over the United States of America. God bless.
President, in his talk to the Pentagon, a thank you, a vote of confidence,
Ladies
and a
and
prayer
gentlemen,
for peace in all those homes that have been lessened by the events of a year ago.
Let us pray. Eternal Lord God, who has given us this good land, help us never to forget our September 11th wake-up call. Lord, you awakened us to a deeper appreciation of freedom's high cost. You awakened us to see the heroism in ordinary Americans who face the horrific with courage conceived in faith's womb. You awakened us to rededicating our lives to making the American dream more than rhetoric, but reality. Lord, forgive us when we have failed to transform our creeds into our deeds. Help us to be up and doing for liberty's cause. May Todd Beamer's words, "Let's roll," illuminate the path ahead. Lord, let us roll toward bringing hope and healing in the midst of despair and hope. Let us roll toward bringing unity where we find division. Let us roll toward bringing your peace on earth. In the days to come, Lord, challenge us when our dreams come true because they are too small. Challenge us when we forget that righteousness brings favor and that truth crushed to earth will rise again. Challenge us, Lord, when we arrive safely simply because we have sailed too close to the shore. Make us indeed one indivisible nation, sustained by your loving providence, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in singing God Bless America. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans where it flows. God bless America, my home, sweet
The messages we've heard this morning have been fairly consistent, from Chaplain Barry back, challenging us all to come together as we watch this flyover over the Pentagon. Of course, all to have a greater sense of gratitude for what's good in our lives. The President imploring all of us to remember each of those who lost their lives, not only the Pentagon, but at Ground Zero and Shanksville, and renew our commitment to, he says, the war that began here.
As the ceremony at the Pentagon was going on here in New York, the reading of the names continued. And in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, that is Governor Tom Ridge, now Director of Homeland Security. And Carol Lynn is there also for us.
Did not know.
Aaron, right now the Homeland Security Director, who was then Governor of Pennsylvania, is talking directly to the family members here and talking about the sacrifice that their loved ones made that day on Flight 93. Let's listen in.
The war would last 4 more months or 40 more years. And we do not know how long it will take to defeat the scourge of terrorism, or how many Americans will give their lives for the cause. But we do know one thing with absolute certainty. The passengers and crew of Flight 93 won the first battle. Sandy Dahl said that adversity does not build character. Adversity reveals character. She's absolutely right. And these 40 amazing, extraordinary people had character in abundance. Everyday heroes, you might ask? No. They were heroes every single day. These were men and women who were well practiced in the art of making a difference, whether it was restoring a shelter for battered women, volunteering at a crisis pregnancy center, tutoring elementary school children, becoming an activist for the disabled, or planning humanitarian sabbatical to India. One crew member even used to save leftover airline meals to feed the needy. Heroes every single day, because they brought love and joy to so many. And as a spouse and a father myself, I can only imagine the pain their deaths have caused you. A pain that will be relived not just every anniversary, but every single day. But today is not just to mark their tragic and their honorable deaths. Today is also to celebrate their lives and to express a nation's gratitude for their actions. In their final moments, our 40 brave heroes' thoughts were with their family and their friends. Your love sustained them. Your support and love gave them the courage to act. I hope you can imagine that love and that support may have even put a smile on their face for a moment or two. And you were in their hearts as they entered heaven. Today we also honor and thank a community. The people of Shanksville and Somerset County embrace the families of Flight 93 as their own.
There you're seeing some of the family, some 500 family and friends of the passengers of Flight 93 listening to Governor Ridge as he addresses the very personal loss that they took 1 year ago today.
This sleepy little town just puts its arms around you and embraces you. This is a community, ladies and gentlemen, that appreciates and accepts its historical legacy. You just ask those Flight 93 ambassadors who volunteer to answer every visitor's
Governor
question.
Ridge just wrapping up his remarks here as he speaks to many of the first responders who arrived here hoping to make it a rescue operation but not finding anyone to rescue. And the family members down below, I would say half of them, this is the first time that they've been to the crash site. A very emotional experience, but what family members are telling me is that it's been an uplifting one, that this is an important anniversary for them in the sense that it gives them the opportunity to not only be here to see the reality of the crash site, but also to have a sense of moving on. It has been a touching ceremony. We heard earlier from Sandy Dahl, the wife of the captain of Flight 93, who talked about looking forward, about the fallen angels, and about how it is time to look forward. Paula, Aaron?
Well, we can't know all the details of what went on that airplane, but we know enough to know how heroic they all were, because surely they knew. They knew that that plane was headed for trouble, and they knew that they would die on it. And they did what they had to do.
And while reminded of the great sorrow in Shanksville, return to New York, where Secretary Powell now is reading the names of those lost at Ground Zero.
Ferdinand B. Marone, William David Bosco, Marco Motroni, Cynthia Otis Wilson.
Yuri A. Mushinsky.
Jude Joseph Musa.
Peter Mutos.
Damian O'Neill Fawad.
Christopher Mozio.
Stephen Vincent Mulderry.
Richard Muldowney Jr.
Michael D. Mullen.
Dennis Michael Mulligan.
Peter James Mulligan.
Michael Joseph Mullen.
James Donald Munhall.
Nancy Muniz.
Carlos Munoz.
Frank Munoz.
Teresa Munson.
Robert M. Marak.
Cesar Augusto Murillo.
Mark A. Marullo.
James F. Murphy IV.
Brian Joseph Murphy.
Charles Anthony Murphy.
Christopher W. Murphy.
Edward Charles Murphy.
James Thomas Murphy.
Robert Eddie Murphy Jr.
Kevin James Murphy.
Patrick C. Murphy.
Raymond E. Murphy.
John Joseph Murray.
John Joseph Murray Jr.
Susan D. Murray.
Valerie Victoria Murray.
Richard Todd Meyer.
Robert B. Nabel.
Mildred Naaman.
The president has now left the Pentagon. Marine One making its way. The reading of the names, which has now gone on,
Ladies and
help me here, but about an hour and a half.
Yeah, a little shade over that.
And we are at the middle of the alphabet now, the ends. You know, we've all talked so often about trying to get our arms around these numbers, 2,800 names. You get a sense of how big it is by how long it takes to read them all.
And then, of course, we're coming up on the moment everyone dreaded and you feared after you reported on the collapse of the first tower a year ago. In just about a minute or so from now, you will hear church bells peal all over New York City, and you'll see an observance of the exact moment at which the North Tower, the second tower, collapsed a year ago today.
We said a couple of hours ago that these next few hours were going to be difficult hours for all of us, all of you. They have lived up to that sad promise.
Lucille Newell. Carter. Kapinga Nagua.
Nancy U.N.D.
Jody Niccolo.
Kathleen Ann Castro.
firehouses and churches and street corners. All things stopped for a moment. A year later, and now both towers have come down.
We are told that a majority of Americans will find sometime today from prayer, whether it's in a mosque, in a synagogue, or in a church. And seems like this repeated throughout the country. We can't show you all of the ceremonies that are going on across this great land, but the same sense of sorrow and same sense of honor and dignity that you're seeing expressed here today will be repeated all over the country today.
It's a firehouse over in Brooklyn. We spent some time. We wonder, they took a terrible loss on the 11th. Wonder how they're doing today. Well, they'll remember this day a year later. Bill Hemmer has been at Ground Zero this morning, taking this all in as you have, Bill.
Yeah. What a morning, Aaron. I have a what amounts to essentially a phone book of names in front of me here. By my count, we're about 130 pages in out of 197, so a little bit pretty close to 2/3 of the way through the reading of these names. Starting to see a few patterns also down in the pit area of Ground Zero. The substantial number of families who work their way down into the area find themselves around what used to be a metal cylinder, essentially, where they place these flowers, roses and sunflowers. And there's also been a small number of people who have made their way to another location in the pit area as well. That location is where the South Tower was located, the other being where the North Tower approximately was located here a year ago. In the North Tower, 1,400 people perished. In the South Tower, 600. The other thing we're picking up on down here, and I'm sure you've seen it in our coverage, is the purple and white Hawaiian leis that a number of people have been wearing and also placing in and around that ring. We are told that the state government of Hawaii had those flown in for these families today, giving them the option as to whether or not they wanted to wear them, to use them, to place them down in the area known as the pit. And for those, I think, who look to higher symbols and higher signals that we try and interpret as we go through our daily lives here, and certainly this day is holding so many images by the hundreds, literally every 15 minutes as you look around this area down here. Two moments in the past 2 hours that really struck me. At about 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the sunlight, the morning sunlight in Manhattan started to break through the lower Manhattan skyline, and the rays of the sun literally pierced the morning sky and hit directly upon the location where the North Tower is located. And about 20 minutes later, at the beginning of the reading of this long list of names, the first gust of wind we felt started kicking up, and a lot of people looked around and wondered if there were other people talking to us here down in lower Manhattan today. It is an extremely windy day, and as you can see, the dust kicking up down in Ground Zero and literally coating the family members who make their way down there. It's been almost 2 hours, 1 hour and 50 minutes for the reading of these names. We were told it may take as long as 3 hours, and that process continues now. Aaron?
We talk about the footprints of the buildings, where the buildings once stood. For these family members, so many of them, there has been no remains. There has been nothing to bury. And so they come here because this is their place. This is where their loved ones will rest for eternity.
Aaron, we have seen so many funerals in New York City taking place last fall, but this again today appears to be the biggest public wake we have seen in our nation's history. 1,700 families have received no remains. And of those people, 3,000 children lost a mother or a father a year ago today. Aaron.
Robert Harrell.
Diane Marie Parsons.
Leonardo Lopez.
I guess, Aaron, when you think about the families who have return to this very painful site, you could just start to try to understand why the debate is as fierce as it is as to what should happen here. The former mayor of the city saying this should absolutely, all 16 acres of it, be a memorial site. There are family members I've spoken with that say absolutely, there should be something there to acknowledge the honor and dignity of those that were lost, but at the same time, some of the family members really want commerce to return to this very small chunk of land in the city.
Well, I think, having spent a bit of time on it over the last month, in a very slow way, very slow, consensus is building, not on the specifics of what it would look like. That's honestly, certainly where a memorial is concerned, years away before we see the designs that are the final designs, but a sense of the balance, that there must be at what was a center of commerce some commerce, and there must be at what was the center of this tragedy a grand and important American memorial, and that those two seemingly conflicting ideas have to somehow live in peace together. And that's what the design teams are struggling so hard, and they haven't hit it yet. And there's no one involved in the process who believes they've hit it yet. So they went back to the drawing boards, and they are trying again to come up with the perfect compromise. Compromise is rarely perfect. If ever there was a time for one, it strikes me this is it.
But these families will continue to be very involved in the process, and just this week it became abundantly clear that some feel strongly enough that they don't even want the subway system to go anywhere near underground where the footprints of either one of those buildings were. And as you say, there's no such thing as a perfect consensus, but there are going to be a lot of tears shed in this process as the city works towards a compromise.
And it is, it's a very complicated piece of land because it is in the city, but it is under the auspices. It is technically owned by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. There is something called the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation, which is charged with designing, we saw Senator Schumer there briefly, I believe, which is charged with essentially running the process of reaching consensus, and that represents the Port Authority and the governors of New Jersey and New York, the city of New York, the mayor. The family members have a representative there, but even the family members, Paula, as you just noted, are not all of the same mind as to how best to memorialize those 16 acres.
What is clear, though, it seems the process suggests that city leaders take very seriously the input of the families and value what they're saying, as conflicting as some of their opinions are.
Our friend Paul Goldberger, who writes about architecture for New Yorker magazine, made the difficult point the other day that we must always be respectful of the family's wishes, but we also must understand, he said, that this is an important American place. This is a place that belongs to the city and to the country and to history, and that there are many important constituencies that have legitimate voices in how we memorialize the 16 acres. It is a complicated and difficult process. Just consider that it took us 20 years to find the exact right way to remember the 58,000 men and women who died in Vietnam. 20 years. And we are just a year out here.
And as Americans try to heal their broken hearts today, we're reminded that we've awakened a year later to a strikingly different world than we awakened to last year this time. For the first time since 1962, the Cuban Missile Crisis. We find that armed missile launchers will protect the nation's capital today. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld making the decision yesterday to arm the portable missile launchers. We also find that we are living at the second highest state of alert today. the letter orange. Now, in addition to this, CNN has learned this morning that a Liberian-flagged freighter was ordered out of the port of Newark, New Jersey, after an inspection team looking for stowaways found something quite different than that. Let's turn to Jean Meserve, who's going to bring us up to date on this breaking story. Good morning, Jean.
Good morning, Paula. That Liberian flag tanker being detained 6 miles offshore, a Coast Guard team on board. Let me tell you what we know about this situation. First of all, the FBI, a spokesman in New Jersey, says there is no reason for concern about this. But Tuesday morning at about 2 a.m., a Coast Guard team boarded a Liberian flagged vessel. They were looking for stowaways, and they heard some noises in several of the cargo holds, which made them suspicious that that was exactly what they were dealing with. And so they ordered the ship to come into the port of Newark for further inspection. They took a closer look. They did not find stowaways, but they did do some testing. And this is where the stories diverge. According to some government sources here in Washington, some of those tests turned up positive for radiation. According to other sources, those tests were inconclusive. In any event, out of an abundance of concern given the significance of the date, the ship was taken back offshore. It is being held there 6 miles offshore. Coast Guard on board, also the crew on board. They are being detained there for the time being. It is our understanding from some sources here in Washington that a Department of Energy team has been dispatched and will be doing some further testing on the vessel so they can correctly determine exactly what it is they're dealing with. There are a couple of possible scenarios here. One is that there could be some nuclear substance on board. This would be a worst-case scenario that experts in the field have feared for some time. It could be naturally occurring radiation. We are told of an incident a couple of months ago where a ship came in. There were some positive tests for radiation. It turns out it was a drill bit that had been used for some very deep drilling that had some radioactive residue on it. The third possibility, we're told, is that cargo containers are reused, and it is possible that there is a container or containers on this ship which were previously used to ship something that was radioactive, and that those containers have retained some trace of the radiation. Once again, the FBI in New Jersey saying there is no reason for concern. The spokesman there saying this is not unusual, but given the fact that we are on the orange threat level as of yesterday, given the importance of the day, given the location, the port of Newark, they decided out of an abundance of caution to take this ship further offshore to make a determination of exactly what it is they are dealing with. Paula?
So, Jean, before we let you go, they've created a security zone around the ship now?
That's our understanding, yes. They have created a zone around the ship, kept the crew on board. Clearly their intent is to keep this isolated, to keep it somewhere where if they are dealing with a hazardous situation, it will do a minimum amount of damage. But once again, we do not know exactly what it is we're dealing with at this juncture.
All right,
Paula?
Jean Meserve, thanks so much for that update. Let's turn to David Enzor, who has more information now. David, you heard Jean just report that she's getting conflicting information from her sources. Some say radiation was found, other sources saying the tests are inconclusive. What have you heard?
I can't add anything to this report about the ship, but I can tell you about why more about why the nation is on such a high state of alert. CNN has been told by more than one intelligence source that the key Al-Qaeda prisoner whose information led to this heightened state of alert, his information more than any others, is Omar Al-Farouk, who is a Kuwaiti national. He was arrested in Indonesia about 2 months ago, and some weeks ago was turned over to the United States. He's in U.S. custody, but not in the United States, and I'm told also not in Guantanamo Bay. He, in the last few days, has started to talk and give useful information, U.S. officials say, including very specific information about plots to attack various American targets, U.S. facilities in Southeast Asia. So more than any other source, it is this Omar Al-Farouk who is, it is information from him that has caused the United States to go on this heightened state of alert, although officials stress there's also other intelligence suggesting, for example, that there could be suicide attacks against targets in the Middle East, and also a general kind of a chatter, Paula, among Al-Qaeda supporters that they might like to commemorate this day in a more negative way than the United States is doing today.
As you no doubt know, the government is very cautious when it decides to go public with these alerts because they don't want to cause unnecessary sense of panic or fear in Americans. And yet Americans are in some way becoming inured to these warnings. What is it the average American's supposed to do today, particularly as we reach this very important one-year marker?
Well, you know, the government on the one hand doesn't want to be accused of not having warned people if something does happen, and they do have this intelligence which has caused a great deal of concern, certainly in the U.S. intelligence community. On the other hand, as you say, they don't want Americans to panic. There's no sense so far that many have. You heard the Attorney General yesterday saying that what's important is that Americans go ahead and commemorate this important day and go about their daily business and continue with life as normal while being on a state of alert in the sense that if they see something suspicious that leads them to think there could be some kind of terrorism plotted, they certainly let the authorities know very quickly.
David Ensor, thanks so much. I guess, Aaron, when I woke up this morning, I was reviewing some of our research, and I was reminded of the fact that although this is the first time the nation has reached this level of orange, the second highest state of alert, the city of New York has in fact been in that range for at least the last 4 months.
So we have, just to keep our apples and our oranges in the same basket, we've got this ship off on the harbor, about 6 miles off in the harbor. They're checking it for radiation. It gives you a sense of just where people are, how nervous everyone is today. There's no absolute evidence, and in fact, there are traces of radiation all over us. So, you know, we all know how we react to that word, but we need to make sure that the context is appropriate. They have Coast Guard's men and women on board, a team from the Energy Department, which would be the logical testers in this, are en route, and in an abundance of caution, the ship that you see, Liberian registered, is being held 6 miles offshore, and everybody is safe and well until we know more about it. And then there is the state of alert generally. Now I think apples and oranges are where they belong. Carol Lynn, I also believe, is where she belongs, which is in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Carol, I gather the ceremony there is moving towards its conclusion. Am I right?
They were looking forward to today's ceremony, but some of them were also dreading it. They weren't quite sure what it was going to feel like to be here. About half of the families who attended, Aaron, had actually never visited the site before, so this is the first time that they've not only been here at the site, but also had to brace themselves for what they knew was going to be a very intimate and a very personal ceremony. It just wrapped up, and several thousand of them are now coming up to the memorial sites, a temporary memorial wall where the public, as well as many of the families, can leave personal messages and even personal tokens, almost gifts to the 40 passengers and crew members who crashed at the site behind me just 1 year ago today. It was a very personal ceremony. That we heard words from Sandy Dahl, who was the wife of the captain, Captain Jason Dahl. She talked about the selfless sacrifice that those passengers made. And then the keynote speaker today was Tom Ridge, the Homeland Security Director, who was then governor of Pennsylvania. And he quoted Abraham Lincoln, talking directly to the family members and addressing their solemn occasion, that the pride that they can take in enduring this ultimate sacrifice that they made. He talked about the ordinary men and women who were simply on their way to vacation or on their way to work, who found themselves in an extraordinary situation, and he called them citizen soldiers. That in Tom Ridge's mind, there is no doubt that several of the passengers as well as the crew members did rush the cabin, and that they were responsible for making sure that that flight did not crash into a populated area, the ultimate sacrifice. Aaron, as you've been talking about this morning, nobody really knows exactly what happened on that flight. They're gathering that information from cell phone calls from Mark Burnett and Todd Beamer, who were talking about passengers making a plan. Sandy Bradshaw, who was one of the flight attendants, who called her husband on her cell phone saying that she was secretly boiling water in order to attack the hijackers. All anecdotal evidence, but Tom Ridge saying there is no doubt that these people on board Flight 93 saved hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. Aaron?
Well, that's it. I mean, we may never know, and we probably won't ever know precisely how they did it. Mm-hmm. We mentioned earlier, Jerry Longman of the New York Times had written a fascinating account that he'd pieced together, that they used the food cart to break down the cockpit door. Maybe that happened. we don't know, but we know the essential truth,
Right.
which is they took over that airplane, and they did so knowing how they would end their lives, and knowing surely at that point that they were also saving hundreds, if not thousands, of others. So in Shanksville and in New York, Carol, thank you, and in Washington now, these ceremonies marking this day have started to wind down. They continue to read the names in New York City. The president has left the Pentagon and made his way back to the White House. He'll be coming here to New York shortly, and to Shanksville as well. We have moved through that first part of this day, that part of the day that is, at least for me as I thought about it, the most difficult, the most painful part of the day, and we have started to move through that.
Well, I think a lot of Americans really weren't quite sure if they wanted to relive some of those painful emotions they worked through this time last year, and I know for both of us,
yeah, I don't blame them.
It has been pure torture to look at the close-ups of the family members still mourning their great losses. You brought up the strength of these folks on board Flight 93, and I'm reminded of a conversation I had with Lisa Beamer just last week where she was saying it wasn't until she had a conversation with one of the 911 operators that she was convinced of President on his way to his next stop as he leaves the Pentagon ceremonies. He will later today be heading to Shanksville, Pennsylvania, then to New York, spending a little time at Ground Zero and other places in the city. But what Lisa Beamer said was she felt a sense of anger at her husband Todd that he hadn't picked up the phone to call her. It wasn't until many weeks later that she had learned what in fact her husband had done was call a 911 operator to tell her what was going on inside that plane. And I guess the one phrase none of us will ever forget is "let's roll." That's the last thing the operator heard as that phone went to the ground, and that apparently was the point at which these passengers started to storm the airplane.
Somebody will, because there are a lot of people who know a whole lot more than I. This is not Air Force One as we know it, and I assume that has to do with the length of the runway that they're landing in and around Shanksville, that they're bringing a smaller plane in. And if I'm wrong, let me know that, but that's my guess, and that's why it's not the big 747 that you're accustomed to seeing the president travel in.
Looks pretty big to most of us. We're used to traveling on smaller planes. We are going to return to Ground Zero and check in with Gary Tuckman, who I have very vivid memories of his reporting in the beginning hours of the crisis. Gary joined us from not far from Ground Zero, not far from the St. Paul's Church, where so many people have gone from time to time to pray and reflect. Gary, have you had an opportunity to talk with any family members, either as they've gone into the ceremony today or as they're leaving?
It was something else, Paula, standing here on Church Street, which is the easternmost border of Ground Zero, and watching the family members walk into the site, tears in their eyes, and it just brought me back to a few months ago when we were here for the first memorial service at the site. The sorrow never goes away. But we come here to the vantage point where which we first arrived at several hours after this happened on September 11, 2001. It's now the vantage point for thousands of people from all over the world who have come here just to stand, to pay their respects. They've been standing here while the names have been read for the last 2 hours now. They can't see very much from here, but most of these people just want to be here. Like this couple standing right next to me. Your name, sir?
Jim Mazurek from North.
And your name?
Edie Mazurek.
And you are from where?
Northbrook, Illinois.
Northbrook, Illinois, suburb of Chicago. Yes. Did you come to New York to be part of this?
I came to New York to work so that I could be part of this, but I wanted to be here on September 11th.
Tell me what made you decide to stand here, to listen to the names, to be part of this ceremony.
I think it's been the most devastating thing that's ever happened in American history. I just wanted to be part of it. To me, it was important.
How has it made you feel, hearing the church bells toll, hearing the names read? I mean, this really gives you an idea of how many people died here, how long it was taken.
Very sad that this is where our world is at, and very frightened to what might still happen. And I just pray to God that there will be some peace and that we can find it fairly soon so our children will be safe.
Thank you for talking with us. Standing right next to you are some ladies who've been here also the whole time. Your name, please?
Ann Montoro Williams.
And Ann, where are you from?
Scranton, Pennsylvania.
And I see you have on your lapel a World Trade Center pin.
Yes, it was a gift, and it's a show of support for New York City, the people who work here and live here and serve the city every day, and to let the people that did this know that we're united and we're not afraid of them.
How has it made you feel standing here being part of this ceremony?
It meant a lot to me. One of the reasons I came down is one of the names was the name of a brother of a girl I graduated college with. He was a member of the Port Authority Police Department. So when I heard his name, it was especially meaningful.
And thank you very much. One of the things that was most notable when we got here earlier today, it was completely calm outside. Literally 1 minute after they read the first name, the winds picked up to like 35 miles per hour. Everybody standing here noticed that. Paula, back to you.
I know Bill Hemmer was reporting a little bit earlier on, Gary, that the one thing that the family members certainly could feel this morning was that rain of dust that was being kicked up by these heavy winds. Thank you. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day. I'm just really struck by the number of people who've come from outside New York City to share in some of the ceremonies today, making business trips here on purpose to share in some of the very, very sad.
Yeah, people have been, as they do in New York, I guess, in the summertime, people have been coming all summer long, but they added a new stop on the tour of the great and important places in the city, and that's Ground Zero, and they would come with their cameras, and they would sit, and they would reflect on it all. We have focused a lot this morning, particularly in the last, I don't know if you could hear that, but it was loud here.
The sounds of commerce.
I guess so. We have focused a lot this morning, understandably, given where we've been so far, on those who perished on the 11th. And so this, in some ways, seems like the rarest of all 9/11 stories. It's a story of a survivor. Before we get to it, I'm going to do this again, but I think it's for the last time, because I think it's the last time we're going to show these pictures today. This piece includes pictures of planes hitting towers and perhaps towers collapsing. We know how sensitive you are to those pictures, and in fact we are as well. We're trying to be very careful in how we use them and where we use them, and in any time we do use them, we'll give you plenty of notice, because understandably this stuff is very hard to watch. So having said the long disclaimer, this is the best of all stories we can offer on a day like today. It is the story of someone who made it out alive. Here's CNN's Michael Oku.
Stanley Prameneth and Brian Clark had never seen the World Trade Center site from this vantage point. They are alive to see it because their paths crossed at just the right moment. Their ordeal began the way everybody else's did.
I normally arrive 7:15 in the morning, 84th floor of the South Tower. I did so that day.
Pick up my raisin bagel and coffee, make my way to the 81st floor. Nothing unusual.
By the time the morning was over, they would owe their lives to each other and would be two of only 4 people above the 78th floor in the South Tower who would survive.
There was just this tremendous boom that I heard, and a bit of a shudder, more from a shock wave than anything else. And I spun around, and where I normally see the Hudson River and the World Financial Center below me was nothing but a fireball, like right against my glass. Just complete flames swirling.
3 floors below, Prameneth, the loan officer with Fuji Bank, was with a coworker.
We ran down the hallway from the south end of the South Tower, took the elevator. We went down to the ground floor. The security guard asked us, "Where you guys going?" "Well, I saw fireballs coming down. I'm getting out of here." "No, your building is secured. It is safe." Eventually, I got back in that elevator.
On the 84th floor, Clark heard the all clear on the PA system as he consoled a female coworker who had been watching people jump off the North Tower.
And I walked her out of our east side trading floor, and I really do think it's that walk, Susan coming to me and me walking her to the ladies' room all the way over to the west side of the tower, that probably saved my life.
In minutes, the second plane would fly into view, careening towards the southeastern section of the South Tower.
I just happened to raise my head, watching toward the Statue of Liberty. And as I watched, I saw this giant aircraft, big gray plane, is coming in slow motion towards me, eye level, eye contact. And I just froze.
Again, Premnath was on the 81st floor, Clark on the 84th. The plane would plow through floors between 78 and 84 before exploding.
There was this concussion, and our walls, ripped at odd angles. Door frames fell out of the wall. The ceiling just collapsed. Speakers, lighting, cables, air conditioning ducts. The ceiling just emptied, if you like. The building just swayed one way and just kept going. Yards, further. When's it going to stop? Further. And then it finally stopped.
And I'm shuddering, and I'm trembling, and I'm crying. Lord, don't leave me to die. And I realize I'm covered with debris when I try to get up. Peeking through the rubble, and all I could see was the plane wing wedged at my office door 20 feet from where I was.
What looked like the wing could have been the tail. In any case, Premnath remembers watching it glow like an ember. Back on the 84th floor, where he was a fire warden, Clark grabbed his flashlight. Unaware of the devastation below him, he and 6 other co-workers raced towards the exits. If they had chosen stairwells B or C, they would have eventually been blocked by debris. By sheer chance, they chose A, the only one that could have led them to safety.
We met a very heavy-set woman coming from below. Stop, you can't go down. We've just come off a floor in flames, and there's smoke, and we've got to get above it. We've got to climb higher. All of a sudden I heard this banging on the wall and this voice, strange voice, crying in the darkness somewhere on the 81st floor.
And I'm screaming, I'm right here. There's a stand from the loans department. Don't leave me to die.
And I clicked on my I guess I had my flashlight on. And when I put it on and I shone it around the floor.
And this person is saying behind the wall, knock where you are and I'll know.
When I shone the light a little clearer through the hole where he was, I could see this very animated face through an opening. But there was something immovable between us.
And Brian said, jump. And I said, I can't jump. He said, if you jump over this wall, I'm going to grab you. And as I jumped, I grabbed, and I held on to this wall.
And I jumped and reached over and somehow grabbed onto something under the armpit, I don't know what it was, and pulled this body over the top, and we fell in a heap on the floor.
Both men now had open wounds on their hands.
And Brian took my hand, my right hand, and he held out his left hand, and he rubbed it like this together, and he said, from today, you're my blood brother.
A little more than 5 minutes had passed since the plane hit. The group Clark had descended the stairwell with had changed direction and retreated to higher floors. Only one of them would survive.
Did you ever debate going back upstairs?
No. When we got to the stairs, I just turned down. I wanted to test what was below.
The 2 men made a slippery descent down the wet stairs. Occasional cracks in the walls exposed flames within.
And Brian is telling me, take your time, take your time. There's no hurry. And I'm like, no, we've got to go, we've got to hurry.
4 minutes after getting out, they heard it.
It was like steel bending and creaking. It made this, I can't explain the sound, but it's like, it was an eerie sound.
And we heard this boom, boom, boom.
As the tower collapsed, Stanley Premnath and Brian Clark were watching from less than 100 yards away, just before they ran. 2 of the very last people to get out alive. Michael Oku, CNN, New York.
Who can say where the road goes, where the day flows? Only time
New York City, 1 year later, and 1 year ago, at 5 minutes after 11 Eastern Daylight Time, this city was a disaster. A cloud of dust, the debris floating over Lower Manhattan, up where we are. You could start to smell a smell that would linger over the city for some months to come. Welcome back to CNN's coverage of America Remembers this 1 year marker. I'm Aaron Brown.
And I'm Paula Zahn, alongside Aaron on the rooftop of our New York bureau, the same vantage point. A very different view from 1 year ago. I've made a point of not trying to look over my left shoulder today. I think those of us who live here, and you look back on that skyline, there's something very important missing. There's just a gaping hole in that skyline today.
People talked about this a lot, but New Yorkers in particular, I think, literally would get their bearings where they were in the city by looking towards the towers. And it's been, and all the other things that have been horrible about the year, it's been disconcerting in many ways. Among the things, honestly, that are disconcerting today is the fact that the nation is on an elevated state of alert. Military bases in Afghanistan are on their highest state of alert. The state of alert that occurs if they believe an attack is underway or imminent. It is not the kind of thing that you normally prepare for. To give you some idea of how the troops overseas are dealing with the day, Bob Franken is at the Pentagon, and he's been covering that and more, and so we welcome him into the mix. Bob, good morning to you.
Good morning to you. And as you know, Aaron, there is an A to D security stratification in the military: A, Alpha, B, Bravo, C, Charlie, and D, Delta. Delta is the highest. As you said, it is the designation when there is the prospect of an imminent attack, and the practical effect of it is that the military forces in the various countries that are covered by the Central Command are at their weapons. They are prepared to immediately engage in combat. It is a highly unusual designation. It is something that, in fact, is quite startling because of its severity. The CENTCOM, the Central Command, of course, covers Afghanistan and most of the Middle East, and those countries, of course, are right in the middle of the greatest security fears. Of course, the entire world, including the United States, learned the lesson last September 11th that all places are the danger zones in the world. In addition to that security, there is the military reality that around the country right now, there are now what they call 10 combat air patrol sites. That means that in 10 spots around the United States, airplanes are in the air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Combat jet aircraft protecting the skies. In addition to which, there are 15 strip alert sites. Those are military bases where the people can scramble and be in their planes and in the air ready for combat in just a few moments. Most military bases in the United States have gone up from the combat readiness of Alpha to Bravo today on September 11th. And of course, that is all part of the concern about September 11th and some intelligence. One of the things I wanted to show you appeared here at the Pentagon as the ceremonies here were going on with the President of the United States. On the roof of the Pentagon, we could see, right now you're seeing missile batteries that surround Washington. These are mobile missile batteries carrying Stinger missiles. It is the first time that there have been armed missiles surrounding Washington, D.C. since the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 60s. In addition to which, what you're looking at now is the rooftop of the Pentagon in back of us. That we saw just a while ago, snipers and observers watching for any problems. Now, part of this is based on information which came from an informant, a Kuwaiti, Omar al-Farouk. According to CNN's David Ensor, intelligence sources are saying this is somebody who has been held by the United States, who has been interrogated for quite some time. Only recently did he give information that was corroborated with information that the interrogators and other intelligence sources have been gaining over the weeks and months. That is what caused everybody to ratchet up the security alert. So the United States, of course, Aaron, is jittery today, but it is a substantive jitteriness, and it is just protection to make sure that there is as little chance as possible that anything could go wrong.
Well, we hope that's exactly what it is, that this is one of those exercises that in the end means nothing. We would just point out anytime the President of the United States is anywhere, there is intense security. There are snipers on rooftops in New York under ordinary circumstances. So just again, it's just a note of context. Thank you, Bob.
Well, as we are enduring 30 to 40-mile gusts of air up here,
you know,
it's hard to concentrate.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh about any of this, but you're right there in mid-sentence, and all of a sudden you honestly thought, the 24 floors above, you were about to go flying.
Yeah.
I wasn't that interested in going flying. Thank you very much.
When Bob was talking about this heightened state of alert we're living in, it should be pointed out that New York, in fact, has been at the orange level for the last several months. And I heard someone say it's as though it's a city with its fingers crossed right now. And no more do you feel that more than when you go down to Ground Zero, which of course was the strategic center of the attacks and a spiritual center of the recovery. Bill Hemmer is standing by down there, who has been covering the morning's memorial service and has seen thousands of people drifting into the site and now away from the site as we're nearing the end of the services. Good morning again, Bill.
Yeah, Paula, by our count, about 100 names left, and one of the readers right now down at the lectern down on West Street literally shouting out the names. Each speaker here given about 14 different victims' names to read out, and it was quite clear that she wanted everyone in Manhattan to hear the names of the victims that she was reading off. One thing we're picking up on, Paula, right now, if we can take our cameras down to West Street, there are literally thousands and thousands of family members that are still awaiting, backed up in an essential backlog, waiting for their opportunity to descend the ramp 7 stories down into the pit area. Now, it was our understanding that the schedule was supposed to be dictated this way. Sometime between 1:30 and 2 o'clock Eastern Time here in New York, this area was expected to be cleared out in order for security clearance to come through to make way for the president later this afternoon. Our senior White House correspondent John King is with me here also at Ground Zero, and days like today, the schedule slides sometimes, doesn't it, John?
The schedule slides, and one of the reasons the president gave such brief remarks at the Pentagon and is scheduled not to speak here at all, but just to visit the site, is because he believes this should be a day for the families. So you can be certain that if they need more time here on the ground, the president would delay his coming. You can also be certain White House personnel, the Secret Service, and others have been on the ground here and at all of the president's stops for several days.
He will make that speech at Ellis Island. One would
Island.
assume that has a tie-in with immigration and the open arms of the United States welcoming people to this country.
And he wants the Statue of Liberty behind him and in the backdrop as he begins that speech to say that America is the land, a beacon of hope and freedom, and in his view, that's what the terrorists were trying to destroy, and in his view, he will say not only did they fail, but the president will make the case that the terrorists actually, for all the pain they have caused, and you see it down here on the ground behind us, that he has caused a revival, if you will, in this country.
Now, one thing we heard at the Pentagon in that speech, what is about 7 minutes in length as we were sitting here, the intent, we thought anyway, was to talk about the day today for what it meant to the families of the victims. But the message we heard seemed to be more directed toward the current war on terror.
He spent much more time than we had led to be believed that he would, discussing the ongoing war against terrorism, and today is not the day for it. It will be discussed in more detail tomorrow and in the weeks and months ahead. This president is in the middle of a very delicate debate now, even as we go to a higher alert level in the United States, even as the administration concedes Al-Qaeda has scattered like roaches, to use the words of the president's national security advisor. This president will make the case tomorrow to the United Nations that perhaps a new front should be opened up confronting Saddam Hussein and Iraq. So there is a policy and a strategy debate that the administration faces. Don't look to discuss that today, and it's not right for us to discuss it much today, but the president is at this very delicate moment of remembering, also at a very delicate moment as he decides how to go forward.
On a personal level, over the past year, I've spent a considerable amount of time down here in and around Ground Zero, going back to the events of last September. I know you've been here before, but as we sit here 10 floors above the street level, this is as close as you have been. I just find it remarkable to look around and see the scene and the images and the people that we are seeing right now.
It is the closest I have come before is the perimeter far away on the other side, and I live within view of the Pentagon. And every night for the past year, you see the workers morning, day and night fixing the Pentagon. And when you live in a city, as I have almost my entire life, buildings are your landscape and buildings are your landmarks. And the Pentagon is healed, if you will. When you come here and look down, you remember the day, and you remember that this city has more hurt. That is not to minimize what happened at the Pentagon and the loss to all those families, but the scale of the hurt, and therefore the scale of the healing, is so much bigger here.
There is a giant sign that's hanging at the southern end of Ground Zero behind us, Paula. It says, "The human spirit is not measured by the size of the act, but by the size of the heart." And there's a giant red, white, and blue heart that stands out on the southern skyline of Manhattan that literally towers over the Statue of Liberty based on the artist's depiction that we see here at the south end of Ground Zero. Back to the president for a moment. This is a very personal issue to him. Oftentimes we have seen him come to a microphone, greet family members, and it's difficult, it appears to me anyway from a distance, for him to hide and hold back his emotions. Do you see that too at the White House?
He is a very emotional president. He tears up whenever he talks about this issue. Aides recall his private meetings, which we have not seen over the course of the past year, including in those early days when he came here to Ground Zero. There was a very memorable moment when he spoke to the rescue workers outside here, but aides say what they saw much more of the inner strength, if you will, of their president was when he met privately with the families here. This will be his first trip to Shanksville. I expect the president to have quite an emotional moment there. He is an emotional person. He is an angry person sometimes. Remember, his language has been criticized on occasion over the past year when he said Osama bin Laden, dead or alive. He is not a poet, but his aides say that when you hear him being blunt or when you see him being moved emotionally, that you are seeing the true George W. Bush.
We will see him today somewhere around 4:30 Eastern Time, which is the anticipated schedule, as I mentioned before, about 5.5 hours from now. Thank you, John. Good to have you here in New York. We'll be back in touch later today. One other note here, Paula. We are literally on the 10th floor in a balcony level of the Merrill Lynch building, part of the World Financial Center here, where John and I are sitting. A year ago at this time, there were 6 feet of debris and dust that the workers had to climb through just to get the doors open to find access to this location here. They have done a remarkable job. Truly remarkable in terms of renovation and construction, and throughout the day we'll bring you some images, not only what we saw a year ago, but what they have done since then to reclaim their city of New York. Paula?
Back to the Circle of Honor for a moment, Bill. I know you've spent a lot of time down there, as I have. Just a closing thought about some of the families who haven't had the strength to venture here before, that have walked down that long ramp today to leave, in some cases, personal effects in honor of loved ones they lost.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that this might be the largest public wake in the history of America, and I do not think that's an exaggeration. It is very difficult for the families that come here and for those who are continue to try this effort to move on. I mean, all they have to do is wake up in the morning, look at that calendar, 9/11. It comes back, and we talked about the wounds being reopened, and for a lot of people, all you can do is really pray and keep your fingers crossed that they're able to heal some of those wounds. Quick story, 2 days ago we were down here surveying the area, trying to figure things out, what they've done since then, and the work they need to do still. And we went up to an officer with the Port Authority, and we asked him to, a few questions, asked him to take us around the perimeter, and he said, not a problem. But at that moment, he was interrupted by a man, maybe 35 years old, who said, I can't come here Wednesday. I lost my mother. Can you take me down in the pit today? And he stopped what he was doing, excused himself from us, and took this gentleman down. It is very, very poignant for the people who have worked here, Paula.
And when you think of the officers that have been down there on duty around the clock, it's quite impressive to see what they've created in some of the mobile units that existed down there, where they had taken things from the site and created their own little shrines. We go back to the ceremony now. It's just interesting to note that it has been going on now for about 2 hours and 25 minutes, the individual reading of the names.
Yao Justin Zhao.
Evelyn Zeminski.
Michael Joseph Zinzi.
Charles A. Zion.
Julie Lynn Zipper.
Salvatore Zisa.
Procopius Paul Zois.
Joseph J. Zucala.
Andrew S. Zucker.
Igor Zuckelman.
Lorraine Antigua.
Frank Thomas Aquilino.
Babita Jajamati Guman.
Dujuan Hodges.
Donna T. Jones.
Donald W. Jones.
Michael F. Lynch.
Vincent S. Morello.
Takashi Ogawa.
May God bless the victims. We love you all. May God bless America.
That long and difficult reading of every victim at the Trade Center. We have tried through the course of the year to give you a sense of magnitude of this. 3 weeks ago, last week in August, they were still finding human remains on buildings in the area of the Trade Center. Funerals literally continue in New York.
Order! Home! Okay, no problem.
Mayor of New York will introduce the governor of New Jersey. The Port Authority, this land that we are talking about, is jointly controlled by both the states of New York and New Jersey, and that's why the governor of New Jersey will make some remarks. He'll read from the Declaration of Independence, but first Mayor Bloomberg.
On which we build our lives. Governor James E. McGreevey.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
A lot of the family members who attended the services downtown New York really didn't know what to expect, and I hope to hear later today that they felt that the integrity of the ceremonies and the dignity of the ceremonies helped them as they go through yet another tough day of successions of very, very painful days since last September 11th.
It is, at least for me, it's hard to imagine that it could have been done any better, any more carefully, any more thoughtfully. There was no speech making. People came and did the appropriate business. As we look at the gathering, there's an honor guard there that's about to be dismissed. About 3 hours now, not quite 3 hours, excuse me, after the ceremony began, it ends, and people will start making their way out of the Ground Zero area and back to their lives. As we said before, the year mark is an important mark. And it changes in many ways also the tone of our work today. These first hours have been difficult. We've relived the loss of September 11th a year ago. But as we move beyond now 11 o'clock and we're almost at 11:30, there's a lot of other things that we want to, a lot of other business to do, if you will. We've been working hard, the correspondents at CNN, to try and come to terms with what really happened as it happened over the course of the last year. And so much of what we'll do now as we move through the afternoon is to try and bring you the most comprehensive look at what happened and why as we can in a series of reports. We have heard so often about the fire department here in New York. We hear it talked about as a brotherhood. In some cases, it is also the family business of fathers and sons, and then their sons become firemen. This is a story of a fire battalion chief who was on the scene, and the brother he saw for the last time in the few minutes before the tower fell. I felt like I just said this, but I'm going to do it again. This piece also includes pictures of planes hitting towers. Please be careful of that, and please, if there are children around, take note of that. We know, believe me, we know how difficult that is. All that said, here again is CNN's Michael O'Clough.
It's 8:46 a.m. Battalion Chief Joe Pfeiffer is on a routine call looking for the origins of a gas leak 12 blocks north of the World Trade Center.
We hear this roar of the plane, and it passes to the west of us and then heads for the Trade Center. I could see the plane steer right into the buildings. And then there was a huge fireball, and a couple seconds later we heard the explosion.
The first fire chief on the scene, Pfeiffer sets up a command post on the ground floor of the North Tower. In the dizzying moments ahead, he will dispatch teams of firefighters up the stairs, closer to the point of impact, including his brother Kevin, a lieutenant with Engine 33.
I thought he was going to be off that day because he was going to study for the captain's test. So he comes up to me at the command post, and he doesn't say a word. And he looks at me, and I tell him where I thought the fire was. And then it was like time just stopped. We stood there for a couple seconds and just stood there looking at each other.
It was the last time they would ever see each other. Pfeiffer has been reliving that moment and the frenzied aftermath every day since. He's been seeking solace here, 24 miles south of Manhattan, along a stretch of the Atlantic he often sailed with his brother.
It's still 9/11. So I'm hoping for 9/12 to come one of these days.
But the images are still clear. 9:03 a.m.
We hear this loud plane come overhead.
A second plane careening towards the World Trade Center.
And then a loud explosion. And then I remember somebody running in from the outside, almost immediately saying a second plane just hit the South Tower. Well, the sense of urgency was that we had, and we heard it, people jumping.
Chief Pfeiffer and his fellow commanders assemble and conclude the fire cannot be beaten. It is instead a massive rescue mission.
We sent people up with hose lines was to make a rescue path, or our hope was to make a rescue path to get thousands of people out of the building.
9:59 a.m.
Tower 2 collapses. Were you even aware of it?
No, we were in the North Tower. We heard a loud rumbling sound, almost like a freight train coming through. Things were falling into the lobby, and then the entire lobby area where we were went black.
In the blackness, fearful of what happened outside, he barks into his radio.
Command in Tower 1 to all units, evacuate the building. Evacuate the building.
Pfeiffer hears the order being relayed to units on the floors above. A relief since he and the other chiefs have had radio transmission problems all morning. Even as he speaks, pilots and police helicopters above the North Tower are also calling for an evacuation of that building. Pfeiffer and the other firefighters do not hear this.
It would have been far more urgent for everyone to get out.
Miraculously, Pfeiffer and others are carrying the fire department's dead chaplain out of the building just before it collapses.
I remember running, maybe 20 yards, and the street starting to turn that brownish color that so many people saw on TV. And I ducked behind a car, and then everything went silent. All the radio traffic stopped. All the noise stopped.
You had to be thinking a little bit about your brother.
I thought of my brother, and I said, well, I'm standing here in a white helmet, and there's tons of firefighters. I said, well, I remember thinking that, he'll find me. I'm a little more visible. And I remember at that point walking the site, seeing if I would be able to find them, and or anybody from Engine 33. And I didn't see any helmets with 33 on it.
He knows no walk on the beach will ever erase that memory. Now, you heard Joseph Pfeiffer say in that piece that he's so looking forward to September 12th because every day since September 11th has been the same. That is clearly the case here at the Chelsea Firehouse. People here, the firefighters, were among the first to respond to the scene a year ago, and they've been desperately trying to move on. They have lost 5 of their members, and it has been very difficult for them to move on. You can see just to my right here, all day people have been stopping by to recognize those people at the at this firehouse who lost their lives, laying down candles, bringing flowers, and some of them contributing American flags. And of course, an inscription here reading, "No farewell words were spoken, no time to say goodbye. You were gone before we knew it, and only God knows why." Moments from now, there will be you will be seeing an effort on their part to move on. A flag that has been on top of the firehouse since September 11th of last year has been at half staff. We understand that at some point this morning they will remove this flag and they will replace it with a flag that was given to them by well-wishers at a place called Point Thank You. This is an intersection in Lower Manhattan, which for many, many months was as close as residents in New York could get to Ground Zero. They will hoist that flag there at some point this afternoon. Aaron?
Michael, thank you. Michael Oku. It is a perfect example of the law of unintended consequences. New Yorkers, others have come to honor these firefighters, but in doing so, and certainly not intentionally, with the best of intentions, they've made the struggle to move on a little bit more complicated. I think we're all looking forward to September 12th.
We profiled a young firefighter who survived the collapse of the first tower earlier today. And she talked about how sensitive the surviving firefighters are at being called heroes. They were just doing their job that day. And yet I will tell you, as you have visited firehouses as well as I have, those that do the job every day are highly appreciative of the amount of support the nation has shown them and the amount of respect, a new sense of respect for what these people do day in and day out.
Well, there's a reason why all kids at some point in their lives want to be firemen. They get it.
Yeah.
They get it. We all get it better now.
They have all the more reason now to salute them. Right now, we're going to head to the Pentagon, where the ceremonies have all but wrapped down after the president spoke and the defense secretary. And we're joined by Wolf Blitzer to bring us up to date on the heightened state of alert that we all mark this day with. And I believe you have a very special guest as well. Good morning again, Wolf.
Good morning, Paula. Very special guest indeed, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Richard Myers. General, thanks for joining us on this emotional day. I want to get your reflections on what just happened here in just a moment. But on this word that the Central Command, the U.S. forces, mostly in the Middle East, are in this highest state of alert, Delta, as it's called. Give our viewers some perspective, precisely what that means.
Well, it just means a higher state of readiness and who can come in and out of installations and bases and camps and stations, and based on intelligence. And it's, you know, it's something in the last year we've gone up and down in our force protection conditions.
Does it mean the intelligence that a threat is imminent, that there could be a terrorist attack?
Well, it just means we have cause for concern at this time, and sometimes we do this randomly too, I might add.
The decision to deploy these anti-aircraft missile batteries around Pentagon, elsewhere in Washington, it does underscore some serious threats here in the nation's capital as well.
Well, it's just an extension of our air defense. You know, we still have fighter caps and fighters on alert to protect American citizens, and this is an extension of that in the ground, for ground systems. And as we look at the threat, that'll go up and down, and we'll, bring forces to bear or take them off alert.
Is it done as an abundance of caution, or is the intelligence such that there are some really, really serious threats out there?
Well, I think it goes without saying there are some really, really serious threats out of there. We saw those on 9/11, and that's what this day is all about.
And there's some current ones as well, I assume.
Yes, you bet.
I know you've been briefed on this Liberian freighter that's out there off the coast of New York. What can you tell us about that?
Some suspicions. Some equipment was detected some radiation, but then it turned out they're not sure if that was right or not, so they've towed the ship offshore. They'll investigate.
And they're just going to continue to make sure.
That's correct.
Once again, out of an abundance of caution. When you saw this service, this memorial service here at the Pentagon as the nation's top military officer, what was going through your mind?
The first thing is you look in the front rows there where all the families were, families of those that were lost on that day. A great deal of emotion. As the day progresses, and as I wandered through the crowd after the ceremony, I can't tell you the strength that I derive from their steadfastness, from their resilience. I think it's the American resilience all over their faces, and that's what I thought about. I thought about the personal tragedies that are associated with this day.
And this enormous building behind us has basically been rebuilt. You've spoken to some of the people who used to work at the devastated, destroyed, gone back to their desks.
Right, and that's where we all gathered with the president before we came out. Brand new building. The Pentagon is made whole again, as I said in my remarks. It's not just the cement and the Indiana limestone that's been repaired. It's been our hearts and our souls have been repaired by these great workers here that, on their own, decided to say, hey, we can get this all done by September 11th.
You spent some time with the president today. Briefly, what was he like?
He was in a very somber mood. We've all set this day aside to remember those who sacrificed their lives on September 11th, and that's the mood he was in. He was in a serious, somber mood, I think.
Appropriate enough for this day, General Myers? Thanks.
Yeah, very appropriate. Our hearts go out to those folks who lost their lives and their families. I think it's a really tough day. It's going to be a tough week.
It's a tough day for you. It's a tough day for all the men and women of the U.S. military. It's a tough day for all Americans. People all over the world. Thanks for joining us. Thank you very much, Aaron, from the Pentagon, which was only a little while ago a bus with some 13,000 guests here. The crowd is leaving, and the official services are basically over here, although the memories, of course, continue to linger. Aaron?
It's always, it strikes me as odd how quickly these things end. The last note of the song or whatever is heard, and then you look around and it empties out and it's gone, as if we're supposed to be normal again immediately.
Yeah, they break down the stage, they break down the chairs. This area outside of the Pentagon is going to be almost back to normal within a few hours, and life will go on, and people will get ready for their next mission at the Pentagon behind me. If that next mission involves Iraq, I'm sure they will be ready for that.
Wolf, thank you. Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Just as we approach noon here in the east, to orient you a little bit on where we are, the ceremony, as you just heard at the Pentagon, is now over. The ceremony at Ground Zero here in New York is over. In Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the formal ceremony, I guess you could say, has ended too, but certainly not the day. There, the President of the United States has landed in the area and is making his way to that field. The President, unless things have changed, I don't believe they have, there's no plan for any formal remarks from the President, but the President does plan to meet with family members of the 40 people who died on the United flight that crashed in Shanksville. Their story well documented. The President will visit them, and then he will make his way to New York. And as we said, the President has landed now in Shanksville and will motorcade to his meeting with the family members, and we'll, as soon as we see the President, we haven't seen him yet, we'll put those pictures up too and get some comments if he makes any public comments, but I don't anticipate that he shall. Again, I think, if I may, just to give some guidance as to where we feel we are in the day, one of the things we want to try and do is give you the best look that we possibly can, that our correspondents can, as to what really happened in roughly the time it really happened. After the planes hit the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, for example, and we're at about that point, we were all struck with this horror of the day. On Flight 93, one of the great stories of this extraordinary tragedy, these acts of courage and determination, I think that's a fair word, that has lived with all of us for the past year. There have been attacks in 2 American cities, New York and in Washington. The trade centers here in New York have been hit by airplanes. In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. Obviously, we are in the middle of an extraordinary catastrophe.
It went straight down, and it crashed, and I seen the smoke and the flame come up.
Another plane has crashed, this one about 80 miles south of Pittsburgh.
This is United 93. It flew way out, all the way out toward Ohio, and then took a drastic 180-degree turn, was headed clearly toward Washington, D.C. When the crash happened in Pennsylvania. It's, I think, safe to say, a prominent target in Washington was the goal.
One of the last places you would probably expect to be touched by the violence of an act of terrible terrorism like we have seen today.
What we didn't know at the time was that there were 4 hijackers on board. But what they hadn't counted on was people on board making phone calls to their loved ones and to others. They knew then that they were next, and they decided to do something about it. They got together, they discussed it, and this is what really gets me. They voted. They voted to take back the plane. We walk around to the edge of this ridge area, which is about 300 yards from where the crash site was, and I saw smoke rising up out of what looked like a small pit. I remember asking a state trooper that was there to be sure, is that where the plane went down? It was so hard to tell because there was nothing around. The plane hit so hard that most of the pieces were crumpled in on top of itself, collapsed right there in that crater. I've heard this a number of times, and I think it's very accurate, that Shanksville, Pennsylvania is the site of the first victory in the war on terrorism. These passengers, they fought back. The plane did not make it to Washington, and there's no telling how many lives they saved doing it.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to America Remembers and our attempt to share with you events that are going on all over the country today as we mark that 1 year point we've reached after September 11th. About a half an hour ago, the ceremonies wrapped up at Ground Zero, and they perhaps were some of the most poignant for you all to watch. There was a circle of honor where family members trekked down to a very small part of the 16-acre site to pay their respects to family members who had lost their lives. Some family members had never come here before today. It simply was too painful to come, and somehow they thought that they would seek some solace from the shared experience of adventuring there today. It was a very dignified ceremony. A painful ceremony, I'm sure, for all of you to watch, where the individual names of each person murdered here on September 11th a year ago was read. It took almost 2 hours and 40 minutes for dignitaries and family members to get through that list, starting, of course, at the beginning of the alphabet, ending with Z's. Right now, we're going to go to Gary Tuckman, who was one of our first correspondents to get to that area a year ago. He has had time to spend with some of the families there today, trying to reflect with them. And Gary, I'm just wondering if you could share a little bit of what you've experienced so far today.
Well, Paula will be able to do it firsthand, because the fact is, while people all over the world watch this ceremony was especially designed for the family members, those who lost loved ones in the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. And with us right now is one of those family members, or four of the members of the family. This is Pat Racanelli. Pat lost her brother, Vinny Damadeo. The two children, the smallest kids right here, this is 8-year-old Frankie Damadeo. This is 11-year-old Jerry. They lost their dad. And this is James Racanelli. He lost his uncle. I want to ask you, Pat, did this give you comfort being here today?
Did give me comfort. My brother died alone. He was with none of his family. We're a very close family. And I told him that evening, I said, Vinny, you were all by yourself. And all year long that haunted me. So I said, I'm coming here. And I did. And I was scared to, very scared to, because I loved him very much. When I got down into the pit, I felt him. I really did.
Tell me how you felt.
He loved working for Cantor Fitzgerald. He loved the World Trade Center. He's been down here 18 years. I felt his joy. I felt his love of life. His boys were with me. They're talking about their dad. They used to come visit him all the time here. It was very, very comforting. I felt he was with me in a very special way. And I'm thankful for today.
And I want to talk to his boys for a second. Jerry, you're 11 years old in 6th grade. Has 6th grade been tough for you this year without your dad?
Yes.
Tell me what kind of dad your dad was. I bet you he was a great guy, right?
Yes.
Tell me why he was such a great guy.
He always played sports with us.
What sports do you play?
Basketball, soccer, baseball, football.
You must miss him a whole lot.
Yes.
Let me talk to your little brother. This is Frankie. Frankie is in 3rd grade. He just started 3rd grade the other day, right?
Like 3 days ago.
Tell me what kind of guy your dad was.
A nice one.
Yeah, why was he so nice to you?
He used to buy me lots of stuff.
He used to, see, that's what makes a nice dad. Must be hard for you right now. You have your brothers, you have your mom at home, you have your aunt and your uncle, right? What would you say to your dad, though, if you could talk to your dad right now?
I love him.
You miss him, right?
And you miss him, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the most important message you could give him. Before we go, let's talk to the elder statesman of the youth group here. This is James. He was your uncle. What kind of uncle was your dad? Was your uncle?
Yeah, Uncle Vinny was great. You know, he always took us to Yankee games, and he was always there when you needed him. He was the greatest person. He would do anything for anybody at any time. And it's hard without him, because, as my mother said, we're such a close family, and now that he's gone, it's hard to just try to move on without him. But I mean, we see him and his 4 boys, and it brings me comfort when I see them, because I see Uncle Vinny in them.
And Pat, you were telling me that just last month they found the remains of your brother. Yeah. Did you have a funeral?
Yes, we did. We had a mass. We had a memorial service back in October, and we had a mass, full church. Everybody came to the mass. It was a beautiful tribute to my brother at church, and it was very hard, because that was reality when we buried him. So it's been a tough month for all of us, a very tough month as well as a very hard year.
I'm very grateful that you talked to us on CNN.
I thank you.
We wish you all the best. And one thing we want to mention about this is a lifetime of heartache for family members who lost loved ones in the World Trade Center. We hope that today's service provides some comfort for the people who did end up coming here today. Paula, back to you.
Gary, I had the opportunity to spend some time with a couple of the families last week who actually ventured out to the Statue of Liberty to look back in the city and remember family members they had lost. And the one thing they said to me was that they didn't think the rest of America really understood that there was no such thing as closure. Their pain is not fleeting, that they endured around the clock. And I'm just wondering, hang on one second.
This is on the large part of your screen, on the right part of the screen. This is a ceremony, a service, if you will. Why don't we take it full, if you guys don't mind? A service going on at the firehouse in Chelsea. Chelsea's in Lower Manhattan. There has been bunting around the firehouse, and at some point today that will come down, and the flag at the firehouse will be raised to full mast or full staff. I always confuse the two. Thank you.
Depends on whether it's one's at ground and one's at sea.
There we go. This is the kind of thing, let me talk gently here. Just take this in for a moment. This firehouse lost, as memory serves me, 5 members. There are few firehouses in New York that lost none. Each of them today will wish for tomorrow. We said a little earlier that, and this is probably true in other cities too, that firefighters in New York City, it's a family business in many ways, that fathers and sons, grandfathers have all joined the department. It was long considered the Irish family business here in New York. But it is a family within the firehouse as well. And they have suffered such an extraordinary loss. It is truly indescribable. We see the flag now at full staff.
And as they live through this loss, there are still so many questions being raised about whether the city could have done more to make these firefighters safer that day. Surveys have shown that the radio operations and communication systems weren't what they were supposed to have been that day. They were making a switch from an analog to a digital system, and that left many of these firefighters unable to communicate with their superiors.
Well, I think there are, and there ought to be, many investigations to go on in many different places as to how things might have turned out differently. But one of the absolute truths of this tragedy is that firefighters did what firefighters do, is that they ran towards danger to save other people. And it may turn out that had the communication systems been better and the rest, the number would have been something other than 343. But you can't take the danger out of the firefighting business. And you, as it turns out, can't take the heroism out of the firefighter either. All the best equipment and the best command be damned in that case. It's a dangerous, tricky business. And when the worst thing happens, and the worst thing happened, this is where we end up.
But I think where the bitterness really came in was the days following the tragedy, where these guys needed respiratory equipment that just wasn't capable of being brought in. We go down to the New York Stock Exchange. Christine Romans is standing by. I believe we might be in our moment of silence here. A delayed opening today of the New York Stock Exchange.
The Stock Exchange was closed for a week. It was the Stock Exchange, for those of you who aren't familiar, perhaps there are a few of you, is located in Lower Manhattan. The New York Stock Exchange is located in Lower Manhattan, and so in many cases it was literally impossible to get there. Remember being in a hotel in those first few weeks, and Merrill Lynch had set up offices in that hotel, which is 30, 40, 50 blocks away. But in any case, the Stock Exchange stayed closed, and then when it opened, it was not a very pleasant day for the stock market.
Oh, we remember that. It's a very powerful lineup you have at the podium today. When we get that shot again, you'll see the head of the SEC, Governor of New York, current Mayor of New York, former Mayor of New York.
The Stock Exchange is an important part of the city and the business of the Stock Exchange. I don't mean to sound crass by talking about money on a day like today, but the fact is that one of the things that the terrorists tried to do was attack a great symbol of American capitalism, and we suspect there is no greater symbol than the Stock Exchange.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
From the Stock Exchange in New York, which is back in business. The country's back in business on noon o'clock, I almost said. Well, I did just say it.
You did.
Turns out.
You knew what you meant.
Yeah, at noon Eastern Daylight Time. Good morning again. Good afternoon again, everybody. It is a wind-blown day of remembrance and sorrow here in New York.
And we actually have one of our own who is inside and can actually hear what's going on, Christine Romans, who joins us from the Stock Exchange to tell us a little bit more about what Dick Grasso, the head of the Stock Exchange, has to say today and what he wants us to learn.
Hi there, Paula. Hi there, too, Aaron. Yeah, a very somber day here. Really, the very dull, dim mood here, broken by cheers for Rudy Giuliani and Governor Pataki and Mayor Bloomberg and Dick Grasso when they came into the building. And there's the opening bell. Trading will get underway. As you know, last year on this day, there was no trading at the New York Stock Exchange, and the NYSE was closed for 4 days. And people here take it very seriously. The people who were lost just a few blocks away from here, you know, the attack on Lower Manhattan, the south part of this island is a financial capital because of the New York Stock Exchange and the stock trading that goes on here. So people take it very seriously, and they are quite defiant today. They really, really are. A year on, they're still very defiant about what happened here, and they're really determined to trade stocks.
I guess what we haven't been able to figure out today is what the futures may predict for the day. What are analysts saying there?
so far so good. You've got the market a little bit higher here. You know, since September 10th last year, September 10th really, a lot of people here would say it was the last day of normalcy for many of them. The Dow is down 10%, the S&P is down significantly, so is the NASDAQ. These markets have been lower, hit by a variety of factors, but overall people say they're pretty encouraged by how well this market and this economy has absorbed the shocks of the past year. And people overall are pretty confident moving ahead. They say they hope the worst is behind the markets and that things can be stable. At least for today, that seems to be the case. The Dow is up 66 points right now.
Thank you, Christine. We are going to go straight to Pennsylvania and show you a live picture of the soon-to